Chapter 44. The sudden change was beyond everyone's expectations. Then, they saw a green light appear in front of Ling Fei. Then, Ling Fei's neck was tightly gripped by a slender hand. "You're not bad. You actually know my name." Looking at Ling Fei, whose neck was tightly gripped, Zichen jokingly said. Zichen didn't want to care about other people's matters. He didn't know Zhong Haotian, so he didn't want to get involved in this mess. However, he didn't expect Ling Fei to mention his name and want him to die. So, Zichen decided to take action. "You Zichen." With his neck gripped, fear flashed in his eyes. Ling Fei's face was completely red. It was unknown whether it was due to embarrassment or suffocation. "Let go of young master Ling Fei." "Zichen, let go of Ling Fei," angry shouts sounded from all around. One by one, the experts abandoned Zhong Haotian and glared at Zichen. "Do you think I'm an idiot? Let go of him." Zichen said disdainfully, "If you have the ability, then come forward. I'm afraid that if my hand trembles, I'll hear the sound of a neck breaking." Zichen's threatening words made everyone stop. If Ling Fei died, they couldn't bear the responsibility. They could only stand in the distance and glare at Zichen. This was also Ling Fei's fault. He was afraid of Zhong Haotian's counterattack before he died, so he directly retreated to the back of the crowd. He never expected Zichen to come out from the side. "You killed young master Ling Fei, so you will also die here." Tai Kai stepped forward and stared coldly at Zichen. "Is that so? Then you can try. I guarantee that after Ling Fei dies, I can also slaughter you." Zichen laughed sinisterly and increased the strength in his hand. Cracking sounds were heard. Ling Fei's face had turned red and his eyes were about to pop out. He was almost strangled to death. Okay, don't move." Tai Kai took 2 steps back and said anxiously, "Let young master Ling Fei catch his breath first." Zichen slowed down the strength in his hand. Ling Fei began to gasp for breath. There was still fear in his eyes. Just now, he really felt the arrival of death. That feeling was very uncomfortable. "Zichen, let go of Ling Fei, or he will die." Suddenly, Chen Qi appeared in front of Zhong Haotian. He grabbed him by the collar and placed his right hand on Zhong Haotian's forehead. "Who is he?" Zichen was stunned. "Ah." Chen Qi was stunned and did not know how to answer. "Hey, it's you." Zhong Haotian's face was covered in blood, but his eyes were still as cold as ever. After taking a closer look, Zichen recognized him as the cold youth from before. "All right, since you know him, let's exchange." Chen Qi's eyes lit up. "What's your name?" Zichen ignored Chen Qi and asked Zhong Haotian. Chen Qi was stunned again. He thought to himself, "What the hell are you doing? Do you know him or not? Why are you asking for his name?" "His name is Zhong Haotian." The cold Zhong Haotian did not say a word, so Chen Qi answered on his behalf. "All right, you should be able to walk. Come with me." Zichen grabbed Ling Fei's neck and walked away. "I don't need you to save me. I, Zhong Haotian, never owe anyone a favor." Zhong Haotian finally spoke. Even though he was extremely weak, his voice was still cold. "Didn't you want to kill them? If they die, how can you kill them? Do you really believe in the afterlife?" Zichen did not even turn his head as he indifferently said, "Besides, I'm not saving you. I just want to leave on my own. If you can follow me, that's your own good fortune. It has nothing to do with me." Zhong Haotian did not speak, but his expression kept changing. He was obviously a little moved, but before he could take a step, Chen Qi grabbed him. Zichen did not turn his head, but he used a lot of strength in his hand. The cracking sound was heard again. Ling Fei felt death approaching him again. When Zichen let go, he panted and shouted at Chen Qi, "Chen Qi, let him go. You're F*king trying to kill me." Ling Fei had been taken care of all along. He had never felt death. Today, he was caught by Zichen. Although he was angry and ashamed, compared to his life, everything was nothing. So, in order to survive, he did not hesitate to shout at Chen Qi. Being shouted at by Ling Fei, Chen Qi's expression changed instantly, but he still obediently let go of Zhong Haotian, allowing him to walk towards Zichen step by step. You better not follow me, or my hand will shake. When I'm safe, I'll naturally let this trash go. Chen said indifferently and walked towards the forest. Chen, you better promise that what you said is true. Otherwise, you'll die miserably. Kai said coldly. I promise he'll be fine. But if you follow, I can't guarantee it. Chen was still indifferent. Until the three disappeared into the forest, Kai and the others did not take a step forward. What should we do? Should we go find senior brother Ling Chen? Chen Qi looked at Kai. No need. Senior brother Ling Chen is doing something important. We can't disturb him. Besides, Chen doesn't have the guts to kill Ling Fei. Kai shook his head and said. In the forest, Chen had already walked a few miles away. Moreover, he was sure that no one was chasing him. All right, it's time to let me go, Ling Fei said coldly. A few more miles. Chen was still indifferent. Zhong Haotian followed behind him without a word. However, his steps were no longer firm. After walking for less than a mile, Chen stopped because he found that Zhong Haotian's steps had become weak. He's about to die. Ling Fei sneered. Obviously, he had also noticed this. Scram. Chen let go of Ling Fei and said indifferently. You'll die in my hands sooner or later. Ling Fei wanted to say something ruthless before leaving. However, he suddenly screamed. His screams even covered the sound of bones breaking. Catcher. However, the second sound of bones breaking was very obvious. Ling Fei fell to the ground. Both of his legs were broken by the extremely weak Zhong Haotian. The former was screaming while the latter was still cold. You. Chen looked at Zhong Haotian. This is the way to deal with this kind of scum. Zhong Haotian said coldly. However, just as he finished speaking, his vision turned black and he fell down. He could not hold on any longer. Chen supported him and found that he was still breathing. He had just fainted. He immediately let out a sigh of relief. Ignoring Ling Fei's screams, he carried Zhong Haotian and flew into the forest. His figure flashed a few times and Chen's figure disappeared. After a while, Kai and the others followed the screams and arrived. Ling Fei, how are you? Young Master Ling Fei, what happened to you? Everyone arrived and asked about his well-being. Mother *K, can't you see that my leg is broken? Help me up carefully and go find my cousin. I want him to kill these two guys with his own hands. Ling Fei screamed and cursed as he was helped up by the crowd. That Zhong Haotian is seriously injured and unconscious. You guys go after him quickly. Even if you can't kill Chen, killing Zhong Haotian is still good. Ling Fei screamed and did not forget about the seriously injured Zhong Haotian. Everyone nodded in agreement. The team of dozens of people split into half. With Chen Qi leading the way, they chased after Chen. Dozens of miles away, Chen put down Zhong Haotian. First, he cleaned his wounds. Then, he found a spiritual medicine and crushed a few leaves to apply to the wounds. Then, he squeezed the remaining spiritual medicine into spiritual juice and dripped it into Zhong Haotian's mouth. Whether you can live or not depends on your luck. Chen was not good at saving people. He could not guarantee whether Zhong Haotian could live or not. Everything depended on luck. Zhong Haotian was still unconscious. As time passed, the wounds on his body stopped bleeding. His breathing became even and his pale face gradually turned red. Very tenacious vitality. Chen nodded secretly. He was full of praise for this cold and thoughtful young man. At this moment, Chen heard the sound of flying at high speed. The pursuers had arrived. You are seriously injured now. It's not good for you to walk around. I'll buy you some time. Chen said indifferently and flew to the back. After a few leaps, Chen saw the people chasing after him. The one leading them was Chen Qi. After seeing Chen appear, Chen Qi's expression changed slightly and he subconsciously stopped in his tracks. But he quickly reacted and shouted coldly, "Kill, Zhong Haotian must be in front. I'll hold him back. You guys go around and kill Zhong Haotian. Shameless boasting. Since you're here, you might as well leave a memento." Chen snorted and used misty steps. At the same time, the 8th level of Zhen Qi in his body began to surge. What, you actually broke through? This time, Chen Qi's eyes were filled with shock. Chen could seriously injure him when he was at the 7th level of Zhen Qi. His original intention was to hold Chen back. But now, facing Chen, who was at the 8th level of Zhen Qi, he had no other means. Turning around, Chen Qi quickly ran. The only thing he was thankful for was his speed. This time, Chen did not use Thunderbolt Finger. Instead, he used his fusion battle skill. As for his speed, Chen, who was at the peak of early 8th stage, used misty steps, which he had comprehended true meaning. He was not slower than Chen Qi at all. In just a few steps, he caught up with Chen Qi. The moment he used his fusion battle skill, Chen Qi was sent flying. Immediately after, a black light flashed and a bloody arm suddenly flew up. Chen Qi had lost an arm. At the same time, Chen turned into a streak of light and rushed towards the pursuers who had gone around him. In the midst of the banging sounds, half of the pursuers had already fallen to the ground and was seriously injured. Chen, who was at the 8th level of Zhen Qi, was even more dangerous than Zhong Haotian. In just a few breaths of time, the battle was over. Take them and leave. Chen glanced at the others, who were already scared silly, as he said in an indifferent voice. These people nodded as if they had been pardoned. Then, carrying the injured people, they fled as fast as they could. In less than a quarter of an hour, everyone left one after another. Only a bloody arm lay alone in the forest. 2 days later, Zhong Haotian slowly woke up. During this time, no more pursuers came. They seemed to have been scared stiff by Chen's powerful battle strength. After waking up, Zhong Haotian saw Chen sitting on a big rock. Chapter 45. You saved me. Zhong Haotian looked at Chen. You saved yourself, Chen said indifferently. Zhong Haotian looked at the wounds on his body and the traces of spiritual medicine. He said in a low voice, "Thank you. I owe you my life." The cold youth was no longer cold. No need to thank me. My name is Chen, a disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor. The reason you were able to survive was because your willpower and physique far exceeded that of ordinary people. Chen smiled indifferently. Zhong Haotian's injuries were very serious, but he was able to wake up in just 2 days. His physique was definitely good. Zhong Haotian, Zhong martial ancestor. Zhong Haotian said, "In short, I owe you my life. Can you still walk? It's been 2 days. The pursuers should be here soon." Chen didn't want to be entangled in this matter and changed the topic. Zhong Haotian had already stood up and stretched his body. He said, "No problem." A trace of surprise appeared in Chen's eyes. Zhong Haotian's physique was really not ordinary. He nodded. "Then let's go." Less than an hour after the two of them left, 4 silhouettes flew towards them at high speed. They had arrived at the place where Chen had been. "We were a step too late." "They've already left," the leading youth said coldly. "After them. We must complete senior apprentice brother Ling Chen's orders," another youth said. The others nodded and chased after them. As their true qi surged, the strength of the 4 people was revealed. They were all at the 10th layer of true qi. Zhong Haotian's injuries hadn't healed yet. After walking for a few dozen li, he couldn't take it anymore. "You should go." "I'm afraid I can't take it anymore." Zhong Haotian leaned against a tree and panted heavily. The healed wounds all over his body were showing signs of rupturing again. Blood flowed out from the wounds. "You didn't die from your injuries before. How far are you now?" Chen smiled and bowed. "Let's go. I'll carry you." Zhong Haotian hesitated for a moment, then said gratefully, "Thank you." "You're welcome. Why did you save me? When I see injustice on the road, I draw my sword to help." Chen smiled. "Of course, there's one more thing. Our fates are very similar. People from my sect are hunting me down, and you're also being hunted down by people from your sect. With the same fate and the same experience, we can be considered close friends." "Confidant." Zhong Haotian was startled. Obviously, this word had affected him greatly. Chen's stamina was very good. While running with a person on his back, his face wasn't red and he wasn't out of breath. His speed didn't decrease at all as he walked through the forest. However, with Zhong Haotian's heavily injured body, he really couldn't endure the long period of jolting. Not long after, his face turned pale and blood flowed out from his wounds, but he didn't even make a sound. "Are you okay?" Zichen asked. "No problem." Zhong Haotian gritted his teeth. "This guy is really tenacious," Zichen thought to himself as he sped up again. However, considering Zhong Haotian's injuries, Zichen slowed down slightly. 2 hours later, Zichen was completely exhausted. Zhong Haotian on his back couldn't hold on any longer, so they could only stop and rest. "I'll go get some spirit medicine." "Your wounds are bleeding again," Zichen said and turned to leave. However, at this time, 4 figures walked out from the forest. These 4 people were all dressed in black. Their expressions were cold, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Their gazes were fixed on Zichen. These 4 people were complete strangers. Zichen frowned as he looked at them. At the same time, the aura around him began to surge as he became alert. "It's you, Jinghua." At this time, Zhong Haotian's pupils shrank as he cried out in alarm. "We've been chasing you for several hours. Fortunately, we finally arrived. It seems that we came at the right time. One of us is heavily injured, and the other is exhausted." The leading youth was Zheng Hua, an inner disciple of the martial ancestor. After seeing the 2 people, he couldn't help but sneer, as if the 2 of them were already turtles in a jar. "It seems that this is the will of the heavens. The heavens want them to die," another thin youth said coldly. The 4 people were closing in. "While there's still time, you should leave." "I'm sorry, I dragged you into this." Zhong Haotian blamed himself. "What are you saying? They're not only coming for you, they're also coming to kill me." Zichen stepped forward and supported Zhong Haotian, letting him lean against a tree. "I don't have the strength to fight anymore. The 4 of them are all at the 10th layer of true qi. You're not their match, so why throw away your life?" Zhong Haotian said angrily. "This isn't throwing away my life." Zichen's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Even if I do, I'll take a few people with me." "You." Zhong Haotian wanted to say something, but he found that his throat was choked. He couldn't say anything. An indescribable emotion appeared from the bottom of his heart, and his cold eyes seemed to be moist. At this moment, looking at Zichen's not-so-tall back, Zhong Haotian seemed to understand the meaning of brothers. Shameless boasting. "Today is the day you die." Zheng Hua slowly closed in, and his true qi at the 10th layer was already surging. "Zichen, you should leave. I, Zhong Haotian, recognize you as my brother, but I don't want to drag you into this." Zhong Haotian choked with sobs. Zichen's back had moved him too much. "Hihi, now I can't leave even if I want to, so you better pray that I can win. Otherwise, we're really going to die today." Zichen smiled faintly. His eyes were calm, and the black sword in his hand emitted an oppressive cold light. "This is Ling Fei's sword, right? Good boy, you have some courage, but you still have to die." As his voice fell, Zheng Hua's figure flashed, and he flew towards Zichen. A cold light flashed in front of Zichen's eyes. Flowing light sword technique. Black light flickered, and the black sword was like a flowing light blocking the cold light, making a clanging sound. The 2 weapons clashed, and other than the sound of metal clashing, there were also sparks. Under the attack, Zichen took a step back. The 2 attacks exploded in front of him, and the surging energy rushed towards Zichen. Zichen didn't move, and let the energy rush towards him. He resisted the energy because Zhong Haotian was behind him. "Good boy, you're still fine. Looks like I underestimated you." Zheng Hua sneered. Zichen's strong body blocked all the energy waves. "Chimph, I've never thought highly of you. If we fought one-on-one, I would definitely be able to take your head within 3 moves." Zichen sneered. "Is that so?" Zheng Hua's eyes had a trace of ridicule, and he said, "But unfortunately, you'll never have the chance to fight one-on-one with me." Another round of attacks appeared. 4 10th layer true qi existences launched fierce attacks towards Zichen. Flowing light sword. Fusion battle technique. Thunderbolt finger. Chen didn't want to be outdone. In an instant, he used his strongest move. The sword flashed, the tiger roared, and the thunder wreaked havoc. Sounds of explosions rang out in the forest. After a round of attacks, Chen vomited blood and took a step back. His strength was completely exhausted. His forehead was full of sweat, and his clothes were soaked. On the other hand, the four opponents were calm and composed. They didn't use much strength, but there was a trace of surprise in their eyes. Chen's strength was far beyond their imagination. Even if he had been running all the way, he still blocked 2 waves of attacks. At the same time, they were glad that they didn't meet the 2 at their peak. Huff, huff. Chen began to gasp for breath. His breathing was like the sound of a bellows, very rough and heavy. At the same time, Chen's heart began to beat violently because of the large consumption. Boy, let's see how long you can last. How many times can you block our attacks? Zheng Hua said coldly. Attack again. The 4 of them attacked again. But in an instant, Chen's breathing grew weak. A tyrannical aura appeared from his body. After reaching the limit of his consumption, his heart was once again replenished. No. Under Zhong Haotian's moist eyes, Chen used defense as a fence and charged at the 4. Bang! 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 Silent collisions rang out one after another. Thunderous explosions rang out incessantly, and the humming of swords and sabers resounded throughout the forest. Blood sprayed everywhere. Angry roars rang out one after another. Chen fought fiercely against the 4 10th layer true chi existences. Saber light flashed, opening a wound on Chen's body. At the same time, the black sword in Chen's hand flashed, piercing his opponent's shoulder armor. Boom! A fist struck Chen's chest, but in return, a thunderous boom rang out from his opponent's chest. Relying on the body of a 9th-level wild beast, Chen only attacked and did not defend. He was trading life for life, trading injury for injury. If he took a saber strike, he would return a sword strike. Such a desperate fighting style was even more ruthless than the daredevil third brother. In the blink of an eye, the 4 10th layer true chi existences were cowering in fear, and were at a disadvantage. No. Zhong Haotian was extremely vexed. Chen was a genius, a true genius. If he really died here, Zhong Haotian would regret it for several lifetimes. But even though he wanted to help, he didn't have the strength. He didn't even have the strength to rise to his feet. He could only watch as Chen's body was covered with wounds and blood. Tears flowed down his cheeks. Zhong Haotian, who had always been cold and emotionless, was actually crying. Peng! After a loud explosion, the battle once again broke apart. Chen retreated several steps, blocking Zhong Haotian's path with his battered body. His face was covered in blood and his clothes were in tatters. He was in a very sorry state, but his eyes were still bright and calm. But when he looked at the other 4, he saw that their faces were gloomy, and their eyes were filled with shock. Good boy, I underestimated you. Zheng Hua fiercely wiped away the blood on his face, only to see that there was a sword wound on his face. After he had stabbed Chen in the heart, Chen had counterattacked, almost cutting off half of Zheng Hua's face. Kill him. If this kid doesn't die today, we'll be the ones to die when we meet him in the future. Even if we're seriously injured, we have to kill him. Another youth, whose shoulder armor had been pierced, coldly said. Come. Chen, black sword in hand, once again charged into the crowd. Sword light flickered once again. Chen began to fight as if his life depended on it. However, no one noticed that after a few breaths of time, the wounds on Chen's body actually stopped bleeding. Furthermore, the wounds showed signs of healing. Only a life and death battle could temper oneself. Flowing light sword. Misty steps. Thunderbolt finger. Chen was on the verge of death. Everything he relied on was his unique heart. The endless supply of energy allowed Chen to reach his limit from one limit to another. At the same time, his comprehension of these 3 first-rate battle skills was improving at an unprecedented speed under the threat of death. Boom! Both sides retreated once again. This was already the 5th time Chen had attacked. He himself had also reached his limit twice. The wounds on his body were too many to count. His flesh could be seen from the wounds, but there was no blood. When the human body reached its limit, the heart could provide energy. But when one's life reached its limit, it was time to die. Zichen already felt that his life was about to reach its limit. Kill. But he still persevered and charged at the 4 people. This is a monster. You two go kill Zhong Haotian. Zhang Hua and the other 3 were finally defeated by Zichen's powerful attacks. They had also consumed a lot of energy. Zhang Hua charged at Zichen and stabbed Zichen in the chest. But then, a black sword flew over, wanting to cut off his head. Helpless, Zhang Hua retreated. At the same time, another person began to fight with Zichen. 2 people entangled Zichen while the other 2 ran toward Zhong Haotian. By the time Zichen noticed, it was already too late. The 2 were already in front of Zhong Haotian. The blade flashed as Zhong Haotian tried his best to dodge. He barely dodged the attack, but another punch followed, aiming for his head. At this moment, Zhong Haotian no longer had the strength to dodge. He could only watch as the fist came. In the next moment, he seemed to hear the sound of his head shattering. No. Before dying, Zhong Haotian heard Zichen's unwilling voice. Thank you, brother. Zhong Haotian's heart had never been so calm, even in the face of death. Because today, Zhong Haotian had a brother. Chapter 46. Zichen could only watch as the fist flew towards Zhong Haotian's head. But strangely, not only was Zhong Haotian not afraid, he was even smiling, as if he had already seen through life and death. Pang! Just as the fist was about to land, a green light suddenly appeared from above, blocking Zhong Haotian's path with extreme speed. It collided with the fist, causing a dull sound to ring out. The skinny disciple who threw the punch retreated 7 or 8 steps under the attack of the green light before stabilizing himself. At the same time, a green-robed figure descended from above. This person was not very old, his appearance was unremarkable, and his eyes were very small. If placed in a crowd, no one would give him a second glance. He was very ordinary, very ordinary. But at this moment, no one dared to look down on this ordinary person, because it was him who had blocked the attack of a 10th-level True Chi master and forced him to retreat. With a faint smile on his ordinary face, the young man said to the dumbfounded Zichen, "I'm not late, am I?" "You." Zichen could not describe his feelings. Was it excitement, joy, or surprise? But all his feelings were condensed into one sentence. "You came at the right time. That's good. What do we do with these small fries?" The young man was still smiling as he looked at the 4 people, his eyes filled with disdain. "Since they're small fries, of course they'll be killed," Zichen said coldly. "Good." A cold light flashed in the young man's small eyes. His body flashed, and he was already several meters away. He lifted his leg and kicked towards one of the strong cultivators. Pang! With a dull sound, the person was sent flying. So strong. The other 3 people looked at each other and saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. To send a 10th-level True Chi master flying with one kick, this strength was enough to kill them. "Go, retreat." Zhang Hua made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and retreated with the other 3 people. "You want to leave? Do you think you can leave without leaving an arm behind?" Zichen's voice, filled with killing intent, rang out again. "Kill." Zichen's standard command to charge forward was heard. Before, every time Zichen said the word kill, he would rush towards the 4 people and injure them. "Let's go." This time, Zheng Hua no longer hesitated. He raised his chi and flew into the distance. The 3 people behind him did not even look back as they fled. Zichen had just taken 2 steps forward when his vision turned black. His entire body fell to the ground. He had reached the limit of his life. The young man dodged and caught Zichen first. "Are you okay?" Zichen had already fainted and could not speak. "Sigh, of all the things you could have done, you just had to risk your life." The young man shook his head and placed Zichen's black sword on his back. Then, he grabbed Zichen with one hand and leaped in front of Zhong Haotian. Then, he grabbed Zhong Haotian with the other hand. His figure flickered a few times before disappearing into the forest at an extremely fast speed. Zhang Hua and the others ran for more than 10 miles before they finally stopped to catch their breath. Damn it, did we run into a monster? A 10th layer expert could not help but curse. At his level, he had experienced at least 100 battles. But today, he only attacked and did not defend. This was the first time he had encountered a battle where one was willing to exchange a life for a life. And what was even more strange was that his side had 4 lives, but they could not exchange a single life for the other side's. It was as if the other side had an immortal body. His body was riddled with scars, but he could not fall. Every time he was exhausted, he only needed to take a few breaths to become lively again. Not good, we seem to have been tricked. Zhang Hua suddenly exclaimed, as if he had thought of something. What trick? Everyone was stunned. That kid who came later is only at the 7th layer of true Qi. Zhang Hua said, his appearance was too shocking. His light footwork was too mysterious, so we all overlooked his strength. Shouhu, you were kicked twice. Are you injured? Oh, I'm not, Shouhu exclaimed. Damn it, we were tricked. Let's go back. Shouhu was the first to stand up. Forget it, we ran so far. The other side should have run away long ago. Sigh, what a pity. I was careless and missed a good opportunity to kill 2 geniuses. Zhang Hua was very vexed, his eyes full of pity. Then what do we do now? First, we recover from our injuries. The 2 of them are seriously injured and won't be able to recover in a short time. After we recover, we'll kill our way back. Zhang Hua said. Okay, we must kill that last kid too. The others nodded, and then each of them found a place to sit cross-legged and recover from their injuries. Zhong Haotian had never admired anyone before, but after meeting Zi Chen, he admired him. Not only had Zi Chen saved him, but he also admired Zi Chen's fighting style. He had exchanged a life for a life, and with 1 life, he had exchanged 4 lives for Zheng Hua and the others. Although Zi Chen was seriously injured and unconscious, Zhong Haotian believed that Zheng Hua and the others were not feeling good either. If there were 3 of them instead of 4, they would have died under Zi Chen's fighting style. A true energy stage 8 had the strength to kill 3 true energy stage 10 experts. Zhong Haotian believed that he did not have such means. He used to think that he was ruthless, but after seeing Zi Chen's fighting style, he had to admit that Zi Chen was much more ruthless than he was. Zi Chen was unconscious and Zhong Haotian was seriously injured. The young man carried the 2 of them and flew away. Even with 2 people, his speed did not decrease at all. Half an hour later, the unconscious Zi Chen woke up. His body was floating in the air, and he could hear the wind whistling in his ears. His heart was beating rhythmically, and every time it beat, a silver energy would surge out and enter his body through his blood. His seriously injured body was slowly recovering. How far have we gone? Zi Chen asked. You're awake. The young man landed lightly and looked at Zi Chen in disbelief. His eyes and expression were as if he was looking at a monster. Zhong Haotian, who was next to him, also felt that it was inconceivable. According to his guess, Zi Chen should have been unconscious for at least a few days, but after only half an hour, he was awake. Although his voice was low, it was powerful. He definitely did not sound weak. Comparisons are odious. Zhong Haotian closed his eyes. Dozens of miles. The young man said. The young man was Miao Kong, who had rushed over after hearing the sound of thunder. He did not expect to meet Zi Chen. Stop, I want to recover. Miao Kong put down Zi Chen and Zhong Haotian. The 2 of them sat cross-legged and began to recover from their injuries. Do you have any elixirs? Miao Kong took out a 100-year-old elixir from his bag and handed it to Zi Chen. The latter chewed twice and swallowed it. Rich spiritual energy appeared in his stomach, and the heavenly lightning body tempering art began to circulate. His heart absorbed this spiritual energy, and more silver energy rushed to every part of his body. This time, the wounds on Zi Chen's body began to heal under the naked eye. The wound slowly healed and formed scars. After a while, the scars fell, and the previous wounds had already grown tender white flesh. Miao Kong and Zhong Haotian were dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Even though the 2 of them had seen many inconceivable things, they had never seen such a situation before. Their seriously injured body was actually healing under the naked eye. That elixir of yours, is it the elixir that can bring the dead back to life? The cold Zhong Haotian asked a rare question. What do you think? I have more here. Why don't you try it? Miao Kong asked, and then took out the same 100-year-old elixir. Zhong Haotian took it, chewed it, and swallowed it. After a while, his pale face became rosy. The spiritual energy of the elixir was crazily running around in his body. Zhong Haotian could only use his cultivation technique to refine this spiritual energy. With the help of the elixir, there was still some effect on the recovery of injuries. However, it was far from being as terrifying as Zichen's performance. 2 hours later, Zhong Haotian finally suppressed the chaotic spirit energy in his body. His heavily injured body started to take a turn for the better. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw Zichen looking at him with a rosy complexion and a smile in his eyes. Your injuries have healed? Zhong Haotian asked. Zichen nodded. Zhong Haotian lowered his head and no longer looked at Zichen. He didn't want to vomit blood. The advantage that he had always thought of was weak in front of Zichen. What are you going to do now? Miao Kong asked. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The 10 inner disciples are looking for you and want to harm you. Now, you have offended the martial ancestors' people. It doesn't matter. Zichen waved his hand and said, different situations call for different actions. Since I can't get rid of the trouble, I will think of a way to solve it. What do you mean? Miao Kong looked at Zichen. Let's solve the current problem first. These 4 disciples of the martial ancestor shouldn't go back. Zichen's eyes flashed with a cold light. If I'm lucky and they are greedy, I might be able to find them. You want to kill them? Miao Kong was shocked. There are 4 of them and they are all at stage 10 true qi. I can't kill 4 of them, but I can kill them one by one. That was how Wang Xiong died. After saying this, Zichen didn't wait for Miao Kong to speak. He turned around and walked into the forest. You! Miao Kong didn't know what to say. As for Zhong Haotian, he closed his eyes and began to recover from his injuries. I have been stuck at the peak of stage 8 for so long. This time, I was seriously injured and swallowed a lot of elixirs. I finally feel the bottleneck loosening. While Zhong Haotian was recovering from his injuries, he was also trying to break through. If he reached stage 9, then he had full confidence that he could kill the 4 disciples who were chasing after him. He might even have the strength to challenge Ling Chen. Zichen's luck was very good. Zhang Hua and the others were greedy enough and wanted to kill Zichen. After a few hours, they began to return with injuries. They were determined to kill the seriously injured Zichen. The 4 of us will split up and search, but don't go too far. The 4 of them quickly arrived at the place where the previous battle took place. They then followed the blood trail and chased in a direction. At the same time, the 4 of them spread out and began to search in a large area. At this time, Zichen was returning from the same path, searching for the traces of the 4 people. After an hour, Zichen, who was walking carefully in the forest, heard the sound of cursing. Damn it, I was actually tricked by a stage 7 brat. This damn thing. Chapter 47. The one cursing was the skinny monkey. He was really sullen. Previously, he had been violently beaten up by Zichen. For lives had not been exchanged for one of Zichen's lives. Later on, he was scared away by a little guy with 7th level true qi. In the battle, the martial ancestor's reputation was destroyed in this spirit herbal garden. Damn it, if I see him again, I will break his legs. How dare he kick me, this damn little thing. Skinny Monkey was cursing along the way. He seemed to be talking nonsense, but he was actually sending a message to the other 3. They did not find the target. Zichen was hiding in the forest. Through the branches and leaves, he could see Skinny Monkey. Skinny Monkey was cursing while looking around. Obviously, he was looking for Zichen and the others. Zichen was hiding in a tree. He moved carefully and silently like an agile leopard. Skinny Monkey was also moving forward. The distance between the 2 was getting closer and closer. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The 2 were 10 meters apart, and the distance was getting closer and closer. Chen held his breath and held the black sword in his hand. A sharp cold light was emitted. He was ready to kill with one strike. Skinny Monkey was already under Chen's feet. It was the best time to attack. Hualala. The branches and leaves began to shake. Chen turned into a stream of light and suddenly jumped down. The black sword in his hand was shining with a cold light. He pointed it at Skinny Monkey's head. Not good. As a level 10 genuine chi powerhouse, the Skinny Monkey-like man's reaction was very quick. Just as Lin Yi made a sound, his body moved. With a tap of his foot, his genuine chi surged and he instantly slid a few meters away. Puff! The black sword stabbed down at Skinny Monkey's arm. If he was a little slower, his whole arm would have been cut off. Seeing that his attack did not hit, Chen's body landed. He tapped his foot and used the flowing light sword art again. It's you, damn you. Skinny Monkey was shocked when he saw Chen. He cursed and raised his hand to attack. Boom! After a single strike, the two of them retreated. The Skinny Monkey-like man's eyes were filled with shock. You actually recovered? Chen didn't say anything. The sound of this confrontation had been very loud. Zhang Hua and the others would arrive soon. He had to seize this time to exterminate this Skinny Monkey. Killing intent flashed in Zhong Shen's eyes as he executed the thunderbolt finger. Following the movement of his finger, a bolt of lightning shot towards the Skinny Monkey. Ah, come quickly. Zhang Hua quickly retreated. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. After a loud shout, he used his ultimate move. Rupturing Fist. A tyrannical aura surged from the Skinny Monkey's fists as his fists collided with the thunderbolt. Boom! The thunder exploded with a loud bang, and the terrifying power of thunder began to wreak havoc. The Zhun Qi on the Skinny Monkey's fists had already been scattered by the explosion. At the same time, the two fists had become badly mutilated, revealing the dense white bones. When it was 1 against 4, the 4 of them had worked together to neutralize the lightning finger. The Skinny Monkey didn't think much of it, but now that he was facing it alone, both of his hands were nearly crippled. Even though his injuries hadn't healed yet, there was no doubt about the strength of the lightning finger. If the two of them were in the same realm, the Skinny Monkey would have been killed in an instant. Chen, I want you dead. Looking at his own mangled hands, revealing the white bones, the Skinny Monkey let out a furious roar. His 10th layer Zhen Qi surged once again. This time, his Zhen Qi wrapped around his mangled hands. After exhausting all of his Zhen Qi, the Skinny Monkey unleashed a powerful attack. The wind whistled in the forest, and the leaves danced wildly. Chen heard the sound of the wind whistling in his ears. The wind was like a wind blade hitting his face, causing him to feel pain. Ethereal steps. At this critical moment, Chen's feet flashed, and the ethereal steps appeared. His whole body was like an illusion, and he dodged to the side, dodging the Skinny Monkey's desperate attack by a hair's breadth. The fist brushed past the corner of Chen's clothes, and in an instant, his clothes were torn apart. Due to the inertia, the Skinny Monkey brushed past Chen. But at this moment, the Skinny Monkey's pupils suddenly shrank, and a trace of fear appeared in his crazy eyes. Then, he saw a flickering black light. Chen raised his black sword, and the flowing light sword art reappeared. Like a flowing light, it brushed past the Skinny Monkey's neck. Puff! A light sound was heard, and the black light disappeared. The two figures brushed past each other. Back to back, the two were 3 meters apart. Chen's face was calm, and the red blood flowed down the tip of his sword and dripped to the ground. 3 meters away, the Skinny Monkey was motionless, and his eyes had lost their luster. His expression was still filled with fear, and there was a thin red line around his neck. Gulp! Suddenly, the Skinny Monkey's head tilted, and his head rolled to the side. It spun a few times, and rolled a few meters away, with blood gushing out. When Zhang Hua and the others arrived, they saw a headless corpse spurting blood. Skinny Monkey! 2 roars were heard. Zhang Hua's eyes were spitting fire, and his gaze fell on Chen. At this moment, Chen's face was calm, and his hand was holding the black sword tightly. I want you dead. Staring at Chen, Zhang Hua roared word by word. The Skinny Monkey's death ignited all his negative emotions. I want you dead too. Zichen's eyes were calm, and his grip on the black sword tightened. Kill. 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 3 chilling voices sounded, and then Zheng Hua and the other 2 turned into flowing lights, rushing towards Zichen. One after another, they used their ultimate skills, and the first move was a killing move. Kill. Zichen's eyes were also filled with killing intent, and he rushed towards the 3 with his black sword. A chaotic battle began again, and the battle of life and death was once again displayed. Boom. Boom. Peng. A strong wind blew in the forest, and the fallen leaves danced in the air. Surging energy surged, and dense killing intent filled the air. A battle to the death had begun. The skinny monkey's death had deeply stimulated the 3. As if they had gone crazy, they launched a fierce attack towards Zichen. Every attack was an all-out attack, and every move was a killing move. Zichen also went all out, using Thunderbolt Finger, Flowing Light Sword, and Misty Steps. Peng. Zichen was pushed back a few steps, but then a sword light flashed, and a deep wound appeared on Zheng Hua's body. A blade light flashed, and a wound appeared on Zichen's back. Blood instantly flowed out, but then Zichen stabbed his opponent's shoulder with his sword. It was another battle of life and death. Zichen's body was covered in scars, and although he looked miserable, they were all superficial wounds. Moreover, under the beating of his heart, these wounds were slowly recovering. On the other hand, Zheng Hua and the others were bleeding from the few wounds on their bodies. After a long time, they were almost unable to hold on. If this continued, the 3 of them would inevitably be exhausted to death by Zichen. Give it your all. I don't believe that 3 of our lives can't exchange for one of his. Zheng Hua was ruthless, and his eyes were red. Obviously, he was going all out. You know, our lives are very precious. The other 2 were also ruthless, and at this moment, they were also going all out. Even if it's a level 10 vicious beast, we can still exhaust him to death today. I don't believe that he's stronger than a level 10 vicious beast. The fierce battle began again. Zichen did not say a word, and attacked fiercely. The silver energy in his heart was healing his injuries. The 3 of them were prepared to die, and their attacks were even fiercer. The 3 of them attacked together, and Zichen was showing signs of defeat. Previously, he was taking the initiative to attack, but now he was passively defending. Kill, he can't hold on any longer. Zheng Hua shouted again, and stabbed his sword. Puff. Because he had to dodge the attacks of the 2, Zichen's shoulder was pierced. Under the intense pain, Zichen backhanded his sword, and chopped at Zheng Hua's head. The latter dodged and quickly retreated. Because the 3 of them were prepared to die, the direction of this confrontation had changed. At this moment, the 3 of them were determined to drag Zichen down with them. Zichen was already at a disadvantage, and it was very likely that he would be killed by the other party. Peng. But Zheng Hua, who had just retreated, rushed at Zichen at an extremely fast speed. Zichen covered his shoulder with one hand, and held the black sword with the other. His eyes were cold, but when he saw Zheng Hua flying at him again, Zichen's eyes had a trace of doubt. Who would attack with their hands open, exposing their weakness? Looking at Zheng Hua's appearance, it seemed like he was kicked to this side. With Zheng Hua's weakness exposed, Zichen didn't care if this was a trap or not. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he stabbed out with flowing light. A sharp sword light flashed, and the black sword stabbed toward Zheng Hua's heart. Ding! In his haste, Zheng Hua raised his sword to block. However, a soft sound rang out and Zheng Hua's sword was knocked away. Immediately after that, the black sword stabbed into Zheng Hua's chest. Puff! The black sword completely pierced through his heart. Zheng Hua! 2 more roars rang out from the side. Zichen quickly pulled out his black sword, and with a tap of his foot, he retreated. The blood that had spurted out of Zheng Hua's heart fell to Zichen's feet. Ua! Zheng Hua's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he fell to the ground, dead. He had died without knowing how he had died. At this time, a figure appeared in the direction where Zheng Hua had retreated, followed by a familiar voice. Since you're going all out, you naturally won't miss us. The one who spoke was naturally Miao Kong. Only he could silently appear behind these people. Miao Kong had arrived, and so had Zhong Haotian. The latter's injuries hadn't completely healed, but it was enough to deal with a seriously injured 10th layer Zhenqi expert. Heaven Tyrant Fis. With a shout, a fierce aura surged out of Zhong Haotian's body. His fists emitted a dazzling light, and in a flash, he struck towards a 10th layer Zhenqi expert. Peng. Facing the strongest first-rate battle skill of the battle martial ancestor, this heavily injured expert was instantly sent flying. At the same time, Zhong Haotian's figure flashed and the Sky Tyrant fist landed one blow after another. Muffled peng 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 sounds continuously resounded in the forest. While Zhong Haotian was having a great time fighting, Miao Kong was not idle either. With a flash of his feet, his figure disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared in the next moment, he was already in front of another 10th layer powerhouse and kicked his opponent's butt. I'm not good at killing people. Zi Chen, I'll leave it to you. With these words, this expert flew towards Zi Chen, and in front of Zi Chen, a black light flashed again. Puff. The black sword sank into this expert's body. Everything was so simple and neat. At this point, the 4 10th layer Zhenqi expert disciples of the martial ancestor were all dead. After killing the enemy, Zi Chen was gasping for breath. After a fierce battle, he had consumed a lot of energy. Why are you here? Zi Chen gasped for breath. We were afraid that you would be in danger. Fortunately, we came in time. Miao Kong said indifferently. Zhong Haotian didn't say anything. He walked towards the dead experts and took their tokens. Then, with a stroke of his hand, one contribution point after another entered his token. In the blink of an eye, Zi Chen saw the 2-digit contribution points. See if they have any elixirs on them. Zi Chen also suggested. He was injured, and also needed elixirs. I'm not good at killing people, but I'm good at this kind of thing. Miao Kong smiled, and went to collect the items. Chapter 48. The spiritual herbal garden had been open for more than 2 months. During this time, the number of disciples from the 3 sects that had died was in the double digits. However, most of them were in the 7th or 8th stage of the true energy realm. None of the 9th stage of the true energy realm had died. As for the 10th stage of the true energy realm, those who had reached the peak of the true energy realm were more of a deterrent. They were invincible in the spiritual herbal garden. The corpses of Zheng Hua, Shou Hu, and the others were discovered in the dense forest, which immediately caused a huge commotion. The battle martial sect had lost 4 true energy stage 10 experts in one go, which was a big deal in the spiritual herbal garden. Everyone was guessing which expert had killed them. However, those who knew the inside story felt it was inconceivable. Ling Fei naturally knew what the 4 of them had done, but he never thought that they would die. Ling Chen also knew, but she didn't have time to avenge them. Chen-ph, I'll let you have fun for a while. When the time comes, all of you will die. Ling Chen stood outside a huge valley. After hearing the news of Zheng Hua's death, her eyes were filled with killing intent. Senior brother, aren't we going too far? What if the other 2 sects' disciples all die? Xie Qiu stood beside Ling Chen. He was also in the 10th stage of the battle martial ancestor and was ranked 2nd in strength. This trip to the spiritual herbal garden is not only related to a bet, it is also a chance for our martial battle sect to establish our might. It would be great if we could wipe out everyone from the 2 sects, but not everyone would take the bait. Furthermore, our martial battle sect has been planning this for decades. Even if there is a problem, we will not find you or me. Ling Chen calmly said. Senior brother is right. Xie Qiu nodded and asked, Senior brother, what should we do about Zhong Haotian and Zi Chen? Chen Feng also wants to deal with them. Are we going to let them live arrogantly for a few more months? This matter. Ling Chen hesitated. Ling Fei's leg had not recovered yet, and Zheng Hua was dead. This revenge must be taken. After a moment of silence, Ling Chen said, send people to find Zi Chen and Zhong Haotian. After finding them, find a way to inform Xu Yang. I think he will be happy to take care of this matter. Good plan, senior brother. Their sect's matters will be settled by themselves. I'll make the arrangements now, Xie Qiu said with a smile. Tell the disciples to be careful. We can't let anything go wrong here. Senior brother, don't worry. Xiechou turned and left. In the dense forest, Luo Mu was carefully advancing. He had been here for 2 months, and his luck was very good. He had obtained quite a few spirit medicines. During this period of time, because they encountered an 8th-grade ferocious beast, they joined forces with a few of their fellow disciples to kill it. After obtaining the spirit herbs, they decided to travel together. This way, they would be able to keep each other company. Luo Mu, you said something about Zi Chen, is it true? Beside Luo Mu, an inner disciple asked. During this period of time, news of Zi Chen in the spirit herbal garden had already spread. Everyone said that Zi Chen's strength had increased again, and that he had joined forces with Zhong Haotian, who fought against the martial ancestor, to kill Zhang Hua, who was in the 10th stage of true qi. Hearing these rumors, these people were shocked. It should be known that they had slandered Zi Chen at the contribution point exchange counter, and had even borrowed contribution points from Zi Chen. How is that possible? Luo Mu curled his lips and said disdainfully, you should know what kind of person Zi Chen is. With his skills, he could only kill someone at the level of Wang Xiong at most. 10th stage of true qi? I think he would die miserably if he encountered a 9th stage true qi cultivator. Then what about the rumors? Zhang Hua and the others are really dead, a disciple said. Luo Mu faintly smiled and confidently said, Zhang Hua and the others are dead, but they were not killed by Zi Chen. If my guess is correct, this matter is definitely due to Zhong Haotian's contribution. You should know that he had previously injured an existence at the 10th level of the true energy realm. Oh, that makes sense. The others nodded. Looking around, everyone began to chat again as they passed through the dense forest. They talked about some meaningless topics. At first, they talked about geniuses, but in the end, they talked about women. I don't know what kind of dog's hit luck this Zi Chen has. Even a toad can bite a swan. Not only is he extremely ugly, he even has an affair with beauties like Lin Shui and Su Mengyao. Yeah, I really don't know what's so good about him. Su Mengyao actually abandoned senior apprentice brother Chen Feng for him. Luo Mu sneered again and said, so what? A toad will always be a toad. After offending senior apprentice brother Chen Feng, Zi Chen is destined to die. Didn't the 10 inner disciples say that as long as they found Zi Chen's trace and reported it, they would be rewarded with a 100-year-old spirit herb? Although this reward was not big, it was definitely not small either. Especially those disciples who disliked Zi Chen. Even if there was no reward, they would be happy to tell the 10 inner disciples Zi Chen's location. Just as they were chatting happily, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Black clothes, black pants, and a black scarf. Only his eyes were exposed, and his eyes were also black. The black figure suddenly appeared and blocked in front of them. Luo Mu and the others were stunned when they saw the other party's appearance. Hand over the spirit herb and contribution points, or die. The black figure said coldly. Who are you? Luo Mu stood in front of them and asked the black figure coldly. Cut the crap. Hand over the spirit herb and contribution points, or die. The black figure said coldly again. His voice was still hoarse, which was obviously intentional. Kid, you are also one of our Nimbus martial ancestor, right? You dare to ambush us here, don't you want to live? Someone behind Luo Mu said coldly. I don't want to talk nonsense. You can choose between life and death. The black figure had obviously lost his patience. The aura around him began to surge, revealing the strength of a level 8 Shen Qi. Haha, I thought you were very capable. It turns out that you are only at level 8 Shen Qi. With such little strength, you dare to rob the 5 of us. I think you are the one who is courting death. After sensing the black figure's strength, Luo Mu laughed loudly. Following that, the people behind him also laughed loudly. It seems that you all choose to die. Very well, I will fulfill your wish. A cold light flashed in the black figure's eyes. His body turned into a ray of light and rushed toward Luo Mu and the others. Luo Mu was still laughing heartily when he saw the black figure appear in front of him in a flash. The speed was simply inconceivable. Before he could even panic, Luo Mu saw a huge fist appear in front of him. This was an ordinary fist without any battle skills. However, it still brought about the whistling sound of wind. After that, it ruthlessly greeted Luo Mu's face. With a cracking sound, Luo Mu's nose was broken by the punch. Blood spurted out from his nose. Following that, Luo Mu's body flew backward until he collided with a large tree. With one strike, Luo Mu fell to the ground and began to howl in grief. You actually launched a sneak attack. You are so shameless. The black figure's clean attack did not shock the people. Instead, it angered them. They thought that the black figure had launched a sneak attack. Therefore, after a shout, the sound of swords being unsheathed rang out. Following that, the light of swords and swords slashed toward the black figure's head. Peng! Peng! Facing the attack of the swords and swords, the black figure did not dodge. Instead, he clenched his fists tightly. In a faint white light, 2 punches landed on the swords and swords. After that, the 2 people holding the swords and swords were sent flying by a strong force. 3 of the 5 people were sent flying in an instant. At this moment, the last 2 people's attacks had already landed on the black figure. Go to hell! The 2 people used all their strength to launch what they thought was their strongest attack. After launching their strongest attack, the 2 people had sinister smiles on their faces. This was what their 3 companions had fought for. As long as this attack landed on the black figure's body, not to mention a human, even a level 8 ferocious beast would be injured. Clang! Dang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The 2 people felt that the weapons in their hands were blocked by a strong resistance. After the 2 people's weapons landed on the black figure's body, they only managed to scratch the black figure's clothes. Moreover, they only left 2 faint white marks on the black figure's body. What? The 2 people looked at their masterpiece in disbelief. Their full-strength attack actually did not break the black figure's defense. At this moment, the black figure in front of them once again launched 2 punches. Peng! Peng! After the 2 punches, the 2 people were sent flying. Their figures vomited blood in the air. When they landed on the ground, they had already fainted. It was unknown whether it was because of anger or because of the punch. Go to hell! The 2 people who had been sent flying picked up their swords and attacked again. However, this time, before their attacks landed, the black figure flashed again and was already in front of them. 2 more punches were launched. This time, the punches were faster and more ruthless. The wind from the punches passed through the swords and landed on the 2 people's chests. After a muffled sound, the 2 people vomited blood and were sent flying. After that, they fainted. In less than 3 breaths of time, 4 of the 5 7th level true energy realm cultivators had been knocked unconscious. Who are you? The only one who had not fainted was Luo Mu. At this moment, he was in an even more miserable state. The bridge of his nose was broken. Blood gushed out of his nose like it was free. His mouth and body were already covered in blood. When he saw the black figure's gaze sweep over, his frightened voice began to tremble. "Mph, you don't know the difference between life and death. Since we are from the same sect, I will spare your worthless lives." The black figure still snorted coldly. His voice was abnormally hoarse. After that, the black figure walked over to the 4 unconscious people. First, he took away their bags one by one. Then, he felt for the medicinal pills in their clothes. Finally, he took their tokens and lightly drew on his own token. In an instant, clear numbers jumped onto his own token. The 4 people were already unconscious and naturally could not see all of this. Only Luo Mu saw clearly, but he felt very distressed. I'll give. However, after seeing the black figure's cold gaze sweep over him, his heart suddenly trembled. He did not care about the blood flowing from his nose. He took off his bag and token and threw out the chi recovery pills, as if he was very afraid of the black figure coming over. "Mph, at least you are sensible." The black figure took Luo Mu's things and gave a rare cold snort. However, this time, his voice was no longer hoarse. Furthermore, he sounded very young. Luo Mu felt that his voice was somewhat familiar. After that, Luo Mu saw the black figure take his token and exchange it with the other person's token. With another stroke, his contribution points disappeared. This time, Luo Mu did not feel any heartache. Instead, A bright light flashed through his eyes. This was because in that instant, he saw the name on the other side of the token. Zichen. He is Zichen. Luo Mu's heart was beating wildly. He could not help but want to cry out in alarm. However, he forcibly restrained himself. He lowered his head and pretended to be afraid. He did not dare to look at the black figure again. However, in his heart, he was thinking about how to spread this news. Scram. At that moment, Luo Mu heard a voice as if he had been granted amnesty. P.S. Due to the fact that I was in a rush and did not save up the manuscript, I have been quite busy recently. Therefore, I can only promise to update twice a day, which is a total of 6,000 words. In order to give myself some motivation, I'll add more chapters here. On the main website, if you accumulate 1,000 VIPs and 1 chapter, 100 stamps and 1 chapter, 5,000 flowers and 1 chapter and 1,000 favorites, you can also add 1 chapter and 1 chapter. As for accumulating 1,000 PK votes and 1 chapter, I'll appeal here. If you feel that this book is okay, I hope that you will support it. Even if you only cast a single vote, after accumulating enough chapters, you can also add more chapters. It's not easy to be a newcomer, and it's even harder to write a new book. I hope that everyone can help and support me. I hope that you can do whatever you can to make Thunder Warrior go further, and also let me, a new writer, go further. Chapter 49. The Black Shadow's words sounded very cold, but to Luo Mu, it was like the sound of nature. His heart was beating wildly, but he did not show any flaws on his face. After bowing his head in gratitude, he crawled towards the other 4. Luo Mu knew that Zichen was willing to let him go because he was soft-hearted. So, he had a way to deal with soft-hearted people. He deliberately crawled very slowly, as if he was seriously injured. He also wanted to make himself look like a righteous person. Junior brother, wake up, junior brother. Luo Mu shook an unconscious disciple. His voice was hoarse, and his body was covered in blood. It was a horrible sight. The Black Shadow seemed to be unwilling to see this scene and left directly. Junior brother, junior brother. Luo Mu shouted softly as he looked in the direction the Black Shadow left. After a while, the Black Shadow disappeared at the end of his line of sight. Wake up, wake up. Luo Mu increased his strength, and his voice was much lower. His nose was no longer spurting blood. One by one, the disciples were awakened by him. Luo Mu, what happened? Where are our bags? The disciples woke up and found that their bags were gone. Their faces changed instantly. They were taken by the other party. Let's leave here quickly. Luo Mu clearly did not want to say more. He just wanted to leave. The other party, who is the other party? A disciple asked. Idiot, of course it's the person who knocked you out. Luo Mu could not help but scold. But he regretted it as soon as he opened his mouth. He lowered his voice. It's good enough that you're still alive. I begged him not to kill you. Don't you see that even your contribution points are gone? Luo Mu said. Ah, it's true. That damned thing. A disciple exclaimed. Shut up. Luo Mu scolded. You can earn more if you lose your things, but you'll die if you lose your life. Hurry up and follow me to find senior brother Shu Yang. Why are we going to find Shu Yang? Can he help us? I'm not sure about others, but this time, he will definitely help us because I know the Black Shadow's identity. Luo Mu whispered. Who is the Black Shadow? The 4 looked at Luo Mu. It's Zichen. Luo Mu whispered. What Zichen? That damned thing. The 4 men's eyes were filled with murderous intent. I didn't expect him to become stronger again, but so what? He's still going to die. Let's go and tell senior brother Shu Yang that this time, Zichen will die without a burial place. It's not that easy to take our things. Everyone gritted their teeth and quickly left with their heavily injured bodies. The Black Shadow left the forest and walked for a few miles before stopping outside a valley. Pulling off the mask on his head, it was really Zichen. That day, he found this black robe in Zhenghua and the others' bags. It fit him quite well. Although black robes were only worn by core disciples in the sect, there was no such thing in the outside world. This was Zichen's temporary residence. It was a very secretive place. Previously, he had been recuperating here. During this period of time, Zichen had been doing this kind of shady business. Compared to working hard to find spirit herbs himself, stealing them was much faster. This was also a shortcut. What's wrong? Looking at your appearance, you should have let Luo Mu go. A voice sounded as Miao Kong walked out of the valley. We're all from the same sect. It's fine to steal their things. Zichen said. That day in the sect, they wanted to kill you. Miao Kong shook his head and sighed, you're too soft-hearted. Sooner or later, you'll suffer a big loss. Look at Zhong Haotian. None of the disciples who fell into his hands survived. During this period of time, Miao Kong had been on guard. Whichever sect's disciple came would be the one to steal. If it was Xian martial ancestor, then one of the two could go. However, during this period of time, Zichen had always let go of many people who had offended him. As for Zhong Haotian, he was ruthless. Everyone who had offended him had died under his tyrant heaven fist. Zichen smiled and said, the reason why I let them go is because I don't think they pose a threat to me. I don't necessarily have to kill them. However, if they pose a threat to me, I naturally won't let them go. Zichen's eyes suddenly turned cold. A dense killing intent appeared. What do you mean? Feeling the dense killing intent from Zichen, Miao Kong asked doubtfully. Zhong Haotian also felt the killing intent and walked out. He was also dressed in black. His expression was unusually cold as he said coldly, who do you want to kill? The 10 disciples of the inner sect. Zichen said coldly. Previously, when he was hiding in the forest, he heard the conversation of Luo Mu and the others. He knew that the 10 disciples of the inner sect were still looking for him. Thus, inadvertently, Luo Mu, who had not fainted, discovered Zichen's token. Luo Mu thought that he was very smart. However, he did not expect that all of this was Zichen's scheme. Zichen explained the matter and said, I think they will come. We might as well prepare well and give them a big gift. That's right. Guard here and settle it once and for all. It's best to settle it once and for all. It'll save us some trouble. The two of them nodded and walked towards the deep valley. Relying on his strength, Xu Yang only stayed in one place in the spiritual herbal garden. This place used to be the territory of a level 8 vicious beast. However, after Xu Yang killed it and ate it, this place became Xu Yang's territory. The 10 disciples of the inner sect stayed here. The 10th disciple's injuries had already recovered. However, he kept talking about Zhong Haotian and was determined to kill him. Losing to Zhong Haotian that day was a disgrace to the 10th disciple. He must get revenge. If he could not win in a one-on-one fight, then he would gang up on him. One day later, Luo Mu and the others hurried over. Senior brother Xu Yang, senior brother Xu Yang. From afar, a few people started to shout. Luo Mu's body was covered in blood. He looked very miserable and miserable. Who is it? The 10th disciple of the inner sect appeared and coldly looked forward. Senior brother, it's me, Luo Mu. I hope that senior brother can save us and eliminate the scum of the Nimbus martial ancestor. Luo Mu begged. The others also begged. What's the matter? The 10th disciple was a little impatient. He did not know who Luo Mu was, and was too lazy to talk to them. It's Zichen. We saw Zichen. Everything was robbed by him, including our contribution points. Luo Mu cried. What? Zichen? Before the 10th disciple of the inner sect could speak, a young man walked out. He had a handsome face and a slender figure, wearing a white robe. He slowly walked out from the woods, and a hint of surprise could be seen on his handsome face. The person was Lin Yu, the second disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor inner sect, only slightly weaker than Xu Yang. He was very popular in the Nimbus martial ancestor, and his handsome face was the target of many female cultivators. When he first came here, he was asked by Luo Men to kill Zichen. After that, he was ordered by Chen Feng to kill Zichen. During this period of time, he and Xu Yang had split up and led different teams. For more than 2 months, they still could not find Zichen. It was indeed Zichen. Luo Mu said, I saw it with my own eyes. Tell me the details. Xu Yang also walked out from the woods. Seeing his two senior brothers appear together, Luo Mu was a little flattered, but it could be seen how important Zi Chen was to the two of them. Even though he was flattered, Luo Mu still explained the entire matter clearly. Of course, Luo Mu would not forget the parts that needed to be exaggerated. After a while, Zi Chen was described by Luo Mu as a despicable and shameless person who secretly attacked his own sect's disciples. Moreover, he was a traitor who had no manners at all. He also said that if the 10 disciples of the inner sect had the guts, they could come at him. He also said that he did not put the nimbus martial ancestor in his eyes. He also said that the 10 disciples of the inner sect were not worthy of their reputation, and that they could not even defeat Zhong Haotian, who was at True Qi Stage 8. Luo Mu lowered his head and added fuel to the fire. The 4 people beside him did not say a word, but the angry expression on their faces was a good match for Luo Mu. This guy is so arrogant. Lin Yu clenched his fists, his eyes filled with killing intent. I'm going to kill him. The 10th disciple of the inner sect was already furious. Xu Yang's expression was extremely gloomy. Whether Luo Mu was telling the truth or not, Zi Chen was definitely going to die. Where is he? Xu Yang asked coldly. In a dense forest a few dozen miles away. I think he hasn't left yet. Luo Mu said. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and lead the way. The 10th disciple of the inner sect shouted. Then, Xu Yang called the others. The 10 disciples of the inner sect quickly gathered. Seeing the 10 people in front of him, Luo Mu felt a little dizzy and could not help but ask, are all the senior brothers going? It was no wonder that Luo Mu was shocked. He had already accurately described Zi Chen's strength, which was only at True Qi Stage 8. In his opinion, any 1 or 2 of the 10 disciples of the inner sect would be enough, but he never expected that all 10 of them would go. Cut the crap. Let's go. The 10th disciple of the inner sect said coldly. Luo Mu and the others did not know the truth, but the 10 disciples of the inner sect had heard from the martial ancestor that Zi Chen was with Zhong Haotian. Moreover, Zi Chen had mastered the thunderbolt finger, so his combat strength was even stronger than Zhong Haotian's. Therefore, the 10 of them did not dare to be careless. After all, Zheng Hua and the others who fought the martial ancestor had died at the hands of Zi Chen and Zhong Haotian. Luo Mu nodded bitterly and led the way with the other junior brothers. The 10 disciples of the inner sect followed behind. Big brother, is this Zi Chen really that strong? Someone asked. Since he dared to offend Chen Feng, he naturally has some tricks up his sleeve. Before, I thought he was a brainless person, but now it seems that he was prepared. The thunderbolt finger, the most difficult battle skill to master in the martial ancestor, was mastered by him. Xu Yang sighed. What does the thunderbolt finger look like? We haven't seen it before. I haven't seen it either, but I heard that it can shoot out a thunderbolt. Thunderbolt? Are you kidding me? The power of the thunderbolt is the power of the heavens. How can ordinary cultivators like us use it? A disciple sneered. Haha, what's the use of talking about it here? Once we get there, we'll naturally see it. Xu Yang smiled. He did not believe in the power of the thunderbolt in the legends. Luo Mu was injured when he came back, but with Xu Yang and the others around, his speed was much faster. After half a day, they arrived at their destination. It's here. Zi Chen left from this direction. Luo Mu pointed in the direction where Zi Chen disappeared. Let's go. Xu Yang said coldly. Chapter 50. The valley was very deep, surrounded by luxuriant foliage. As the wind blew, the vegetation swayed. Only the sound of the wind could be heard in the silent valley. At this moment, Xu Yang felt as if every tree and bush was an enemy. It was as if the valley was a giant mouth of the netherworld, waiting for them to enter. This place is a little strange. There are no beast roars. It's very quiet. It's very unusual. They all felt a different aura and stood outside the valley, hesitating. There's someone there. Luo Mu pointed to the front of the valley and exclaimed. A figure flashed from the valley. It's him. A glint flashed across Xu Yang's eyes. That day, Miao Kong's light body technique had made their eyes light up. He was with Zi Chen that day. Zi Chen must be inside. Let's go quickly. They'll run away if we're late. The third brother of the inner sect was an impatient person. He was brave but not smart. After seeing Miao Kong, he immediately chased into the valley. Third brother. Shu Yang shouted. Big brother, let's catch up. As soon as the third brother left, the humiliated 10th brother also followed closely. Let's go. Shu Yang sighed helplessly. He gave up the idea of continuing to observe and rushed into the valley. In the blink of an eye, 10 figures flashed and disappeared at the edge of the valley. What should we do? The 10 left, leaving Luo Mu and the other 4. We haven't gotten the reward yet. Let's go in quickly. If we kill Zi Chen, we can get closer to senior brother Shu Yang. Luo Mu's eyes flashed. After calculating for a while, he went in first. In his opinion, this time Zi Chen would definitely die. Therefore, he just went in to get some popularity and get familiar with Shu Yang and the others. The other 4 followed closely behind. Rumble. As soon as they entered the valley, they heard a rumbling sound. It was like thunder exploding in their ears. Is it the thunderbolt finger? Everyone was stunned. No, look above. Following the exclamation, everyone saw a few large rocks rolling down from the top of the mountain. Each rock was a few meters in size and weighed a few 100 pounds. As they fell from the top of the valley, the rumbling sound continued. Some of the small rocks that were in the way exploded when they came into contact with the big rocks. The big rocks rolled down, bringing up endless dust. Not good. Dodge. The stones fell rapidly, and the impact was unimaginable. Even if someone with level 10 true chi was hit, they would still die without a doubt. Boom. Boom. Rumbling sounds could be heard one after another. Large rocks fell from the top of the valley with a ferocious momentum. Above the valley, Zi Chen looked down at the ant-like black dots and grinned evilly. He exerted more force in his hand and another big rock rolled down. This was what they had been preparing for the past 2 days, and it was also a meeting gift for Shu Yang and the others. They had moved dozens of large rocks, close to 100, to the top of the mountain, covering the entire valley. Quite a lot of people have come. Zi Chen sneered. He struck out with a powerful force until all the stones fell to the ground. At the same time, in the other 2 directions, Miao Kong and Zhong Haotian also pushed down all the rocks. The 3 of them looked at each other, and then looked down, waiting for the greeting gifts to work. Boom. Boom. Large rocks tumbled down ferociously, as if they were exploding with claps of thunder. Shu Yang and the others tapped their feet and their figures quickly flew away. Their level 10 true chi suddenly surged, and one battle skill after another was launched. Their figures moved in the air for a short time to avoid the rocks. If they really couldn't avoid them, they would hit the rocks and use the rebound force to retreat. Get lost. The 10th inner disciple was humiliated before, so he ran the fastest and encountered the most rocks. Just as he dodged a large rock, another large rock fell from the top of his head. The wind was like the cry of a ghost, and it made the 10th inner disciple's hair stand on end. Abdomen's true chi converged on her hands, and she made a move to raise the sky. Mountain lifting strength. The 10th inner disciple raised his hands like an ancient giant, trying to lift the falling rock. Catcher. The big rock suddenly fell with a surging momentum, and directly smashed on the 10th inner disciple's head. The 10th inner disciple's raised hands were instantly pulled down, and his body fell to the ground. At the same time, the big rock fell on his head. Pang. Like a watermelon exploding, blood splattered everywhere, and the 10th inner disciple was dead. Hundreds of pounds of rocks fell from the top of the mountain, and the momentum was simply indescribable. The 10th inner disciple was the weakest, so it was normal that he couldn't withstand it. 10th. A few roars sounded. The 10th inner disciple was dead. Shu Yang and the others were in so much pain that they wanted to die. However, they couldn't even solve their own crisis, so they could only suppress the pain and anger in their hearts. Large boulders whistled down one after another. Get lost. The enraged Shu Yang leaped into the air, displaying an aura that was second only to the Xiantian realm. He waved his fists in the air, causing rays of light to appear. He directly smashed a large rock, causing it to explode. Shu Yang's attack smashed the rock, but the strong impact also made him fall to the ground, and he staggered. Chen, I want you dead. Xu Yang roared to the sky, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. It was as if he could see Chen on top of the valley. The 10 inner disciples were all at true Qi level 10, and it was already so difficult for them to dodge the large rocks, let alone Luo Mu and the others. When they came in, the sound of the rocks rolling could be heard. What's going on? I'm a big rock, run. Everyone's faces changed dramatically, and they turned around to run. However, their reaction was too slow, and the large rocks fell around the 5 of them. Puff, puff. 2 light sounds were heard, and the 2 inner disciples were forever under the large rocks. Luo Mu's body staggered, and under the impact of the falling rocks, he fell forward. When he turned his head, he saw blood splattering on his face. The ground rumbled as if the mountains were collapsing, and deep pits appeared one after another. Luo Mu's face was full of fear and shock. The scene in front of him was like the end of the world. However, at this moment, the screams of the 10th inner disciple and the roars of the others were heard. It's over, even one of them is dead. Luo Mu's face was pale, and his legs began to weaken. He could no longer stand up. A sense of regret emerged from the bottom of his heart, but it was all too late. Next to him, the rocks were whistling down, and the ground was shaking as if there was an earthquake. Luo Mu, whose legs were already weak, crawled on the ground, and walked out step by step. It seemed that his luck was extremely good. Even when several large rocks fell on him, he was still unharmed. Puff! Another sound of flesh and blood was heard, and a white object with fresh blood flew towards Luo Mu. Luo Mu's heart sank. Another one had died. Puff! Another sound, and Luo Mu's heart jumped again. Another one had died. 4 out of the 5 had died, and there was only one left. Luo Mu crawled even faster. He didn't know when, but the whistling sound in his ears had disappeared, and the shaking stopped. He looked up and climbed out of the valley. Ahahaha! Luo Mu crawled on the ground and laughed to the sky. The joy of surviving a disaster was only known to those who had experienced it personally. At this moment, Luo Mu clearly felt that it was good to be alive. But before he could finish laughing, he suddenly felt darkness in front of him. The bright sunlight had been blocked. A cold young man in black was staring at Luo Mu coldly. He was emitting a cold aura that kept people at 1,000 miles away. Who are you? Luo Mu's voice was trembling, and his face was full of fear. He saw the killing intent in the cold young man's eyes. The person who will kill you. The cold young man said coldly. Then, a ray of light appeared, and Luo Mu's head flew into the distance with a shocked and frightened head. Blood splattered everywhere. After killing Luo Mu, Zhong Haotian carried his long blade and walked towards the valley step by step. In the valley, the greeting gifts had been delivered. At this moment, the valley was a mess. Blood was everywhere, and there were many deep pits on the ground, full of traces of falling rocks. Not far away, the 10 inner disciples gathered together. At this moment, only 9 of them were left. The 9 of them were all injured. Some of them had broken arms and legs, and were dripping with blood. But compared to the 11th inner disciple who was smashed to death, they were much luckier. Chen. Xu Yang's eyes emitted a bloodthirsty light as he stared at the black figure in front of him. Chen descended from the valley with a black sword in his hand. His eyes were cold as he walked towards Xu Yang and the others. On the other side, Miao Kong also slowly walked forward. Big brother, let's retreat first. Lin Yu whispered in Xu Yang's ear as the 9 of them were injured. It was unwise to fight the enemy now. Okay, let's go. Xu Yang's heart was filled with sorrow, but he knew the severity of the situation. But at this moment, another black figure blocked the exit of the valley. It was Zhong Haotian. Since you're here, don't leave. Zhong Haotian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Ha ha. Xu Yang laughed. I can't believe that I, Xu Yang, would be put in such a difficult situation by 3 small fries. Since there's no way out, then there's no need to leave. Brothers, can you accompany me to kill these bastards? Xu Yang and the others had seen Zhong Haotian before and knew who he was. Now that they were surrounded, there was no hope for them to escape. We're willing to kill the enemy together with Big Brother. The 8 of them said in unison as fighting intent rose in their hearts. Good. The 10 of us brothers don't ask to be born in the same year and month, but we ask to die in the same year and month. Shu Yang laughed, but his eyes were filled with tears. Good. The 8 of them nodded in unison. Those who kill must also be killed. Zi Chen's eyes emitted a cold light. The brotherhood of Shu Yang and the others had touched Zi Chen, but it did not soften his heart. Instead, his killing intent grew stronger. If they didn't die today, he would be the one to die in the future. Zhong Haotian was already approaching. Compared to Zi Chen, he was even colder. The long blade in his hand emitted a chilling light. Miao Kong's expression was calm as he walked forward step by step. Although there was no killing intent or indifference, it showed his ruthlessness. It was as if the people who were about to die in front of him were not people, but cats and dogs. Miao Kong ignored them. Kill. Before the 3 of them could get close, Shu Yang and the others shouted and rushed towards the 3. Die. Killing intent flashed in Zi Chen's eyes. The flowing light sword art had already appeared. Like a ray of light, he rushed towards a disciple with a broken leg. Pu. Chapter 51. Die. After killing one disciple, Zi Chen didn't have time to pull out his black sword. A bolt of lightning leaped out from his fingers and rushed towards another disciple like a roaring dragon. Boom. Under such a thunderbolt, the other party's heavily injured body was instantly sent flying. He smashed into a large rock that had fallen. After his body twitched a few times, he stopped moving. Even as he was dying, his eyes were still filled with shock. Even if Zi Chen was strong enough, it would still be very difficult for him to kill someone in the 10th stage of true energy. But when the boulders fell, they were all injured. Because they couldn't move, it was much easier to kill the enemy now. Among the inner disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor, the 10 strongest were like fruits and weeds in front of Zi Chen, waiting for Zi Chen to cut them. I'll kill you. Lin Yu's Zhenqi surged as the second disciple of the inner court rushed towards Zi Chen. His speed was extremely fast, and he hugged Zi Chen tightly. On the other side, 2 people had already died to Zhong Haotian's long blade. At the same time, he abandoned his long blade and used the heavenly tyrant fist. With a surging aura, he punched towards Shu Yang's head. Bang! Shu Yang was the strongest, and his injuries were the lightest. He managed to block Zhong Haotian's killing blow, but his figure was forced back. At the same time, Zhong Haotian was also retreating. Shua. At this moment, a figure quickly rushed towards Zhong Haotian and hugged him with all his might. It was the 3rd disciple of the inner sect, the one who was brave but not astute. Big brother, let's go. Inner sect's 3rd brother roared as he hugged Zhong Haotian tightly. Big brother, let's go. Lin Yu also roared. Take revenge for us. At the same time, the 2 disciples who had joined hands to hug Miao Kong also cried out loudly. On the brink of death, these 10th-level True Qi disciples unleashed an unprecedented amount of potential, firmly holding back the 3 of them, giving Shu Yang a chance to escape. Shu Yang's eyes were filled with grief. At this moment, he really didn't want to leave. In his heart, dying like this was better than leaving. Let's go, big brother. Remember to avenge us. Lin Yu hugged Zi Chen tightly. All of his true qi began to surge. His eyes were filled with the will to die. Because of his strength, his 10 fingernails were deeply imprinted into Zi Chen's body. Let's go. Scram. At the same time, there were roars and curses. Shu Yang's eyes were already filled with tears. At this moment, they had given him a chance to live. Brothers, I swear that I will avenge you. Shu Yang wiped away the tears on his face. With a tap of his foot, the first-grade movement technique, misty steps, appeared. With the comprehension of true intent, he disappeared from the valley. Pu. Pu. The remaining disciples held on with all their might, unleashing all their potential at this moment. They held back Zi Chen and the others for a long time, but in the end, they died one by one under the saber light and sword shadows. Blood dyed the valley red, and a bleak and sorrowful aura pervaded the valley. Zi Chen stood there motionless. There were 10 fingernail marks all over his body. That was the result of Lin Yu's fingernails piercing into his flesh when he was hugging him. Even a 9th-level true chi physique had been pierced by fingernails. It was clear that Lin Yu had really gone all out. Zhong Haotian, Miao Kong, and the others were also not in a good state. They had all suffered light injuries. Zi Chen did not move. He was touched by Xu Yang and the others' brotherhood. He was also envious of them. Unfortunately, these loyal people were not his friends. How is it? Can you catch up? Zhong Haotian asked coldly. He was not affected by his emotions. I'm afraid not. Xu Yang's injuries are very light. Even if I can catch up, you won't be able to. I can't beat him. Miao Kong curled his lips and said indifferently. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Zi Chen suddenly said, they are all good people. Let's bury them. Okay. You take the contribution points first. Miao Kong said indifferently. Killing these loyal people did not affect his mood at all. Zhong Haotian was the same. He was very cold. Contribution points. Forget it. I don't want to touch their things. Zi Chen shook his head. Haha. Miao Kong gently smiled and said, then wait for it to be taken by others. Your heart is still too soft. If these people want to kill you, even if they are loyal, they will still die. As for the contribution points, if you don't take them, then it will be a waste. Who knows who will benefit when the time comes? In the end, Zi Chen still took the contribution points. The contribution points of the 10 inner disciples were definitely a large amount. In an instant, Zi Chen's contribution points broke through 2 digits and reached a terrifying 3 digits. 588 points. This number was really frightening. After taking the contribution points, Zi Chen gathered the corpses of the 10 inner disciples in a deep pit and buried them. It had to be said that Zi Chen was a good person. However, he was definitely not a good person. Compared to the 10 inner disciples who were buried, Luo Mu and the others did not have such good treatment. Their corpses would be exposed in the wilderness and wait for some fierce beasts to collect their corpses. What do we do now? After taking care of everything, Miao Kong asked. The problem of the Nimbus martial ancestor has been solved. What's left is the Zhon martial ancestor. However, this place has already been exposed. If we do it again, no one will fall for it. It's better to leave. After pondering for a moment, Zi Chen said, do we have to find another place to continue scheming against the Zhon martial ancestor? Miao Kong asked. We can try this method. Zi Chen said. However, Zhong Haotian shook his head and said, this method won't work. The current Zhon martial ancestor will not send anyone out. Why? The two turned their heads and looked at Zhong Haotian in confusion. Ling Chen is doing something very important. This matter requires a lot of people from the Zhon martial ancestor. I don't know the specifics, but I'm sure that he can't leave. There are many true energy stage 10 disciples who can't leave either. The fact that Zheng Hua and the others were able to come that day was already beyond my expectations. Zhong Haotian said. If that's the case, let's find some elixirs and break through first. Zi Chen said, Zhong Haotian, didn't you reach the bottleneck of the peak of the 8th layer? Why don't you take a few elixirs and break through first? It's not that easy to break through a bottleneck. I thought I was going to break through, but I was still at the peak of the 8th layer. Zhong Haotian said with a bitter smile. Only when he was talking to Zi Chen would he not put on a cool appearance. Then you can take some more elixirs. There's not much here, but there are plenty of elixirs. Zi Chen said with a smile. Let's give it a try. Zhong Haotian spread out his hands, but it was obvious that there was not much hope. If one could break through to the true energy stage 9 with just 100-year elixir, then Wang Xiong would not have coveted Zi Chen's 500-year-old snow ginseng. Don't be depressed. There are plenty of elixirs here, and there are many over 500 years old. Anyway, we still have plenty of time. Why don't we go look for them first? Miao Kong said with a faint smile. The three of them finally left. Xu Yang ran all the way, and only stopped after flying for 100 miles. Second brother, third brother. Xu Yang leaned against a big tree. Tears flowed out of his eyes and dripped down. How many years had it been? Xu Yang had never been in such a sorry state. He was actually forced to a dead end by 3 little guys. Moreover, 9 of his 10 brothers were dead. Dead, they're all dead. Tears mixed with snot flowed down. Xu Yang was heartbroken and began to cry. Zi Chen, Zhong Haotian, I will kill you with my own hands. In the forest, a man's heartbroken cry resounded. This cry lasted for half the night. In the latter half of the night, Xu Yang stopped crying. His eyes were red like a crazy beast. He turned around and looked in the direction of the valley. With a plop, he knelt down and heavily kowtowed 9 times on the ground until blood appeared on his forehead. Brothers, I swear I will avenge you. After kowtowing, Xu Yang stood up and walked towards the depths of the forest. It was naturally unrealistic to rely on his own strength to kill Zi Chen and the other 2. Therefore, he needed to find reinforcements. The first person Xu Yang wanted to find was Ling Chen, who was fighting the martial ancestor. Because both sides had a common enemy. However, the spiritual herbal garden was very large. Wanting to find Ling Chen was easier said than done. Xu Yang walked for several days. Not to mention finding Ling Chen, he could not even find half of the martial ancestor's disciples. It was not until the 7th day that Xu Yang heard the sounds of fighting and beast roars coming from the forest. Xu Yang walked towards the source of the sound and finally found the people fighting the martial ancestor. From afar, he heard a loud shout. All of you get out of the way. Go back and tell my brother that this beast was killed by me, Ling Fei, alone. Ling Fei's voice came out. In front of him, there was a huge ape that was a few meters tall. It was already heavily injured and on the verge of death. There was a lot of blood on its pitch-black fur. Many rolled-up wounds revealed bright red flesh. At this time, the peak of level 8 beast was already on the verge of death. It could die at any time. Since the last time it was injured, it took more than a month for Ling Fei's injuries to recover. Ling Chen's big matter did not require his help, so he brought a group of disciples out again. Fortunately, he found another spiritual herbal garden that was more than 500 years old. Before the silver sword in his hand could pierce into the body of the huge ape, Ling Fei felt a strong force coming from the opposite side. Then, a figure suddenly jumped up and hit the huge ape's head with a palm. Bang! The huge ape fell down and its life force dissipated. You! Ling Fei was furious. However, after seeing who it was, he covered up the unhappiness in his heart. It's you, Xu Yang? He had seen Xu Yang that day. Ling Chen had also introduced him to Xu Yang. Xu Yang appeared with an unnatural expression. His eyes were still emitting red light. His mood was very unstable, like a fireball that was about to explode. This was also the reason why Ling Fei kept quiet. Ling Fei, right? I've seen you before. Xu Yang had an unnatural smile on his face, as if it was forced out. Greetings, senior brother Xu Yang. Xu Yang's expression gave Ling Fei a bad feeling. It was as if he had seen a ruthless beast. He could only hurriedly say this. As for the unhappiness in his heart, it had already disappeared. The other disciples came over, but they all felt the oppressive aura from Xu Yang and did not dare to move. Put away your spiritual herbal garden. I need your help, Xu Yang said indifferently. Okay. Ling Fei nodded and then winked at a disciple next to him. The latter quickly put away the 600-years-old spiritual herbal garden. What is it, senior brother? Ling Fei asked carefully. Take me to see Ling Chen, Xu Yang said. Chapter 52. What? You don't want to? Seeing Ling Fei's hesitant expression, the forced smile on Xu Yang's face disappeared. He was extremely gloomy and the aura around him was unstable. Of course not. Ling Fei said awkwardly, it's just that my cousin is doing something important and has no time to see others. Even I have a hard time seeing him. Chmph, does he not care about your life or death? Xu Yang said coldly. All 9 of his brothers were dead. He had already thrown caution to the wind, so he did not care about killing a few more people. What do you mean? Ling Fei's face was very ugly. The others also looked at Xu Yang cautiously. They had all heard of Xu Yang's name and did not dare to make a move. The peak of level 10 true energy could kill them instantly. My meaning is very clear. If I don't see Ling Chen, you won't see the sun tomorrow. Xu Yang said coldly. Are you threatening me? Ling Fei stared at Xu Yang. It's not a threat. The aura of level 10 true energy had already surged out. Xu Yang's eyes also had a hint of killing intent. The two of them looked at each other. In the end, Ling Fei could not withstand Xu Yang's gaze and lost. Xu Yang's eyes really had killing intent. This guy really wanted to kill him. Ling Fei could only compromise. Okay, I'll take you there. Xu Yang snorted coldly. This damn Xu Yang, is he crazy? He actually wants to kill me. Ling Fei cursed in his heart, but could only obediently lead the way. Go tell my cousin that senior brother Xu Yang is looking for him for an important matter. Tell him to take some time to come over. Halfway through, Ling Fei instructed a disciple. Yes, young master Ling Fei. In the battle martial ancestor, those who were weaker than Ling Fei would call him young master, while those who were stronger would call him by his name. Xu Yang did not say anything and let them leave. Ling Fei was not a fool. He knew that his cousin was doing something important, so he could not bring Xu Yang along. Thus, he asked Ling Chen to come. A few days later, Xu Yang finally saw Ling Chen. Senior brother Xu Yang, I don't know when you are looking for me. Why are you in such a hurry that you even used my cousin's life to threaten him? Ling Chen came in a hurry and seemed very unhappy, but he still cupped his fists at Xu Yang. Obviously, he already knew what happened. There is an important matter. Xu Yang glanced at the crowd and said in an indifferent manner. Oh, all of you can leave. Ling Fei will leave too. Ling Chen waved her hands. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, especially Ling Fei. These days, when Xu Yang was by his side, he felt as if there was a level 10 ferocious beast standing beside him. He was on tenterhooks all day long. After the crowd dispersed, Ling Chen asked calmly, "What's the matter?" "I know the whereabouts of Zi Chen and Zhong Haotian." Xu Yang went straight to the point. Ling Chen was taken aback. She did not expect Xu Yang to say such a thing. Moreover, it was such an unimportant topic. However, Xu Yang said it so seriously that Ling Chen could not understand what he meant. "Don't you want to kill them?" "I know where they are," Xu Yang said again, staring at Ling Chen like a beast staring at its prey. "I'm very busy now and I don't have the time to care about such small matters." Ling Chen frowned and said indifferently, "Small matter? Is this a small matter?" Xu Yang's expression was slightly malevolent, but he quickly suppressed it. His tone softened as he said, "Then lend me some men. I'll go kill them." Xu Yang's mood had changed greatly, causing Ling Chen to be even more puzzled. However, when he heard this, his expression instantly changed. "Where are your people? The 10 disciples of the spiritual martial sect are powerful. Could it be that they can't deal with them? Do you still need to borrow people from me?" This sentence ignited the pain in Xu Yang's heart. He roared, "Are you going to lend me your men or not?" His roar spread far and wide, attracting the attention of Ling Fei and the others. "Xu Yang, are you AF King Mad Dog? Why are you shouting at me? Why should I lend you my men?" Ling Chen glared at him. The level 10 true chi started to surge, and the atmosphere in the forest instantly became oppressive. "What, you want to make a move?" Ling Chen said coldly. He could see the crazy killing intent in Xu Yang's eyes. "If you don't lend me your men, I will," Xu Yang said coldly. His mood was no longer stable. Ling Chen's thoughts were running fast. He was thinking about why Xu Yang had changed so much. Suddenly, an unbelievable thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that all 9 of them? When this question appeared in his mind, Ling Chen jumped in fright. The 10 disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor were the deterrents of the spiritual herbal garden. How could so many of them die in such a short period of time? However, in order to verify his guess, Ling Chen also smiled. After easing the oppressive atmosphere, he said, "Senior brother Xu Yang, it's not that I don't want to lend you my men, but that I have no one to lend. You also know that 4 level 10 disciples died under my hands. This time, I have an important matter to attend to. I can't find anyone to lend you." Xu Yang's expression was still cold. Not to mention level 10, even level 9 and level 8 disciples have been used. "If you don't mind, I can send Ling Fei to you. What use do I have for that trash? Xu Yang snorted. I can't do anything about that. Ling Chen smiled bitterly. The atmosphere that had just eased became oppressive again. Suddenly, Ling Chen said, but if senior brother really wants to borrow someone, I think there should be someone who can help. Who? Xu Yang's eyes flashed with urgency. Mui. He has many strong disciples under him. Moreover, there were no casualties. If you find him, you can borrow as much as you want. Ling Chen suggested. Mui. Xu Yang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. In his confusion, he had actually forgotten about the people from the Black Turtle sect. Where is he? How can I find him? Xu Yang asked. Go through this dense forest. Walk a few hundred miles and you will find him. Ling Chen pointed in a direction. Okay, goodbye. Xu Yang cupped his hands and quickly left. Seeing Xu Yang's figure disappear, Ling Chen's eyes flashed. As expected, Zi Chen and Zhong Haotian's methods are not ordinary. They actually killed 9 of the 10 disciples. However, no matter how strong you are, as long as you haven't reached the Xiantian level, you will all die. Cousin, what's wrong with Xu Yang? His mood seems to be unstable. Ling Fei walked over. Humph, how can his mood be stable with a dead brother? You're lucky that he didn't kill you on the spot. Ling Chen sneered. What, a dead brother? Ling Fei was shocked. Nimbus martial ancestors 10 disciples, I'm afraid that only one of them is left. Haha. Ling Chen laughed and said something even more shocking. Xu Yang did not stop to rest. He rushed day and night. Finally, after 2 days, he arrived at the place Ling Chen had mentioned. He also saw Mui. Mui was a kind young man. He was the #1 disciple of the mysterious martial ancestor. At this time, he was chatting with Liang Guang. He was surprised to see Xu Yang. I want to borrow people to kill Zi Chen and Zhong Haotian. Xu Yang stated his purpose. It was very direct and very clear. Borrow people? Mui was also startled. Anyone who heard such a sudden question would also be startled. He was naturally aware of the matter between Zi Chen and Zhong Haotian. He had also heard many things about the two. To be honest, for such geniuses, Mui did not want to provoke them. Even if the two of them had recently stolen many of the mysterious martial ancestors' disciples' elixirs. Borrow people. I want to borrow all the disciples at the 10th level to kill the two of them. Xu Yang repeated again. His tone was very firm and very cold. The current Xu Yang was like a mad dog. He dared to bite anyone he saw. Brother Xu, don't worry. If you have something to say, sit down and slowly talk. Right, where is Brother Lin Yu? Why didn't he come? Mui laughed. Xu Yang's face instantly changed. But Mui greeted him with a smile. He did not want to be angry. He could only coldly say, he died. Pu. Liang Guang was drinking water. When he heard Mui's words, he spat it out. He was obviously frightened. Lin Yu was the second strongest disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor. His strength was similar to Liang Guang's. Who could kill such a person in the spirit herbal garden? Mui was still smiling. His expression did not change, but his mind was spinning rapidly. He was trying to guess what was going on. Mui, are you going to borrow people or not? Xu Yang's voice was very cold. Brother Xu, you should be more polite when you speak. Liang Guang, who originally wanted to ask, heard Xu Yang's tone and said with dissatisfaction. Shut up. Do you have the right to speak here? Xu Yang suddenly shouted. You. Liang Guang was angry, but he was stopped by Mui. Brother Xu, don't be angry. Calm down. You must be tired. Come and drink some water. Mui handed over his water bag. Xu Yang was not polite. He grabbed the water bag and drank. Gulp gulp gulp, as if he was feeding a cow. After one gulp, the water bag had already dried up. Damn, has he not drunk water for hundreds of years? Liang Guang secretly muttered in his heart. Brother Xu, if you have something to discuss, let's sit down and slowly discuss it. As for borrowing people, can we wait? Mui said. No, we must solve this today. Otherwise, they will run away. Xu Yang said firmly, not polite at all. Liang Guang cursed in his heart, "Are you an ingrate? You just drank our water and now you have this kind of attitude." This. Mui was very hesitant. "If you help me this time, you can obtain my friendship. If you are in trouble, I, Xu Yang, will help you." Seeing the hesitant Mui, Xu Yang coldly said, "But if you do not help me, I will do everything in my power to kill everyone in your sect. I will not let anyone go." A threat, a naked threat. Mui's face was already unhappy. He was also a powerhouse, and his strength was not weaker than Xu Yang's. Being threatened like this, he was naturally angry. As for Liang Guang, he wanted to fight now. Just as Mui did not know what to do, a voice suddenly sounded from not too far away. "Lend it to him, isn't it just borrowing people? It's not a big deal." As the voice fell, a young man in a blue robe appeared. He was only 10 years old, with sharp eyes and bright eyebrows. He was very handsome, with a faint smile on his face. He slowly walked over in leather boots. Chapter 53. Xu Yang suspiciously looked at this young man. With just a glance, he could tell that this young man was not ordinary. When he looked at him, Xu Yang seemed to see the shadows of two other people. Zi Chen and Zhong Haotian. The three of them seemed to have the same aura. This aura seemed to belong to a genius. "LV Peng, why are you here?" Seeing this young man, Mui and Liang Guang were surprised. "Nothing to do, I was just walking around. I accidentally overheard your conversation." The young man named LV Peng smiled and said, "I feel that this senior brother's words are very reasonable. Zi Chen and Zhong Haotian have repeatedly attacked our disciples. Even death cannot wipe out their crimes. We should help them." Xu Yang looked at this young man with surprise. He felt that this young man was not ordinary, but he also felt that he was more pleasing to the eye. "But, LV Peng, you..." Mui looked at LV Peng as if he wanted to say something, but couldn't. "That's right. I used to admire those two, but they actually attacked my Black Turtle sect. Besides, I feel that if I can obtain the friendship of this senior apprentice brother, it is much more meaningful than admiring those two so-called geniuses." LV Peng looked at Mui and lightly smiled. "Yes, I also have the same idea." Mui nodded and said, "To provoke our black martial ancestor, this Zi Chen and Zhong Haotian really did deserve to die. Well, since we want to kill them, we must do it cleanly. I suggest that we gather all of our 10th floor disciples." LV Peng said. "Yes, we will gather them now." Mui nodded. "Then I will go." Liang Guang rushed to say. "Thank you, I, Xu Yang, represent the Nimbus martial ancestor and the 10 disciples of the inner sect." "Thank you, junior brother." Xu Yang was very grateful and deeply bowed to LV Peng. "Senior brother is too polite, this is what we should do. I hope that senior brother will work hard and lead us to them." LV Peng moved aside, unwilling to accept such a big bow. Of course, of course." Xu Yang's mood stabilized, his eyes were full of gratitude. Liang Guang quickly gathered the people, a total of 11 10th level disciples. "Let's go." LV Peng smiled. "Junior brother is going as well?" Xu Yang was startled. "Brother Xu, don't worry. My junior brother's strength cannot be judged by his appearance," Mui said while LV Peng nodded towards Xu Yang. "All right then." Xu Yang led the way, sprinting madly all the way at extreme speed. "Is this guy rushing to reincarnate?" The group of 10th level true energy practitioners behind Xu Yang could not help but mutter. Some of them were simply unable to keep up with Xu Yang's speed. With no other choice, Xu Yang could only slow down, but he still left everyone behind. "Junior apprentice brother, what is the meaning of this? Why do you want us to agree to Xu Yang's request? Don't you usually admire Zi Chen and Zhong Haotian?" Mui and LV Peng walked at the back. "I arrived when Xu Yang came and heard your conversation. Didn't you notice that something was wrong with Xu Yang?" LV Peng asked. "Something is wrong, it's like a mad dog," Mui said. "This is pardonable. If I'm not wrong, of the 10 inner disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor, I'm afraid that only the inner disciples are left," LV Peng said. "What?" Mui's indifferent face changed. "Although it's just a guess, it's very likely. The relationship between the 10 inner disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor is very good. Although they are not blood brothers, they are comparable to blood brothers. This time, Xu Yang's attitude is abnormal, and his mood is unstable. It should be because the other 9 disciples are dead, and they died at the hands of Zi Chen and Zhong Haotian. LV Peng said, therefore, this kind of person is now a mad dog. He will bite whoever he wants. You must not offend him. That's why I want you to agree to his request. How is that possible? Those are 9 10th level true Qi masters. Their strength is too strong. As for Zi Chen and Zhong Haotian, even if they are geniuses, it is impossible for them to kill all 9 of them. Moreover, they did it in front of Xu Yang. Mui still could not believe it. There are many ways to kill people. You don't have to be strong. You can use tricks or poison. If I'm not wrong, the place where Xu Yang is taking us must be the place where they fought with Zi Chen. When we see the traces of the battle, we will understand. What if we meet Zi Chen? It's impossible to meet them. They are not fools. How could they still be guarding there? LV Peng said confidently. Junior brother is really smart. No wonder senior brother Wu Hong values you so much. Mui praised. Xu Yang's speed was very fast, and he did not stop to rest. Even things like eating and drinking were saved as much as possible. The people behind him were all secretly cursing. It could be said that they had a belly full of anger. Eat and drink as we go, Mui said, and no one disobeyed. Therefore, no matter how much resentment they had, they buried it in their hearts. Thus, Mui earned Xu Yang's gratitude. A few days later, under the leadership of Xu Yang, they finally arrived at their destination. But this time, they rested in the distance for a full hour. After their energy was restored, Xu Yang led them to the mountain valley. Very smart. You haven't lost your mind. Mui's eyes had a touch of appreciation, but LV Peng disdainfully curled his lips. It's here. Xu Yang pointed to the mountain valley in front of them and said, Zi Chen and Zhong Haotian are in this mountain valley. We will directly kill them. With Mui's instructions, everyone nodded and quickly flew towards the mountain valley. At the edge of the mountain valley, they saw dried bloodstains and some traces of flesh. When they rushed into the mountain valley, they saw that the ground was a mess. There were deep pits in front of them, and there was a lot of dried blood, as well as some unknown black, red, and white objects. Large stones fell to the ground, and some of them had black blood on them. This was a battlefield, and it was very messy. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Based on their imaginations, they could imagine the intensity of the battle before. Their gazes were fixed on the high mountain valley. They could imagine how powerful the boulders that fell from above were. In this place, numbers were useless. But at first glance, LV Peng understood what had happened. His eyes had a touch of admiration and admiration. Apparently, he had already guessed how Zi Chen and Zhong Haotian were able to kill 9 people. There was no one in the mountain valley. There were only large stones, and no one was able to find anything. Xu Yang was very depressed. His eyes were full of disappointment and unwillingness. At this time, there was a clear sound of bones breaking. Then, everyone saw a long beast tail swaying behind a large stone. After a few flashes, everyone arrived around the large stone. They saw a black panther. It was 3 meters long, and with its tail close to 5 meters, it was about 2 meters tall. It was originally chewing something with its head down, but when it heard the sound of flying, it looked up, revealing its mouth full of meat. Feeling that every aura around it was much stronger than it, and that they could all kill it, the black-winged panther's eyes were filled with fear. It lowered its head, and its body trembled. A level 8 vicious beast, the black-winged panther, would not attract too much attention. Everyone lowered their heads and looked at the black-winged panther's food. At a glance, everyone's pupils shrank because they saw half a limb. There was no upper body, only a lower body. A human limb. Next to it, there was a pit. There was some soil around the pit, and there was a complete corpse that had been dead for a long time. It was thrown out from the ground by the black-winged panther, and everyone found it familiar. Second brother. But at this time, Xu Yang let out a cry of sorrow. Everyone was relieved. It was Lin Yu. Seeing the half-eaten corpse on the ground, and Lin Yu's corpse, Shu Yang was completely dumbfounded. After a cry of surprise, he stood there motionless. His eyes were unfocused, as if he had lost his soul. In his mind, he was thinking about how his brothers had risked their lives to give him a chance to escape. Those unwilling roars rang in Shu Yang's ears, causing a buzzing sound to ring in his ears. In the pit, apart from Lin Yu's corpse, there was another corpse that was half exposed. Clearly, there were many people buried there. Everyone died, but he survived and found help. However, his brothers died without a complete corpse. Immediately, the dumbfounded Shu Yang felt the blood in his body boil. Then, a sword of blood rushed from his heart to his head. "You damned thing, I'm going to eat you." Shu Yang finally could not suppress his emotions. Blood rushed to his head, and his eyes turned red. He lost his mind, and as if he had turned into a level 10 vicious beast, he charged at the trembling black-winged panther. This was a battle without any suspense, but everyone watching was horrified. Shu Yang abandoned all means of fighting a cultivator, and directly threw himself at the black-winged panther. Like a vicious beast, he began to tear at the black-winged panther, biting, clawing, and beating it. He was completely a vicious beast. And under everyone's watchful eyes, the black-winged panther's flesh was bitten off piece by piece. Shu Yang's mouth was full of blood, and after chewing twice, he directly swallowed the flesh into his stomach. He had gone completely crazy. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. "I'm going to kill you. Eat my brothers, I'm going to eat you." Shu Yang roared again and again as he clawed and bit. To the side, the other level 10 disciples retreated, their eyes filled with fear. Mui didn't speak, and they didn't leave. They only watched this cruel scene unfold before them. The black-winged panther roared in horror. It wanted to escape, but it was firmly pinned down by Shu Yang. It could only allow Shu Yang to bite it until it finally bled to death. The black-winged panther finally died. Shu Yang's entire body was covered in blood. His expression was ferocious and terrifying. He stood up from the ground, and his cold eyes suddenly swept over everyone. At this moment, everyone felt as if they were being stared at by a level 10 vicious beast, and their hearts went cold. But with Mui here, they weren't afraid. If they wanted to kill Shu Yang, they could kill him in a single move. Shu Yang's eyes swept over everyone, and finally he roared to the sky, like a vicious beast roaring, letting out an unwilling cry. His level 10 true chi crazily surged, and his eyes were frighteningly red. His entire body was covered in blood, and he looked incomparably ferocious. Then his figure soared into the air. He took 2 steps in the air, and passed over everyone. His figure flickered several times, and he disappeared from sight. Shu Yang didn't say a word, and just left. Everyone was stunned, and didn't understand what had happened. "It's over, this person is ruined." LV Peng looked at Shu Yang's disappearing figure, and shook his head and sighed. "What a pity, I didn't think that such a righteous person would fall into such a situation." Mui also sighed. Righteous and righteous, Zi Chen seems to be a good person. It's just that Shu Yang and the others stood in the wrong place. Looking at the corpses on the ground, LV Peng faintly smiled. "Bury these again. As for this beast, chop it up and throw it into the forest as fertilizer." LV Peng looked at the black-winged panther's corpse, and his indifferent expression suddenly turned cold. "Yes." A disciple nodded. Chapter 54. Shu Yang disappeared, and so did Lu Peng and the rest. From then on, there was a madman in the spiritual herbal garden. He killed people and beasts on sight. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was half human and half beast. For a moment, the disciples of the 3 sects in the spiritual herbal garden were in a state of panic. Zi Chen was unaware of all this. At this moment, he was looking at a red wolf. A level 8 beast, bloodthirsty red wolf. It was different from the other wolves. It was not a pack beast, but a beast of pure strength. It was at the peak of level 8 and was guarding a red caltrop flower for 700 years. Roar. The red wolf lowered its head and looked ahead cautiously. It let out a hoarse roar as if it was warning. "Hehe, this little thing is very smart." It didn't attack at first. Miao Kong looked at the red wolf and smiled disdainfully. A level 8 beast has high intelligence. Of course, it is not stupid. Zichen smiled, but he did not intend to attack. The red wolf was still growling. Zhong Haotian still did not say a word. After searching for so long, we finally found a decent spiritual herb. Why are you still acting cool? Why are you not attacking? Zichen said to Zhong Haotian. After going through life and death together, Zichen could casually make fun of this cold guy. You want me to attack? Of course it's you. I'm not the one who wants to break through. Zichen rolled his eyes. All right then. Zhong Haotian nodded. After he finished speaking, the aura around him became cold and sharp. Then, a surge of aura began to surge. Sky Tyrant Fist. The strongest battle technique of the martial ancestor appeared. Roar. The warning roar turned into an attack. The red wolf knew that the human in front of it was powerful, and it wanted to fight. Its 4 limbs exerted force, and its body leaned forward. Its sharp claws emitted a cold light. It opened its mouth to reveal cold teeth and bit at Zhong Haotian's fist. Peng! The Sky Tyrant Fist finally landed, but it was not bitten by the red wolf. Instead, it hit its head. The sound of bones breaking was heard. The red wolf's head, which was the strongest part of its body, was shattered by Zhong Haotian's punch. Its body flew back a few meters and died. Collect the spirit herbs, we should be leaving. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I last saw a cultivator. I don't even have any spiritual herbs. Seeing that red wolf was dead, Zichen turned around and left. During this period of time, almost all of the spiritual herbs that they had snatched had entered Zichen's stomach. Then, under the heavenly thunder reshaping art, his body absorbed them. Zichen's true energy was in the 8th level, and he had the body of a 9th level vicious beast. Because of that, his progress was much slower than before. Even though he had consumed a lot of spiritual medicines, his progress was still slow. This was not a problem of talent, nor was there a bottleneck. It was just that Zichen needed to consume too much energy in this realm. If a normal cultivator at the peak of the 8th level needed a 500-year-old spirit herb to break through the bottleneck, then Zichen's breakthrough to the 9th level would require several times the amount of time needed by others, perhaps even dozens of times more. Not only had he made a breakthrough in his true energy, but he had also made a breakthrough in his constitution. The 3 of them left and found a place. Zhong Haotian began to consume spirit herbs to begin his breakthrough. Miao Kong stood guard while Zichen searched for some spirit herbs. The spirit herb garden only opened once every few decades, and the strength was limited to the true energy realm. In other words, Zichen only had one chance. Therefore, he did not care about the sect's rules. As long as it was a spirit herb, he would not let it go. 50-years-old spirit herbs were also collected. Moreover, it was like eating a meal, directly swallowing them without the slightest fear that he would not be able to refine them. During this time, Zhong Haotian and Miao Kong looked at Zichen as if they were looking at a monster. However, they did not ask Zichen even once about how he had refined so many spirit herbs. This was similar to how Zichen had never asked Miao Kong why he had such exquisite footwork, or why he did not want to use those contribution points. Everyone had their own secrets. Zichen had his, Zhong Haotian had his, and Miao Kong also had his. At night, Zichen returned. Zhong Haotian was still cultivating. This time, if he wanted to break through to the 9th level of true energy, he would need a lot of time. Miao Kong stood guard while Zichen sat cross-legged. After calming down and concentrating, Zichen's consciousness once again entered the lightning space. Lightning surged and the lightning youth appeared, giving people a kind of illusory feeling. With a tap of his foot, his figure had already disappeared into the distance without a trace. This was the true essence of the misty steps. Zichen had already completely comprehended this first-rate footwork. Now, he only lacked the true essence. Today, he would try to comprehend it. The lightning youth's feet flickered, and the footwork appeared again and again. In the midst of the illusory mist, there was a mysterious feeling that pointed directly to the original intent. Zichen was exploring, following the lightning youth's footwork. While observing, he was also experimenting. That night, Miao Kong was keeping watch. After he saw Zichen's body emitting a faint silver light, he said again, he entered that mysterious realm again. Is he a monster? The silver light on Zichen's body completely appeared subconsciously. It was an energy defense that appeared automatically when a cultivator was in a deep state of comprehension. If an ordinary person wanted to enter once, in addition to talent, it was more of a coincidence and also good luck. Entering this deep state of comprehension, one's realm would generally rise very quickly. It could be said to be a true opportunity. But Zichen, from the time Miao Kong saw him cultivating at night until now, would enter a deep state of comprehension almost every night. If Zichen did not enter one day, Miao Kong would feel strange. It could be said that every night was an opportunity. It would be strange if Zichen's strength did not rise quickly. One is mysterious, the other is cold. These two are not ordinary. Miao Kong looked at Zhong Haotian, who was cultivating on the other side, and sighed. Time passed, and the night quietly retreated. Light appeared on the horizon, and a ray of sunlight shone on the earth. After a night of cultivation, Zichen finally touched the essence of the ethereal steppes when the sky was bright. When Zichen opened his eyes, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. What? You broke through? Miao Kong asked. Yes. Zichen nodded. I finally broke through. After that, Zichen stood up and began to use the ethereal steppes in front of Miao Kong. Under the bright sky, his entire person seemed to have turned into a black shadow, illusory and ethereal. It was impossible to grasp his true movements. Every step he took seemed to be unexpected and unfathomable. This is the essence of the ethereal steppes. Miao Kong's eyes suddenly lit up with disbelief. How long has it been? You actually comprehended the essence of the ethereal steppes. This is unbelievable. Is this fast? It's been several months. Stopping, Zichen looked at the excited Miao Kong and spread his hands. Is it not fast? You should know that for a first-rate combat skill, it would take several years for others to comprehend the full set of the true meaning. As for the essence of the true meaning, it is almost impossible to comprehend. You comprehended it in a few months. Miao Kong stared. To Miao Kong, Zichen's speed was naturally fast. However, only Zichen knew that his speed was not fast. If he could cultivate the ethereal steppes in peace, he would be able to comprehend the essence of the true meaning in 2 months. After all, he had the lightning youth to practice it for free. He could imitate it. After comprehending the essence of the ethereal steppes, the next step was the flowing light sword. This was an extremely powerful first-rate combat skill. When combined with a first-rate weapon, its power would be even stronger. As for the thunderbolt finger that Zichen first cultivated, he had reached a bottleneck. No matter how Zichen cultivated, he could not comprehend the thunderbolt finger's true meaning. Zichen guessed that there seemed to be something missing. However, as for what it was exactly, Zichen could not grasp it. Zhong Haotian was still cultivating. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him was getting denser and denser. It seemed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Zichen left early and returned late, occasionally bringing back some food or wild fruits. During the day, he would look for spiritual herbs. During the night, he would cultivate the flowing light sword in the lightning space. 7 days later, a whirlpool formed around Zhong Haotian. An extremely dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered from all directions with him as the center. Finally, it was absorbed and refined by Zhong Haotian. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. As he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from all directions, Zhong Haotian was about to break through. After another half a day, a powerful aura suddenly emerged from Zhong Haotian's body. True Energy Stage 9, he had finally broken through. His eyes opened, shining brightly. Ha, True Energy Stage 9, what a powerful feeling. The cold youth laughed heartily. He was obviously very happy. True Energy Stage 9, in the sect, was definitely a strong person. How strong? Zichen looked at Zhong Haotian and asked with a smile. Very, very strong. If I meet trash like the inner sect's 10th disciple again, I can kill him with one punch. Zhong Haotian said confidently. Oh, then what about Xu Yang? Zichen's eyes lit up. It's a tie. Maybe I'm stronger. Zhong Haotian said. Recently, my flowing light sword is about to break through. Why don't you spar with me and help me break through the bottleneck? Zi Chen's eyes lit up as he suggested. You! Zhong Haotian's mouth twitched. Didn't you comprehend the flowing light strike for your flowing light sword? How can you still break through? I only comprehended the true meaning, but not the essence of it. But soon, why don't you give it a try? Zi Chen's eyes lit up. This. Zhong Haotian hesitated. You also know that I just broke through. Once I fight, I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Haha. Just as Zhong Haotian's voice fell, there was a loud laughter. It was Miao Kong who was laughing so hard. He pointed at Zhong Haotian and said, Zhong Haotian, I always thought you were very cold and had a lot of character. I didn't expect you to be able to tell jokes, and very funny too. Haha. Zhong Haotian's face instantly fell and became extremely embarrassed. Before, he had sparred with Zi Chen, but every time it ended in failure. Moreover, he was badly beaten, so there was a shadow in his heart. Even after breaking through, he didn't want to fight with Zi Chen. Mitch, what I said is true. But Zi Chen, if you don't care, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Zhong Haotian said. I don't care. Zi Chen spread out his hands. Well, then don't blame me for being impolite. Sky Tyrant Fist. The moment he said he would fight, he didn't hesitate at all. Moreover, he used his full strength. Boom. Zi Chen raised his fist in response, creating a loud bang. The two of them took several steps back. Haha, as expected, I can deal with you now that I've broken through. Again. Zhong Haotian began to laugh heartily as he didn't fly backwards. He seemed very satisfied. One had to know that he had been sent flying many times when he had clashed head-on with Zi Chen. Zi Chen grinned and swung his fists again. His fists glowed with silver light, bringing with them gusts of wind. Chapter 55. Alright, the warm-up is over. I'm going to make my move now. After the fierce battle, the two retreated again. Zi Chen's expression turned serious. What? Weren't we fighting just now? Zhong Haotian was dumbfounded. He felt that his body was filled with energy. At this moment, the more he fought with Zi Chen, the better he felt. Moreover, he was showing signs of suppressing Zi Chen, so he was very happy. However, he did not expect that Zi Chen was only using the previous battle as a warm-up. As I said, I want to test the flowing light sword and break through the bottleneck to comprehend the essence of the true intent. That's why the flowing light sword is the focus. Zi Chen smiled lightly. The power of the silver lightning from the abdomen flowed through his meridians to his arms and finally converged on his two fingers. The two fingers formed a sword and suddenly pierced towards Zhong Haotian. The flowing light strike was like a ray of light, reaching the pinnacle in the blink of an eye. Zhong Haotian only saw a flash of silver light before Zi Chen was already pointing at his forehead. He was startled and screamed, Zi Chen, are you serious? His body suddenly retreated. Zi Chen did not say a word. He once again approached Zhong Haotian with speed, aiming at his forehead. Ah, Zi Chen, I'll fight you to the death. Zhong Haotian saw coldness in Zi Chen's eyes. Only now did he know that Zi Chen was really going to test his sword. With a loud roar, the 9th layer of Zhenqi surged and the Heaven Tyrant Fist appeared. A fierce aura appeared from Zhong Haotian's body. At this moment, Zhong Haotian seemed to have turned into a giant. He punched out, bringing with it a whistling sound. The fist fell like a fist that could dominate the sky and destroy the earth. The true intent of the Heaven Tyrant Fist was the strongest battle skill against the martial ancestor. Zhong Haotian had already comprehended it. Peng! Zi Chen's fist landed on the sword light, producing a muffled sound. Zi Chen's body slowed down as he felt a strong force flowing from his fingertips to his entire body. However, this force was instantly neutralized by his strong physique. Zi Chen's body slowed down, and he borrowed the force to launch another attack. Flowing light strike. Boom! Zhong Haotian raised his fist and punched out. For a moment, a fierce wind blew through the forest and sword light flashed. Zi Chen's finger sword carried a sharp sword intent. The more they fought, the braver they became. Zi Chen's attacks also became faster and faster. Miao Kong, who was watching from afar, was dumbstruck. Is this really a monster? In his eyes, Zi Chen had first transformed from a streak of light to a state where he had become one with the sword. He was the sword, and the sword was him. This was a transformation that came from someone who had comprehended the quintessence of true meaning. But all of this was not Zi Chen's end point. With Zhong Haotian as his sparring partner, he wanted to push himself to the highest level of the flowing light sword. That was the state of man and sword as one. The sword was one's arm and fingers. With a single move, one would be able to unleash the strongest attack. Unknowingly, Zi Chen's feet had already flashed with the misty steps. His figure was in an illusory state. With a tap of his foot, he had already moved to the left and stabbed out with his sword. But immediately after, his feet moved again. This was a feint. The real attack was a sword strike from the right. Zhong Haotian was gradually losing. He did not have Zi Chen's illusory footwork. His previous attack had turned into a passive defense. But with his 9th layer Zhen Qi and his strong physique, he was able to resist for a period of time. This battle continued until 2 hours later. As a spectator, Miao Kong's eyes were about to pop out. He looked at Zi Chen as if he was looking at a monster. 2 hours ago, Zi Chen had not comprehended the quintessence of a first-rate sword art. But 2 hours later, not only did Zi Chen comprehend the quintessence of the true meaning, but he could also fuse the misty steps into his attacks. From the previous jerkiness, it had become smooth and well-connected. It had become a tight combination without any gaps. This is a fused first-rate battle skill. Miao Kong was shocked. Seeing Zi Chen fuse his footwork and sword art into one, Miao Kong felt as if he had seen the fused ferocious tiger fist. He really is a genius. Miao Kong sighed. But in the end, Zi Chen did not completely fuse the first-rate battle skill because Zhong Haotian was completely defeated. His Zhen Qi was completely exhausted, and so was Zi Chen. Huff, huff, stop fighting, stop fighting. You are simply abnormal. Zhong Haotian repeatedly retreated. He leaned against a tree and panted. He did not attack again, even if he would be killed by Zi Chen in the next moment. Zi Chen stopped. There was a trace of regret in his eyes. He was just one step away from fusing the battle skill. But the Zhen Qi in his body could not continue. He could only stop. Monster, monster. Miao Kong repeatedly cried out. He began to make a fire for the two of them to eat. The next step was to look for spirit herbs. The three of them went all the way. They passed through dense forests, mountains, and rivers. The area of the spirit herb garden was very large. The deeper they went, the more spirit herbs there were, and the better the quality. Zi Chen and the others also had a big harvest. But everyone's harvest had entered Zi Chen's stomach. He was like a bottomless pit, devouring all the spirit herbs that could be devoured. Even the ones that were 50 years old were not spared. The wind leaves a trace, and the goose plucks the feathers. This was what Zi Chen said. He really did not let go of any spirit herbs. Along the way, his fists had smashed countless vicious beasts. The flowing light sword in his hand was stained with blood. In the end, Zi Chen could not bear it. He just took away the spirit herbs and did not kill them. You are soft-hearted. Miao Kong lightly smiled. Along the way, Zi Chen had devoured nearly 100 spirit herbs. If they were exchanged for true qi pills, they would be worth hundreds. But with so many spirit herbs in his stomach, Zi Chen's strength was still at the early 8th level. His progress could not be said to be great. This won't do. It seems I have to find spirit herbs that are over 500 years old. Otherwise it won't be effective. Zi Chen shook his head. He was very dissatisfied with his current cultivation speed. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. The spirit herb garden had been open for more than 4 months. There was still a month before it closed. This won't do. The spirit herb garden is about to close. We have to speed up. Within the spirit herb garden, there was abundant heaven and earthling qi. There were many spirit herbs, but Zi Chen's cultivation speed was so slow. Once he went out, relying on his own bitter cultivation, it would take him several years to break through to the 9th level of true qi. The speed of the three of them was much faster. Outside a deep valley, Ling Chen stood on a large rock, looking in the direction of the valley. His eyes were filled with anticipation. When he arrived at the spirit herb garden, he began to prepare for this matter. 4 months had passed, and it was finally time to finish. Success was imminent, but his heart was filled with apprehension. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from the valley, followed by several more screams. Ling Chen's face changed slightly. He thought to himself, please don't let anything happen. Otherwise, all our efforts will be for naught. While waiting anxiously, a figure finally flew out of the valley. It was a young man. His speed was very fast, and there was a hint of panic in his eyes. His clothes were all torn, and he looked very miserable. "Xie Qiu, how was it?" Ling Chen asked. "We lost 3, but everything is done." After running out of the valley, Xie Qiu's mood calmed down. 3. Ling Chen's heart sank. One had to know that those who went in were all at the 10th level of true qi. 3 had died just like that. Inform the others that we can move out. Everything will go according to plan. He did not have time to feel heartache. The spirit herb garden was about to close. He had to speed up. "Okay, I'll go now." Xie Qiu hurriedly left. "Mph, a 1,500-year-old spirit herb should be enough to attract your attention." Ling Chen looked at the valley and snorted, then turned and left. It would not be long before this place became a graveyard. On this day, many disciples of the martial ancestor hurriedly left. "Hey, did you guys know? Someone actually found a 1,500-year-old spirit herb in the spirit herb garden. It can't be, a 1,500-year-old spirit herb. That's something that even Xiantian masters can use." On this day, the news about the 1,500-year-old spirit herb spread throughout the spirit herb garden. The spirit herb garden had been open for more than 4 months. Most of the cultivators here had already given up on searching for spirit herbs. Instead, they occupied a territory and began to loot. The death rate of the cultivators of the 3 sects greatly increased. As for some places, they had turned into dead regions. Not far from where Zi Chen killed the 9 disciples of the inner sect, there was a dense forest. In the past, there were many ferocious beasts and spirit herbs in this forest. Human cultivators would often come here. However, in the past month, the entire forest was filled with a thick smell of blood. Many of the ferocious beasts here were bitten to death by a half-human half-beast. Their flesh was eaten raw, and many of the spirit herbs here were also forcefully swallowed by him. This was a human, but he was crawling on the ground like a ferocious beast. His clothes were wrinkled and stained with pitch-black blood. His eyes, which were supposed to be black and bright, were emitting an endless bloodthirsty red light. His entire body was filled with a cruel aura. This person was the eldest of the 10 disciples, Xu Yang. That day, he could not bear the shock of his brothers dying and being eaten by wild beasts and went crazy. After becoming a half-human, half-beast existence, all the ferocious beasts in this forest were killed by him. All the human cultivators who came here were also bitten to death by him. The current Xu Yang was a level 10 ferocious beast that had lost its mind. The dense evil aura around him caused all the ferocious beasts to tremble in fear. The ferocious beasts that sensed this evil aura from several miles away would immediately flee. On this day, Xu Yang, who was patrolling his territory, found a 600-year-old spirit herb. However, the ferocious beast guarding this spirit herb had run off to who knows where. Using both hands and feet, Xu Yang pounced towards the spirit herb. His bloodshot eyes revealed a bloodthirsty desire. He lowered his head, revealing his blood-red teeth, and bit towards the spirit herb. After a few bites, he suddenly swallowed it. During this period of time, Xu Yang had swallowed countless spirit herbs. It was a miracle that he did not explode and die. However, today, after swallowing this spirit herb, Xu Yang lay on the ground and began to roll around. He let out a low growl like a wild beast, the blood vessels all over his body bulging. His eyes were wide open and the corners of his mouth constantly twitched, as if he was in great pain. Swallowing the spirit herb did not cause his body to explode, but the impact of the spirit herb seemed to have caused some problems in his brain. At this moment, Xu Yang did not know how to circulate his cultivation technique and allowed the spirit herb's spiritual energy to flow freely in his stomach. He was in great pain, but was unable to make a sound. Instead, he was like a wild beast, constantly letting out low growls. Within his body, an endless amount of spirit qi was flowing. The spirit qi that was previously immersed in his veins was also being driven out by this dense spirit qi today. While the spirit qi was flowing randomly, Xu Yang's cultivation method suddenly started to circulate. Following which, this heterogeneous energy flowed through his meridians towards his dantian. Chapter 56. Xu Yang's dantian used to be extremely rich in true qi, but ever since he swallowed a lot of spirit herbs, every time this happened, the cultivation technique would automatically circulate and bring the spirit herbs into his dantian, so the true qi in his dantian was no longer pure. Another strong and ferocious energy gathered in Abdomen's body. His Zhen qi had already reached a limit, but at this time, it unexpectedly changed. Xu Yang's Zhen qi, which was at the peak of the 10th level, unexpectedly changed into the Xiantian Zhen qi that Xu Yang had always dreamed of. Xu Yang actually broke through. Abdomen's Zhen qi was undergoing a qualitative change, but at the same time, it was undergoing a quantitative change, gradually turning from impure to pure. At the same time, Xu Yang's tyrannical aura was also slowly converging. After a long time, a Xiantian aura was emitted from Xu Yang's body. At this moment, Xu Yang finally broke through. He became the first human to break through to the Xiantian realm in the history of the spiritual herbal garden. Why am I here? After breaking through, Xu Yang also woke up. Seeing himself lying on the ground, covered in dirt, he couldn't believe it. Didn't I go to kill Zi Chen? Xu Yang was puzzled, but then, a series of memories flashed in his mind. There was the scene of stones rolling down the valley, the scene of the 10th brother being crushed to death, and the roars of Lin Yu and the others as they fought for a chance to survive. Scenes flashed in his mind, familiar and unfamiliar. There were Ling Chen and the others, Mui and the others, Zi Chen and Zhong Haotian, and finally, all the memories were fixed on the scene of the vicious beast eating the humans. The mouth of the bloodthirsty red wolf was full of meat, and below it was half a corpse, and beside it was the long-dead Xie Qiu. Second brother, third brother, my brothers. Tears fell from Xu Yang's eyes. After breaking through to the Xiantian realm, he was awake. At the same time, he also knew what had happened before. He had bitten the vicious beasts here to death, killed the humans here, swallowed the elixirs here, and finally broke through by chance. Zi Chen, Zhong Haotian, I will definitely kill you, I will bite you to death. Xu Yang, whose face was full of tears, suddenly laughed. He opened his mouth, revealing his blood-red teeth, looking ferocious and terrifying. At this time, there was a sudden movement in the forest. Xu Yang, who was in the Xiantian realm, could hear the footsteps of a human. Swoosh! His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he was already 100 meters away. His figure flashed a few times and disappeared into the forest. A few hundred meters away, a young man was looking at Xu Yang, who had suddenly appeared. His eyes were filled with fear. Speak, which faction are you from? Xu Yang stared at the youth and coldly asked. That cold expression and the oppressive aura made the young man unable to breathe. His legs trembled in fear. Suddenly, the young man knelt down and begged, Senior brother, please don't kill me. I am the disciple of the Zhon martial ancestor. I am willing to exchange the information of the Millennium Elixir for my life. After saying that, the young man kept kowtowing. Martial ancestor? A cold light flashed in Xu Yang's eyes. Thinking back to the cold expression on Ling Chen's face, his heart was filled with killing intent. However, he was also very curious about the Millennium Elixir that the young man spoke of. Speak, what is going on? Xu Yang's dark eyes had already turned red. This was a sign that he was about to kill someone. It is in the depths of the spiritual herbal garden. In a huge valley, there is a Millennium Elixir. I heard it from others, but it is said that the information is accurate. There is a powerful beast guarding it. Many people have already died. Do you know where it is? Yes, go straight in from here. The young man pointed to the right. Very good. Xu Yang's eyes turned completely red. He had lost his mind. Like a beast, he pounced on the young man and used his mouth to bite his throat. Although Xu Yang had regained his consciousness after the breakthrough, he would still lose his mind when he was angry. In the mountain forest, there were two beautiful figures walking. They were dressed in white and had stunning looks and graceful postures. In this spirit herb garden, where ferocious beasts often appeared, they seemed to be walking leisurely in their own backyard. These two were the two beauties of the Nimbus martial ancestor, Su Mengyaro and Lin Shui. Senior sister, do you think this rumor is true? During this period of time, when the two were searching for elixirs, they had met many disciples and heard many secrets. Most of them were about Zi Chen. If one were to ask who was the most famous person in the spiritual herbal garden right now, it would naturally not be those who were the strongest, but Zi Chen and Zhong Haotian. The two of them had worked together to kill Zheng Hua and the other three. This news was already very shocking, but what was even more shocking was the news that had just spread. Zi Chen and Zhong Haotian had worked together to kill 9 of the 10 disciples of the spiritual martial sect. Other than the number 1 disciple of the inner sect, Xu Yang, the other 9 had all died. When this news came out, all the cultivators in the spiritual herbal garden were in an uproar. Some admired, some questioned, and some cursed Zi Chen for colluding with outsiders to kill his fellow disciples. However, whether it was admiration or cursing, Zi Chen's reputation was very high. It's hard to say, but since everyone is saying so, then it must be true. Su Mengyaro was wearing a spotless white dress and a pair of boots. Her slender waist was slim, and there was a smile on her peerless face. So you believe it too? Lin Shui jumped up in joy. She was probably the happiest person when news of Zi Chen's strength came out. Look at how happy you are. A girl like you should be more reserved. Su Mengyaro smiled and poked Lin Shui's forehead with her finger. Am I not happy? Lin Shui smiled. I really want to see Zi Chen. I've reached Qi Realm level 8. Next time I see him, I can surprise him. I like to see his shocked face. You. Su Mengyaro smiled. Although she was a little older than Lin Shui, she treated Lin Shui as her own little sister and loved her very much. Suddenly, Su Mengyao's smile froze. She looked at the forest in front and said in a cold voice, "Who is sneaking around in front? Why don't you dare to show yourself?" Lin Shui was surprised and also looked in front. Haha, such sharp senses. I didn't expect to see such a beauty here. A loud laugh came from the forest, followed by several figures walking out of the forest. This was a group of strangers. Su Mengyaro and Lin Shui had never seen them before, but they didn't dare to be careless. This was because the aura of the young man in the lead was actually at Qi Realm level 10. Who are you? Su Mengyaro stood in front of Lin Shui, protecting her behind her back. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Chong. I'm from the battle martial ancestor. Chen Chong smiled and made a move that he thought was very cool. However, the touch of lust in his eyes betrayed his deliberately created temperament. Beauty, seeing our senior brother Chen Chong, don't you want to come and greet him? It's your opportunity to see senior brother Chen Chong. If you can serve him well, maybe he'll take you to find that 1,000-year-old spirit medicine. Such two delicate beauties, I'm sure senior brother would be very happy to take them there. Without waiting for Su Mengyaro to speak, the cultivators following Chen Chong laughed. They didn't know the strength of these people, but they couldn't be very strong. Hearing those words, Su Mengyao's beautiful face turned ashen. Lin Shui was even more infuriated. She directly said, "Are all of you from the battle martial sect so impolite? Each and every one of you is like a dog. If you want to curry favor with your senior, why don't you serve him yourselves? I'm sure he'd be more than happy to be served by you." Lin Shui was very beautiful. She didn't have any dirty words, but her words were too vicious. Her words stunned everyone. As for senior brother Chen Chong, he seemed to have thought of the consequences of being served by them. He couldn't help but feel nauseous. Su Mengyaro, whose face was livid, laughed at this scene. Lin Shui was even more so. She looked at the crowd with disdain, her eyes full of sarcasm. "You stinking bitch, how dare you talk so arrogantly? Senior brother, you don't have to do anything. We'll catch them first and then let senior brother enjoy the fruits of our labor." One of the disciples was furious. He shouted and rushed forward. At the same time, the others also came forward. Little girl, it's not too late to surrender and serve senior brother. Otherwise, we'll make you beg for death. That's right. You're the one serving senior brother now. If you dare to resist, you'll have to serve all of us when senior brother is done. Haha, I'll take good care of you and let you enjoy the bliss of the world. A few people rushed up, their mouths spouting vulgarities, but their hands displayed powerful strength, one attack after another. Ph, how shameless. I think you guys should go accompany your senior brother and let him give you guys some flowers. Lin Shui snorted. Although she was very innocent, she was definitely not the kind of person who didn't know anything about the affairs between men and women. Her words were vicious and frightening. But compared to Lin Shui's mouth, her attacks were even more vicious. Her feet flashed and the flowing cloud steps appeared. At the same time, palm prints appeared in the sky. It was the second-grade battle skill, 1,000 phantom palms. At first, there were 10 palm prints, then 100. But when the crowd rushed over, there were already 1,000 palm prints. 1,000 phantom palms, 1,000 palm prints. Obviously, she had comprehended the essence of Zhen Yi. Peng, 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 peng. These people were only at true qi level 7, and there was only one true qi level 8. Against Xuelin, who had comprehended the quintessence of true intent, they were simply being abused. By the time the 1,000 palm prints fell, they had already been sent flying. At the same time, a few bloodstreaks appeared in the sky. The few Qi realm level 7 people were seriously injured. Mph, what a bunch of useless people. Lin Shui's eyes were filled with sarcasm again. As for Su Mengyaro, she didn't even look at these people. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so tough. Lin Shui's beautiful attack made Chen Chong's eyes light up. The lust in his eyes was even stronger. Conquering a beauty with some strength was a great accomplishment. Little girl, how dare you attack us? Do you know who we are? Ouch, it hurts. You little bitch. When senior brother is done with you, I'll definitely have you. You stinking bitch, you're so cruel. Ouch. A few people were wailing on the ground. With Chen Chong here, they had nothing to fear. Senior sister, these people are really despicable. Leaving them alive would be a disaster. Why don't we just kill them all? Lin Shui's heart was already filled with murderous intent towards the crowd's insults. Su Mengyaro shook her head and hesitated. It's not good to kill. It was obvious that Su Mengyaro was a kind person. At this moment, she was in a difficult position. Although she was very angry, it would be too much to just kill them. Then let's just cripple them. Don't let them have the chance to do evil. Lin Shui suggested. That's fine, as long as we don't kill them. Su Mengyaro nodded. Chapter 57. Poof, 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 poof. As the 1,000 phantom palms fell, the sound of qi breaking could be heard. The disciple of the martial ancestor, who was so arrogant before, was directly crippled by Xuelin's clean move. Screams sounded again and again. This time, the screams were accompanied by despair. Abdomen was crippled and it was extremely difficult to reforge abdomen. Not everyone in the world was Zi Chen and had Zi Chen's good luck. These people could be considered as crippled. From then on, they would be reduced to a crippled person. Their screams were mournful and filled with deep regret, but more than that, it was filled with hatred. You crippled them? Chen Chong was shocked. The lust in his eyes had long disappeared. He never thought that the opponent would be so ruthless and so fast. In a moment of carelessness, all of his subordinates were crippled. Of course, but you will be soon. Don't be surprised. Xuelin said coldly. She took a few steps back and stood behind Su Mengyao. It was her turn to attack. Xuelin could deal with an ordinary person, but she couldn't deal with a level 10 Jin Qi cultivator. I'm going to kill you. Chen Chong was furious. He roared and his body suddenly exploded. His level 10 Jin Qi began to surge. Both of his hands formed into claws with Jin Qi revolving around his fingers. With a terrifying power, he grabbed towards Xuelin. First-class battle skill, Eagle Claw. However, before he could get close to Xuelin, he felt a strong gust of wind. Then, a white spiritual snake blocked in front of him. After a snapping sound, the white snake had already arrived in front of Chen Chong and went straight for his eyes. Its speed was extremely fast as lightning. The white snake cut through the air and made a harsh sound. Chen Chong's expression changed. He felt that he had encountered a tough opponent. His two claws danced in the air and changed from attack to defense. He blocked in front of him with Zhen Qi revolving around him. Just as the white snake was about to touch his two claws, the white snake shook in the air. Then, it nimbly bypassed the two claws and attacked Chen Chong's chest. The innate battle skill, Spirit Snake Dance, was naturally not easy to block. Pa! A clear sound rang out as the white snake landed on Chen Chong's chest. Chen Chong's protective layer of primary energy instantly shattered and a long wound appeared on his chest. There were also two bloody holes there. Next, Chen Chong's charging figure was sent flying backwards. Chen Chong had been defeated in one strike. Chen Chong's feet landed on the ground, and he retreated 7 to 8 meters before stabilizing his body. Then, he felt a burning pain in his chest, and the blood in his stomach was boiling. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. You! Chen Chong looked at Su Mengyao in shock. At this moment, Su Mengyao's body was actually surging with the 9th layer of qi. Some of the other people who had been crippled by abdomen stopped wailing and looked at Su Mengyao in horror. They never thought that this woman, who looked prettier, would be so strong. Chen Chong, who was on the 10th level, was defeated in one strike. Speak, what's the deal with the 1,000-year-old elixir? Su Mengyao was holding a long white whip in her hand. The tail of the long whip was like the tail of a spiritual snake, and the head was like the mouth of a spiritual snake. The long whip seemed to be a light object, and at this moment, it was dancing in the air, like a living spiritual snake. The 1,000-year-old elixir is in a deep valley ahead. I accidentally found it. Su Mengyao's sharp attack had already frightened Chen Chong. At this moment, he carefully explained the matter of the 1,000-year-old elixir. However, in his heart, he already hated the two of them and was thinking about how to scheme against them. Humph, when you are about to die, I will definitely play with you. Even if you are already dead, I will not let you go. This was originally a scheme, and Chen Chong had no reason to hide it. When he humbly told the truth, he also had his own vicious scheme in his heart. Humph, at least you know what's good for you. Su Mengyao snorted softly. Her voice was sweet and pleasant, but very cold. This made Chen Chong's heart tremble, but then he saw the dancing spiritual snake rushing towards him once again. I already told you, and you still want to harm me. Chen Chong was shocked, and quickly retreated. However, his speed was far from comparable to the spiritual snake's, and was quickly caught up. Chen Chong's face changed greatly, and the eagle claw reappeared. Streams of Zhen Qi surrounded his fingers, and the eagle claw moved at extreme speed towards the spiritual snake's weak point. However, the spiritual snake was too fast, and it was abnormally slippery. Before the eagle claw could land, it had already landed on Chen Chong's lower abdomen. Pa! After a light sound, the Zhen Qi protection dissipated, but then there was the sound of Zhen Qi breaking. Chen Chong, who had Zhen Qi at the 10th stage, had his abdomen destroyed by Su Mengyao, and became a cripple from now on. I won't kill you, and I also think you are not suitable to be a cultivator. Su Mengyao took back the spiritual snake whip, and turned around to leave with Xuelin. In the future, you should learn to be an ordinary good person. Xuelin stuck out her tongue at the desperate people, and cutely left. Zichen, are you a bottomless pit? I gave you so many spirit medicines, but you still haven't broken through? Although he had long since known about Zichen's situation, Zhong Haotian was still shocked to see that Zichen had eaten no less than 10 500-year-old spirit medicines and still hadn't broken through to the 9th stage. Zichen smiled bitterly. No, I'm only at the mid-8th stage. You. Zhong Haotian was speechless. Off to the side, Miao Kong sighed. Ari, if you want to break through, Zichen, you'll need at least a few 1,000-year-old spirit medicines. 1,000-year-old spirit medicine? Do you think this spirit medicine garden will have them? Let alone a few, I'm afraid there won't even be a single one. That's not necessarily true. This place is very mysterious. If you go deeper, you'll naturally find them. Unfortunately, we only have half a year, and can't go deeper. Miao Kong sighed. Since there are so many spirit medicines here, and even 1,000-year-old spirit medicines, why don't they send more experts and give us more time? Zi Chen asked doubtfully. I know a little about this. Every time the spirit medicine garden opens, there is a fixed time. When the time is up, it will automatically close. As for experts, the strongest that can be accommodated here is at the 10th stage. Zhong Haotian said. So strange. It is very strange. Even the true element boundary elders can't explain this. The three of them chatted as they walked, and at the same time, they were looking for spirit medicines. Suddenly, their eyes flashed, and they looked at a big tree on the side. Who is it? Get out here! Zhong Haotian coldly shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhong Haotian didn't wait for a reply. His figure flashed, and he flew forward. A moment later, he grabbed a young man by the collar and walked out. After throwing him on the ground with a bang, the three of them coldly looked at each other. Why are you hiding there? Did Ling Chen send you? Zhong Haotian coldly asked. Obviously, he already knew that the other party was the disciple of the martial ancestor. No, no. The young disciple hurriedly said, Senior brother Zhong, don't misunderstand. I went to find a few of my friends to look for the 1,000-year-old spirit medicine. When I saw you from afar, I was scared, so I hid. The young man's explanation was very reasonable. During this period of time, Zhong Haotian had killed many disciples of the same sect, so it was normal for everyone to be in danger. The three of them didn't doubt this explanation, but they were very interested in the other party's words. 1,000-year-old spirit medicine? Could it be that there is a 1,000-year-old spirit medicine here? Miao Kong asked. Yes, it is in a deep valley. Recently, the news has spread. It is said that many disciples have died, so I don't dare to go alone. The young disciple's voice was filled with fear. The three of them asked a few more questions until they understood the whole thing. Okay, get out. Zhong Haotian coldly said. The young disciple was as if he had been pardoned, and was about to roll and crawl away. What, don't you know the rules? Zhong Haotian glared. Ah, senior brother Zhong, what rules? The young disciple was shocked, and didn't dare to move. Baggage, contribution points, don't tell me you want to leave like this. Zhong Haotian ridiculed. Ah! The young disciple's face instantly fell, but when he met Zhong Haotian's fierce gaze, he had no choice but to submit. He could only take out the token, hand over the baggage, and leave in a hurry. Chimph, I'll wait for you to die one by one. After leaving a few li away, the young disciple's expression turned cold. Even the disciples of the martial ancestor didn't know much about the conspiracy of the martial ancestor. Everyone involved was Ling Chen's trusted aide. Zhong Haotian had a grudge with Ling Chen, so it was normal that he didn't know about it. A 500-year-old spirit medicine, not bad. Opening the baggage, Zi Chen saw the 500-year-old spirit medicine, and nodded with satisfaction. The following spirit medicines were all 100 or 200-year-old, and Zi Chen didn't care about them. What do you guys think about the matter of 1,000-years-old spirit herbs? Zi Chen swallowed the spirit herbs one by one as Miao Kong asked from the side. We can go and take a look, but it's better to believe it. Zhong Haotian said. Zi Chen also nodded. The three of them were bold because of their skills. They didn't even care about those at the peak of the true energy realm, so what danger could there be? Alright, let's wait for Zi Chen to finish refining, then we'll leave. Miao Kong said. No need. Zi Chen finished swallowing all the spirit medicines and waved his hand, saying, let's go now, I'll refine them as we go. Then, ignoring the twitching expressions of the two, he walked straight ahead. Monster. The two mumbled and followed him. At the same time, Ling Chen successfully passed the news to those who didn't know. If one were to stand in the sky above the spiritual herbal garden, they would definitely be able to see that all the disciples were heading in the same direction. That direction was a huge valley, and in the depths of the valley was a huge lake. Among them, there was a figure who was the furthest away, but his speed was also the fastest. Whenever he overtook a person, he would bite that person to death like a ferocious beast. Even the disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor weren't spared. Although Xu Yang had recovered after his breakthrough, when he was angry, he would still lose his mind, turning into a half-human half-beast. When he saw a male cultivator, he would bite them to death. When he saw a female cultivator, he would bite them to death. In short, no one was left alive. A few days later, Zichen and the other two finally arrived at the valley where the 1,000-year-old spirit medicine was. At this time, the valley was filled with people. Chapter 58. I knew you would come. Xuelin was dressed in a white dress that was spotless. She had a slim figure and was elegant and refined. She rushed forward and a burst of fragrance blew past. She had already jumped into Zichen's arms and was very happy. Why are you here? Zichen was surprised to see Lin Shui. We came because we heard the news. There's already a lot of people here. The two of them hugged for a long time, not letting go until Miao Kong coughed. The two of them separated, their expressions a bit awkward. Zichen pulled Lin Shui over and said, "Let me introduce you. This is the battle martial ancestor Zhong Haotian. This is Lin Shui. I know you. News of your relationship has already spread. You're really amazing." Lin Shui sweetly smiled, revealing her dimples. Zhong Haotian nodded and squeezed out a smile on his cold face. Zichen often talks about you. Really? He often talks about me. Lin Shui's eyes shone. Zhong Haotian was very cold. Last time he had told a cold joke, and today he had lied out of politeness. Miao Kong was secretly laughing. Zhong Haotian was a bit embarrassed. Zichen hastily said, "Of course, he often talks about you." "What do you mean?" Lin Shui smiled at Zichen. He says you're both beautiful and intelligent. He says you're a celestial fairy. He says you're gentle, cute, beautiful, and generous. Zichen went against his conscience and spoke without shame. Hihi, Zichen, you're the best. So in your heart, I'm actually so perfect. Lin Shui happily threw herself into Zichen's embrace. Zichen was speechless. After a long time of being lovey-dovey, the two of them finally walked into the valley. Senior apprentice sister is already inside. There really are 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs here, but they're very hard to find. Quite a few people have died recently, said Lin Shui. What? There really are 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs? Zichen was startled. He originally didn't have any hope, but he hadn't expected this to be true. Yes, you'll know once you go in. Lin Shui nodded. They walked towards the valley. This valley was very large and deep, surrounded by steep cliffs. It was even larger and steeper than the valley where Zichen had ambushed the 10 disciples of the inner sect. The three of them raised their heads at the same time, deep in thought. If someone were to attack from the top of the mountain, wouldn't they be able to kill a lot of people? The few of them walked into the valley. There were already quite a few people gathered inside. At a rough glance, there were at least 100 of them. Moreover, as soon as they entered the valley, a cold, damp wind blew past them. This wind was mixed with a thick smell of blood. You're here. Su Mengyaro was dressed in white. Her figure was graceful, and she was with a few female disciples. Wherever she went, she would attract countless gazes. In the distance, there were dozens of Nimbus martial ancestor disciples gathered together. Intentionally or unintentionally, their gazes were always on Su Mengyao. When they saw someone enter, they shifted their gazes. When they saw Zichen enter, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone who knew Zichen narrowed their eyes. This 1,000-year-old medicinal herb incident had alarmed many experts. Xian martial ancestor, Zhon martial ancestor, level 10 true Qi experts had all come. However, none of the Nimbus martial ancestors level 10 experts had come. The rumor that Zichen had killed the 10 disciples of the inner sect was not without reason. Therefore, everyone was very wary of Zichen. There were also some people who were speculating about his strength. There were many people from the 3 sects. At this moment, there were 3 groups. Among them, the Xian martial ancestor had the most experts. Mui and the others had all arrived. The Zhon martial ancestor was second, with only a few level 10 true Qi experts. Ling Chen and the others were nowhere to be seen. The Nimbus martial ancestor was the weakest. Zi Chen's arrival attracted everyone's attention. Among them, there were some people who had been robbed, and they also recognized Zi Chen. His Zi Chen, the one who has been the talk of the town recently. He even robbed me that day. Next to him is Zhong Haotian, a disciple of the Zhon martial ancestor. He defeated a level 10 true Qi expert at level 8. He's definitely a genius. Could it be that the two of them killed Zheng Hua and the others, as well as the 10 disciples of the inner sect? Looks like the rumors are true. The two of them are terrifyingly strong. Since they've come together, it's obvious that they've joined forces. The two of them were in the limelight, and they directly overshadowed Miao Kong. Therefore, when the three of them arrived, Zi Chen and Zhong Haotian became the topic of discussion. The ugly Miao Kong was once again ignored. However, he was used to it and didn't care. Zi Chen, you're famous now. Everyone is talking about you. Under Lin Shui's lead, Zi Chen went straight to Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao's chuckle immediately attracted many envious gazes. Senior sister, you flatter me. Zi Chen also smiled. Once upon a time, he had to look up to Su Mengyao. However, after several months, Zi Chen was no longer reserved when he was with Su Mengyao. Instead, he was very indifferent. Well, you're no longer the little junior brother from before. You can kill a 10th level Zhen Qi realm expert. You're also a strong expert. Don't call me senior sister. Call me by my name or Mengyao is fine. Su Mengyao's smile was like 100 flowers blooming. The surrounding cold wind showed signs of melting, and once again attracted countless envious gazes. All right then. Zi Chen carefully glanced at Lin Shui. Seeing that she didn't seem angry, Zi Chen also nodded. Su Mengyao had already seen Zi Chen's little action. She just smiled and didn't say anything. Lin Shui also saw it, and her heart was incomparably sweet. Mengyao, where is the Millennium Elixir? When Zi Chen called out Mengyao, Lin Shui's sweet heart suddenly had a sour taste, but she suppressed it very well. Over there. Su Mengyao's jade-like finger pointed forward. Only then did Zi Chen discover that in the depths of the valley, there was a large lake that was dozens of miles long. Moreover, at the end of the line of sight, which was the center of the lake, there was a protruding rock. On the rock, there was a bright and dazzling spiritual flower, dazzling and dazzling. That's. Seeing the spiritual flower, Zi Chen was shocked. At the same time, a very famous flower appeared in his mind. It was the water spirit flower. It was rumored that this flower grew because of the changes in the water and rocks. It was a very precious spiritual medicine, and it only bloomed once every 1,000 years. When a flower bloomed for 1,000 years, the entire flower was like a water spirit. It was in a transparent state, but under the illumination of the sun, it could reflect a bright light. Yes, it's the water spirit flower. Moreover, from what we can see, the flower is showing signs of withering. It should be more than 1,500 years old. This number shocked Zi Chen. He didn't expect to see a 1,500-year-old spiritual elixir in this place. The flower was more than 10 miles away from here. Although this distance was far, it was definitely not enough to suppress these cultivators. However, at this moment, more than 100 people were just watching, and no one went forward. Obviously, this was not an ordinary matter. There are ferocious beasts in the water? Zi Chen asked. Yes. Su Mengyao nodded and said, recently, dozens of people have been killed. They all disappeared into the whirlpool that suddenly appeared a few miles away, and they never came back. Zhong Haotian and Miao Kong listened quietly. Zi Chen's eyes showed a trace of surprise. No one saw what kind of ferocious beast it was. No one saw it, but everyone guessed that it was a water monster. Su Mengyao said. This explanation was as good as not saying anything. A water monster meant a monster in the water. There was no specific explanation. In the ancient books of the sect, there was no description of its appearance. As if she had guessed Zi Chen's thoughts, Su Mengyao said, at present, this is the only explanation. Because on the surface of the lake, besides the whirlpool, there is nothing else. Zi Chen walked forward, and Zhong Haotian and the others followed behind him. In front of the lake, he saw fish swimming in the clear water. There are fish in the lake, and the bottom of the lake is clear. How can there not be anything at the bottom of the lake? Zichen frowned, obviously puzzled. However, at this moment, a cry of alarm sounded. This voice came from the Xian martial ancestor. Xian martial ancestor's disciples had quickly built a wooden raft and placed it on the surface of the lake. They are going to test the water again. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the young man in blue. They saw him jump onto the wooden raft, and with the bamboo pole in his hand, the raft began to move forward. He is Zhao Tsong, one of the famous disciples of the Xian martial ancestor. It is said that he is second only to Mui and Liang Guang. He is ranked third in the inner sect. The Xian martial ancestor sent Zhao Tsong to explore the bottom of the lake. Zhao Tsong has made his move. It seems like the Xian martial ancestor is determined to obtain the water spirit flower. In the midst of everyone's discussion, Zhao Tsong had already traveled to Li Zichen and the others' eyes were fixed on Zhao Tsong. At the same time, hundreds of eyes were also fixed on Zhao Tsong. You must succeed. Mui and the others clenched their fists, their eyes were full of expectation. Traveling with the wind, the speed of the raft was very fast. Zhao Tsong gently swayed and the raft had already traveled several li. He changed his direction. It seems that there is something strange about that place. Seeing Zhao Tsong moving to the side, Su Mengyaro explained. Everyone was quietly watching. When Zhao Tsong reached the 10 li mark, suddenly, on the surface of the calm lake, there were waves. The endless lake water began to ripple, and then a huge whirlpool slowly appeared. Changing direction is not enough. Lu Peng's eyes flashed, and he shouted at Zhao Tsong, "Quickly get up." Hearing this shout, Zhao Tsong instantly gathered his qi, and with a tap of his foot, his body shot up like a cannonball, and in a flash, he flew dozens of meters high. Peng! At this time, the whirlpool became bigger, and the raft entered the whirlpool, and unexpectedly, it exploded. Something is not right. The previous rafts had directly sunk to the bottom of the lake. Why did it explode this time? Someone exclaimed. They had discovered the problem. However, at this moment, there was an explosion. Then, something that was as thick as a bucket and covered in scales that were dozens of meters long suddenly appeared from the whirlpool on the surface of the lake, pointing directly at Zhao Tsong in the air. This was the first time that everyone had seen the appearance of a water monster, and they all exclaimed, "Zhao Tsong, get out of the way." A loud shout came from the Black Tortoise sect, but it was obviously nonsense. Zhao Tsong was in midair and had nowhere to borrow strength from, so how could he dodge? Seeing this thing full of scales appear, he roared and clenched his fists. His head was facing the ground, and his feet were facing the ground. 10 layers of zhunqi revolved around him, and a terrifying battle technique appeared. Boom! Chapter 59. A rebounding force appeared and Zhao Tsong's body was once again thrown into the air. This time he flew 100 meters into the air. At the same time, the water monster's body also fell down. Boom! But then, the water monster that had just disappeared into the lake appeared again, attacking Zhao Tsong who was falling down. After a loud explosion, a line of blood appeared in the sky, and Zhao Tsong's body was once again sent flying into the air. But this time, Zhao Tsong didn't fly straight up. Instead, he flew diagonally. After flying 100 meters, he fell into a whirlpool that had just appeared. The whirlpool surged and splashed water several meters high. Occasionally, loud sounds could be heard. It seemed that Zhao Tsong was fighting with the water monster. After a while, the waves gradually became smaller. In the end, the clear water surface was covered with a large amount of blood. The churning lake slowly calmed down. Sigh. A sigh came from the Black Tortoise sect's side. Clearly, Zhao Tsong was doomed. A 10th stage true qi cultivator had fallen just like that. Everyone withdrew their gazes and sank into contemplation. They didn't speak for a long time. 1,000-year-old elixir was right in front of them, but they couldn't obtain it. Everyone was at their wits' end and sighed. "What do you think?" After a while, Zichen raised his head and asked. "It should be a water monster. Its strength should be at the 10th stage of true qi. In other words, it should be a 10th level vicious beast. Look at those scales. It should be a tentacle or an octopus. Very likely. Everyone made their own guesses and expressed their own opinions. Zichen and the other two didn't speak. What about you? What do you think? Su Mengyaro looked at Zichen. The others also looked at Zichen. Zichen pondered for a moment and said, I have a different feeling from you. That Zhao Tsong is very strong. He can definitely kill an ordinary 10th stage vicious beast. But did you notice that when he fought with the water monster for the second time, he vomited blood and was seriously injured? Clearly the water monster is very strong. I think it should be at the Xiantian realm. What? Xiantian realm? How is that possible? The limit of this place is the peak of the 10th stage? Everyone was shocked. That's an outsider. Who can say that there can't be Xiantian cultivators here? Zichen said. Actually, there was one thing that he didn't say, which was that if he had enough spiritual herbs, he would be able to break through to the Xiantian realm. This. Everyone was stunned and fell into silence. Obviously, they were thinking about Zichen's words. Besides, I'm guessing that the water monster wasn't an octopus at all. It was covered in scales and looked more like a snake's tail. Of course, it's just a guess. I can't be sure, Zichen said again. The tail of a snake. If that's really the case, how long would the snake be? A few 100 meters? Is there such a long snake? I insist on being an octopus. Not bad, the possibility of it being an octopus is very high. Everyone was bewildered. After a round of discussion, they did not obtain anything substantial. They could only continue to waste time here. Miao Kong didn't say a word. He had sunk into contemplation, and hadn't participated in the discussion. Zhong Haotian was cold by nature, and discussing problems was not in his character. Why aren't you saying anything? What do you think? Zichen looked at Miao Kong. Miao Kong didn't speak much, but his observation was extremely sharp. His mind was always clear at all times. Miao Kong's gaze turned towards the Zhon martial ancestor. There were dozens of disciples gathered there. In terms of strength, the Nimbus martial ancestor's side was the weakest. But in terms of numbers, the Zhon martial ancestor's side was the fewest. I'm thinking, why did everyone know about the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, but why didn't Ling Chen know about it and didn't come? Xie Qiu also didn't come. Miao Kong said, none of this is surprising. But even Ling Fei didn't come. Miao Kong had never seen Ling Fei, but he had heard Zichen mention this arrogant youth. As long as he appeared, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. That's right. Miao Kong's words directly woke everyone up, as if they were enlightened. Zichen's eyes lit up. Could it be that you're saying this is a conspiracy? I can't guarantee it, but I keep feeling that something is wrong. That's right, senior sister, who gave you the information? Is it also a disciple of the Zhon martial ancestor? Yes, it's a disciple of the Zhon martial ancestor. Lin Shui rushed to say. It's the same for us. Moreover, the other side's first sentence was about the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. I suspect that this is a conspiracy of the Zhon martial ancestor. Miao Kong said. But if the spiritual herb is really here, where did the conspiracy come from? Could it be that they want to reap the benefits of the Zhon martial ancestor's side? Everyone couldn't understand it. Ling Chen was busy with a big matter before. After seriously injuring me, he left in a hurry. This time, he didn't appear again. Could it be that the matter has surpassed the temptation of the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb? Zhong Haotian rarely spoke. Even so, Ling Fei should have appeared. Zichen said, this should be a conspiracy. But what is their purpose of using a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb as a conspiracy? Let the water monsters kill us, and we'll be fine as long as we don't enter the water. Or are they waiting for us to finish fighting the water monsters and then suddenly appear? Everyone was puzzled. At this moment, a burst of footsteps sounded. Everyone turned their heads and saw 3 youths walking towards them. It's the Xian martial ancestors' people, Mui and Liang Guang. They are the strongest of the Xian martial ancestors' side. Someone whispered. Zichen and the others looked at the 3 uninvited guests with vigilance. Zhao Tsong had just died, so Mui and the others were in a bad mood. Their faces were gloomy. Seeing the vigilant eyes of Zi Chen and the others, they cupped their fists in greeting. Fellow juniors, I am the Xian martial ancestor, Mui. We don't have any evil intentions. We just want to discuss the matter of the water monsters with you, Mui said in a gentle voice. Zi Chen and the others relaxed their vigilance. This is Liang Guang, and this is our junior brother Lu Peng. Mui stepped forward and introduced them one by one. I am Zi Chen. Zhong Haotian. Miao Kong greets senior brother. Su Meng Yao. Lin Shui. Several people introduced themselves, and the tense atmosphere eased. Junior brother Zi Chen, I've heard a lot about you. Recently, your and Zhong Haotian's reputation has far surpassed ours. Mui said respectfully. Senior brother is overpraising me. Rumors can't be trusted. Zi Chen said with a smile. No, we didn't hear rumors. We saw the truth. Mui said, on that day, we followed Xu Yang and went to the valley. We also saw the dead inner court disciples. Junior brother Zi Chen, whether it is wisdom or temperament, it is admirable. You and Xu Yang are together. Zi Chen's face changed, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. As for Zhong Haotian, he was even more direct. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent. Senior brother, don't misunderstand. On that day, when Xu Yang came to us, we just wanted to see senior brother's elegant demeanor. Unfortunately, we didn't see senior brother, but we also admired senior brother for burying the enemy's corpse. Lu Peng smiled and explained. What about Xu Yang? Lu Peng shook his head and said, I don't know. On that day, after he saw the corpse of the beast, he seemed to have gone crazy. He directly tore up the beast's corpse and ran away. Zi Chen's expression eased. I don't know what senior brother thinks about this water monster. Lu Peng asked. Calling me senior brother is very awkward. You should call me Zi Chen. Zi Chen said, I suspect that this water monster is a Xiantian master. It may be a giant snake, but some people say that it is an octopus. The one that dealt with Jiao Tsong was just a tentacle. You also think that it is a Xiantian master snake? Lu Peng's eyes lit up. Zi Chen nodded and said, it's just a guess. I don't dare to jump to conclusions. Then what can you do? At present, there is no way, unless. After hesitating for a moment, Zi Chen said, unless we all enter the water and use our lives to kill the water monster. This was a stupid way, but it was the only way. Jiao Tsong died in a few moves. Zi Chen didn't think that he was stronger than Jiao Tsong, so he couldn't go alone. LV Peng nodded and said, this is indeed a method, but to lose so many people's lives for a millennium elixir, it doesn't seem to be worth it. Moreover, not everyone is willing to go in. Although there were many people here, everyone had their own thoughts and it was impossible to command them. Most of them were just here to join in the fun. It seems that this 1,000-year-old elixir is not fated to be with us. Lu Peng sighed. The others were also disappointed. It's a pity that it is a water monster. If it was on land, there might be some possibility. Zi Chen also sighed. A 1,000-year-old elixir was a good thing, but they couldn't get it. Zi Chen pondered for a long time and finally said, we guessed that this might be a conspiracy of Ling Chen, but we really can't figure out why he would do this. After hesitating for a while, Zi Chen finally told the truth. If this was a conspiracy, then the two sides could form an alliance. Lu Peng, Mui, and Liang Guang all frowned. They looked at the martial ancestors' side and saw that there were only 2 level 10 Jin Qi experts, and there weren't many disciples. If this is a conspiracy, then there must be many schemes. We might as well withdraw from here. Lu Peng suggested. Reasonable, let's withdraw first and see if this is a conspiracy. Zi Chen and the others nodded. I'll go gather people. Mui turned and left. However, at this time, a tyrannical aura suddenly emerged from the mouth of the valley. The terrifying Xiantian-level pressure made everyone's face change. Not good, this is a Xiantian-level monster beast. How can there be a Xiantian-level monster beast here? Above level 10 vicious beasts were monster beasts. Under the tyrannical pressure, the heaven and earthling qi in the valley became chaotic. A ruthless killing intent filled the entire valley. Is this Ling Chen's backup plan? He wants to kill us all. In front of them was a Xiantian-level monster beast, and behind them was the lake. It was more dangerous, and they had no way to retreat. Some people guessed the martial ancestors' conspiracy. So sinister, he didn't hesitate to kill his own sect's people. At this moment, everyone was certain that this was the battle sect's scheme. Just at this moment, a thick smell of blood appeared from the entrance of the valley. Immediately after, a figure flew towards the valley. With a single step, it covered over 100 meters. The figure had disheveled hair, cold eyes, and a tyrannical aura around him. The Xiantian level pressure was coming from him. It's not a monster beast, it's a human. Someone actually broke through to the Xiantian level. Seeing that it was a human, some of the cultivators secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, when Zichen saw the figure, his eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 60. This was a sorry figure. His clothes were tattered and his hair was disheveled. His clothes were stained with dried blood, and his original color could no longer be seen. His whole body emitted a thick smell of blood. When the figure reached the valley, he slowed down and walked step by step towards the valley. The earth trembled as the figure took a step forward. A Xiantian pressure was released from his body, and the oppressive aura made it difficult for the people in the valley to breathe. It's senior brother Shu Yang. It's actually senior brother Shu Yang. Senior brother Shu Yang, come to us. It's Shu Yang. He actually broke through to the Xiantian realm. It's rumored that Zichen killed 9 of the 10 disciples of the inner sect. Now that Shu Yang has broken through, Zichen is finished. Exclamations sounded in the valley. Some of the disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor shouted for Shu Yang to come over, their eyes filled with joy. Zichen knew that things weren't going well, and protected Lin Shui and Su Mengyaro behind him. Because at this moment, Shu Yang turned his head and saw Zichen with his blood-red eyes. Zichen. Shu Yang's eyes were spitting fire. He walked over step by step. A Xiantian pressure appeared, and the earth began to tremble. Not good, I don't know what kind of luck this Shu Yang has, but he actually broke through. The usually calm Miao Kong had a bitter expression. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Today was a disaster. Zhong Haotian was already standing side by side with Zichen. He knew that today was going to be a fierce battle, and it was very likely to be the last battle of his life. Zhong Haotian. Seeing Zichen, Shu Yang naturally saw Zhong Haotian and Miao Kong. His 3 enemies were all here. A cruel smile appeared on Shu Yang's face. What should we do? Shu Yang's strength made Liang Guang's face pale. Mui hesitated, not knowing where to stand at this time. LV Peng quietly said, "Wait and see." The earth trembled, and the wind whistled. Everyone in the valley stared at Shu Yang. No one spoke. The Xiantian realm Shu Yang brought too much shock to them. Senior brother Shu Yang, come to us. Suddenly, a disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor shouted loudly. He seemed to recognize Shu Yang, as the other party actually rushed forward. Senior apprentice brother Shu Yang has already broken through. The 1,000-year-old elixirs here belong to our spirit martial sect. You 2 sects should quickly leave. The disciple walked towards Shu Yang with his head held high. He completely did not understand the situation in front of him. Senior brother Shu Yang, there's a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb over there. Only you can get it. The disciple stepped forward and stopped in front of Shu Yang. A sudden change occurred. The disheveled Shu Yang suddenly turned his head, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. That disciple's expression changed and he hastily retreated, shouting, "Senior apprentice brother Shu Yang, it's me dash," but before he could finish his sentence, he saw Shu Yang open his mouth, revealing blood-red teeth. He then charged at him. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard. The disciple's neck was bitten off. Fresh blood spurted out and splattered all over Shu Yang's face. At this moment, Shu Yang's face was covered in blood, making him look even more terrifying. He then chewed twice and swallowed the flesh that he had bitten off. Ah! Such a bloody scene caused some of the more timid female disciples to scream. Some of them could not help but vomit. Zichen's hair stood on end as he saw this scene. His stomach had already started to churn. "Ha ha, Zichen." Shu Yang laughed like a wild beast. He breathed heavily and his eyes were filled with killing intent. With a crash, the disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor who were surrounding Zichen immediately scattered and hid. They could already tell that Xu Yang's target was Zichen. Zichen killed one of the 9 disciples of the inner sect. Now the other party is here for revenge. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Let's quickly retreat. According to the rules of the Nimbus martial ancestor, conflicts should be resolved by themselves. We cannot interfere. Some of the disciples quickly retreated and at the same time found an excuse for themselves to leave. In an instant, there were only a few people left besides Zichen. Su Mengyao, Lin Shui, Zhong Haotian, Miao Kong, Lu Peng, Liang Guang, and Mui did not leave. You guys go. This has nothing to do with you. Shui and Mengyao, quickly leave. Xu Yang walked over step by step. Zichen felt the pressure increasing and said in a deep voice, "No, we won't leave." The two shook their heads. Their eyes were firm and they wanted to fight side by side. "Go, quickly leave." Zichen shouted. Xu Yang's tyrannical aura was too terrifying. It was far beyond that of an ordinary Xiantian master. He looked more like a Xiantian beast and gave Zichen a lot of pressure. Xu Yang's eyes became even redder. His mind was filled with the scenes of the inner disciples dying. Fragments kept changing in his mind, and finally, the scene of a vicious beast eating a human appeared. Xu Yang roared and shouted, "Zichen, I will eat you." As soon as he finished speaking, Xu Yang flew towards Zichen. The aura around his body surged like a demonic beast rolling towards Zichen. Thunderbolt finger. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. His finger suddenly pointed forward. A silver light flashed and a winding thunder appeared, bringing with it the tyrannical power of thunder. Sky Tyrant Fist. Zhong Haotian clenched his fists and punched out a powerful fist. The fist wind whistled, and the aura surged. "Ha ha." Xu Yang laughed sinisterly and sent out 2 palms towards the two. His Yantian aura rippled and a terrifying pressure wreaked havoc. Boom. Boom. As the palms fell, the thunder exploded and disappeared. The Sky Tyrant Fist was also repelled. Zichen and Zhong Haotian, the 2 geniuses' joint attack, were instantly broken. At the same time, the 2 figures were also sent flying. This was an extremely shocking scene. Zichen's thunder was already very terrifying, and Zhong Haotian's Sky Tyrant Fist was also very overbearing. With the 2 of them joining forces, even Mui and the others would be defeated. But against the Xiantian realm Xu Yang, they were actually sent flying in one strike. The energy generated by the qi wreaked havoc, and the wind blew against Xu Yang's long hair, revealing a pair of incomparably cruel blood-red eyes. In those eyes, there was no reason to speak of, only a cruel killing intent. After Zichen was sent flying, Xu Yang's eyes fell on Lin Shui and Su Mengyao. If he was conscious, he would naturally be somewhat afraid of Su Mengyao. But now, he was half human half beast. He no longer had any scruples and rushed towards the two. "Get lost." Su Mengyao lightly shouted. 9th level Zhen Qi surged, and the Xiantian realm battle skill, Spirit Snake Dance, appeared. Like a white spirit snake, it rushed towards Xu Yang. Slap. Xu Yang didn't dodge. Instead, he struck back with a palm. Under the powerful force, the white spirit snake was sent flying back. It struck Su Mengyao's chest and sent her flying. Lin Shui's attack only now appeared. Tens of thousands of palm imprints appeared in midair, but they were no match for Xu Yang's palm. With a single palm strike, Lin Shui was sent flying back. A line of blood appeared in midair. Lin Shui was the weakest, and she was the most injured. Xu Yang had already gone mad. There were only 2 beautiful figures in his eyes, as well as endless hatred. His figure flashed, and he rushed towards Lin Shui. "Xu Yang, get lost." Zichen, who was sent flying, had already caught up. With a loud shout, his whole body emitted rays of silver light. Like a cannonball, he rushed towards Xu Yang. Boom. The 2 of them collided with a loud bang. After that, the silver light around Zichen shattered. It was as if he had collided with a small mountain, and he was bounced back. A line of blood streaked across the sky. Chen was also injured. Whoosh! Zhong Haotian slashed down with his long saber. A streak of saber light flashed, and it fell towards Xu Yang's head. Xu Yang raised his hand. His right hand formed a fist, and he punched towards the saber light. Crack! The saber light shattered, and so did the long saber. At this moment, Miao Kong had already silently appeared behind Xu Yang. Then, he kicked towards Xu Yang's butt. However, in that instant, an unparalleled aura erupted from Xu Yang's body. Miao Kong's attack didn't injure Xu Yang in the slightest. Instead, he was sent flying. 1 against 5, Xu Yang won. This was an extremely shocking scene. Everyone finally felt the power of a Xiantian cultivator. Huff, huff. Xu Yang panted loudly. Like a demonic beast, he glared at Lin Shui and growled, "Chen, I'll let you see how I'll kill your friends." He was sometimes clear-headed, and sometimes crazy. However, Xu Yang didn't forget about revenge. Chen rushed towards Xu Yang. Zhong Haotian did the same. Su Mengyao also appeared. However, even with the three of them joining forces, they still couldn't do anything to Xu Yang. He was extremely terrifying at the Xiantian realm. Flowing light strike. Chen's strongest attack couldn't break through Xu Yang's defense. It was blocked by Xu Yang's Xiantian Zhenqi. Then, he suffered a heavy blow to his chest. He vomited blood and was sent flying. Chen! Lin Shui exclaimed. Everyone was sent flying. Each of them was seriously injured. Xu Yang rushed towards Lin Shui with bloodshot eyes. Everyone was shocked. In the distance, Chen was furious and desperate. After several exchanges, he was seriously injured. At this moment, he couldn't fight anymore. Zhong Haotian was also in a similar situation. "No, Xu Yang, come at me if you have the ability. You trash, kill me if you have the ability." Chen roared. His eyes were full of unwillingness. "Your brothers were killed by me. They deserved to be killed. I'll kill them one by one." Xu Yang's body trembled. He looked at Chen. In his crazy eyes, there seemed to be a trace of sobriety. He grinned and said to Chen, "Don't worry, you will die. In front of everyone, I will kill Lin Shui and Su Mengyao. I will let you know what despair is." Xu Yang grinned. At this moment, he was clearly sober. Chen slowly got up and rushed towards Xu Yang again. However, he was sent flying again by a slap. At the same time, he arrived in front of Lin Shui. Lin Shui retreated in horror. She was injured. "Ha." Xu Yang grinned and rushed towards Lin Shui. Peng. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. Nobody knew when, but Lu Peng, who hadn't moved at all, had arrived beside Xu Yang. With a sneak attack, Xu Yang was repelled. Junior brother. Lu Peng's action startled Mui and the others, causing them to cry out in alarm. Summon all of the 10th floor disciples of the Black Tortoise sect to kill Xu Yang. This person has already gone mad. If he kills Chen now, it might be us next. Lu Peng said in a deep voice without even turning his head. Chapter 61. The Golden Palm was the strongest battle skill of the Black Martial ancestor. With one strike, the palm print emitted a little golden light. It was as if the golden palm print had crashed down. If it was any other time, the golden palm print would have attracted a lot of attention. But today, LV Peng's opponent was the Xiantian realm Xu Yang. Such an attack that could threaten a 10th level Zhenqi master was unable to do anything to a Xiantian realm master. Boom! With a loud bang, the golden palm print was shattered and LV Peng was sent flying. Drops of blood dripped from the palm print. Attack! Mui and the others were still in a daze when LV Peng roared. Swish! Swish! The expressions of the two who were still hesitating instantly turned cold. With a tap of their feet, they charged at Xu Yang. A surging aura appeared, and 2 rays of light rushed towards Xu Yang. Energy exploded instantly. Boom! The two sides fought fiercely and the sound became louder and louder. The heaven and earth spiritual qi in the valley was crazily stirred up. The surrounding cultivators all retreated and stood in the distance to watch the show. LV Peng's words were extremely frightening to them. They did not think that Xu Yang would kill the innocent. Some of the disciples who were watching the show were disappointed when they saw LV Peng and the others attack. The disciples of the 10th level of the Black Tortoise sect flashed over and joined the battle. As for the others, they retreated even further. This is the business of the Nimbus martial ancestor. It has nothing to do with us. Quickly retreat. The 10th level Zhen martial ancestor said coldly. But Zhong Haotian is there? A disciple asked. HMPH, Zhong Haotian offended Senior Ling Chen and Senior Ling Yun. If we help him, we will be courting death. With a cold snort, the Zhen martial ancestor disciple retreated even further. The disciples dispersed, leaving more space for Xu Yang to fight. As for the Nimbus martial ancestor disciples, they retreated first. Boom! The Black martial ancestor sent over a dozen 10th level Zhenqi disciples. Their attacks were very fierce and brought a lot of trouble to Xu Yang. Ah, go die! Xu Yang was furious. His eyes became even redder and he lost his mind again. With the Xiantian Qi protecting his body, he did not defend and directly attacked. Bang! Xu Yang's palm landed on a disciple's chest. His Xiantian Zhen Qi surged into the disciple's body. In an instant, the disciple was sent flying and coughed up blood. When he landed on the ground, he was no longer breathing. Boom! A disciple's bones were shattered by a single blow. Dang! A sharp blade pierced towards Xu Yang's body, but was blocked by Xu Yang's Xiantian Zhen Qi. Unable to break through Xu Yang's defense, Xu Yang counterattacked, sending the disciple flying. With just one strike, a disciple was sent flying backwards. The difference between the 10th layer and the Xiantian realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. A 10th layer disciple was unable to withstand a single strike from Xu Yang. Peng! A disciple was sent flying. Boom! A disciple was knocked back. Dong! A disciple's heart was shattered. In the blink of an eye, 3 out of the 10 disciples at the 10th level of true energy had died. Such a bitter battle caused the distant disciples to feel fear and trepidation. However, no one came to help. Xu Yang seemed to have gone crazy, and he charged toward a 10th level disciple, biting down on his neck. With a cracking sound, that disciple died. Ha ha! Xu Yang grinned, lifted his hands, and directly threw the dead disciple away. With a splash, the disciple's body fell into the lake. What are you doing? Xu Yang has already gone crazy. If we don't stop him, he will kill everyone. Lu Peng was already injured, and he angrily shouted at the distant spectators. That's just your side of the story. Xu Yang was only avenging his brother. Yes, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. This has nothing to do with us. All of this is Zi Chen reaping what he sowed. You should not intervene in this matter, otherwise all the disciples will be killed. The disciples of the two factions said, but the disciples of the Xian martial ancestor hesitated. Where are the disciples of the Xian martial ancestor? Come with me and kill this bastard. Lu Peng was furious. He despised these cowards who did not understand the situation and were greedy for life, but at this moment he did not have time to refute them. He could only shout. Disciples of the Black Turtle sect, kill Xu Yang. Mui also shouted out, and launched a series of attacks towards Xu Yang. Swoosh! Swoosh! Hearing the shouts of their senior brothers, the disciples of the Xian martial ancestor who were still hesitating also stepped forward, but there were still some who retreated. Don't go, do you want to die? Some of the people who were on good terms with Xu Yang pulled back their companions who were about to die. He is a Xiantian master, you are just going to die. Besides, is it worth it for an outer sect disciple? One by one, the disciples were stopped, but there were still some who rushed forward. The chaotic battle continued. Xu Yang attacked again and again, seriously injuring those at the 10th level of Zhenqi. As for those at the 8th and 9th levels of Zhenqi, they would die in one hit. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the battlefield. No one saw that on the mountain peak above the valley, 2 figures had appeared. Senior brother, this Xu Yang is really amazing. He actually broke through to the Xiantian level. In this fierce battle, he seriously injured all the disciples of the Xian martial ancestor. It can be said that he saved us a lot of trouble. Xie Qiu said with a smile. Yes, it was unexpected, but not bad. Are the disciples ready? Ling Chen said indifferently. We are ready. When the berserk beasts riot, it will be time for them to get the elixirs. This plan of killing 2 birds with 1 stone is really good. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Ling Chen's eyes flashed. If Xu Yang faces the water monster, it is very likely that he will be able to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Ha. Senior brother is wise. In the valley, the smell of blood was even thicker. The disciples of the Xian martial ancestor who were desperately rushing forward had already died. But there were still disciples who rushed forward without any regard for their lives. Mui, why are you still not letting go? Are you going to let more of your disciples die for Zi Chen? Zi Chen's life is a life, but their lives are not. Is it worth it for an outsider? Sacrificing our own disciples for an outer sect disciple, what kind of attitude is that? In the distance, a disciple had already shouted. Get lost. Mui was furious. He roared, Xu Yang has already lost his mind. When the time comes, he will kill everyone. If we don't kill him, we will be the ones to die. You bunch of trash, not only are you not helping, you are also making sarcastic remarks. Mui's nose was almost crooked from anger. These people were really trash. Not only did they not help, but they were also making sarcastic remarks to shake the morale of the disciples. Don't look for excuses. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Xu Yang is only looking for Zi Chen for revenge. Yes, you guys should retreat. A disciple coldly said. Revenge? Is there a need to use the other party's friends for revenge? Are you guys just going to watch them be killed? LV Peng angrily said. These people really did not have a conscience and were crazy. That's because he killed their brothers. This is called an eye for an eye. Some disciples disagreed, but there were also some who lowered their heads in silence. You guys are really beasts. LV Peng was furious. Zi Chen did not say a word. He rushed forward again and again, striking out a powerful attack. The thunderbolt finger repeatedly appeared, constantly wreaking havoc. Unfortunately, his strength was lower than his opponent by a few realms. Zi Chen had a powerful combat skill, but he could not display its full power. Su Mengyao's peerless face was covered with frost. Usually, everyone surrounded her like stars surrounding the moon. Today, the feeling of being forgotten made her feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, the words of the disciples had seriously hurt her. Xiantian combat skills continued to appear. Su Mengyao's eyes were already filled with killing intent. Retreat, it's not worth it for an outsider. Their lives are important, but are your lives not important? Zi Chen, if you are a man, make them leave. Some righteous people could not bear to see these disciples die, so they all shouted. Watching their companions die one by one, the disciples of the Xian martial ancestor also hesitated. Then, one by one, they withdrew from the battle. LV Peng and the others were angry and anxious, but there was nothing they could do. No disciple came forward. Peng. Boom. Dong. Some of the disciples who dared to rush forward were either killed or seriously injured. In the end, there was no one left beside Xu Yang. Haha. Xu Yang was crazy, but he was still rational. Although he wanted to kill everyone, he did not arrogantly admit it. With a hideous smile, he rushed towards Xuelin, his crazy eyes flashing with a lustful light. Get lost. Zi Chen was like a cockroach that could not be killed. He jumped up again. His body was covered in his own blood. He was knocked down again and again, but he stood up again and again. His heart was beating violently, providing him with an endless supply of energy. The thunderbolt finger appeared again, but it was shattered again. At the same time, Zi Chen used his body to block in front of Xuelin. Peng. Xu Yang punched out. The powerful force made Zi Chen retreat a few steps, but he did not fall down. Xu Yang punched again, and Zi Chen retreated again. After 3 consecutive punches, Zi Chen retreated to Xuelin's side. Everyone was speechless. If someone else was punched, even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured. However, Zi Chen retreated and did not fall down. Haha. Xu Yang laughed and punched again. This time, Zi Chen could not hold on any longer. He flew back a few meters and landed on the ground. No. He let out an unwilling roar. Zhong Haotian rushed up at this time, but was kicked away by Xu Yang. After that, no one could stand up again. Xu Yang came to Xuelin's side. With a hideous smile, he reached out to grab Xuelin's blood-stained white robe. Rip! Under the force, the white robe was torn apart, revealing her white skin. Xu Yang grinned and reached out again. Another piece of her robe was torn, and her perfect and straight legs were completely exposed. Xuelin's eyes were filled with fear. Her body was trembling, and she looked very pitiful. All around her were the roars of Zi Chen and the others. In the distance, there was a group of disciples who stood on the side of justice. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. This is Zi Chen's own fault. Some disciples could not bear it. Some disciples muttered in a low voice, as if they were looking for excuses for their own righteousness. Gululu. The nearby lake had long been dyed red with blood. The human corpses in the lake slowly sank to the bottom. A ripple appeared in the lake, followed by the formation of a whirlpool. Chapter 62. Zi Chen's eyes were already bloodshot, but at that moment, he was powerless. His body was seriously injured, and the silver energy in his heart was constantly healing his body. However, it was still very slow, and it could not guarantee Zi Chen's ability to fight. Lin Xue's clothes were no longer intact and could be attacked by the claws at any time. A few seriously injured disciples staggered forward, but they were all sent flying. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the battlefield, including Ling Fei and Xie Qiu. Enjoy the show. This will be a different kind of hand-to-hand battle. Ling Chen smiled, very relaxed. Xie Qiu nodded in agreement. Everyone's attention was on the battlefield, so no one noticed the changes in the lake. The lake began to ripple and a whirlpool slowly formed. Haha, Zi Chen, today I will let you feel what despair is. Xu Yang was sometimes sober and sometimes crazy. Now that he was sober, he grabbed at Lin Xue with his claws. At this moment, everyone was in despair. Hiss! A roar suddenly sounded, and then the lake water surged. Huge waves surged, and a huge whirlpool of dozens of meters suddenly rose up. At the same time, a huge monster appeared from the center of the whirlpool. It was a triangular head that was almost the size of a house. It was ferocious and terrifying, and its head was covered with palm-sized scales that were tightly connected with each other. A pair of ice-cold triangular eyes stared unwaveringly at Xu Yang. A violent Xiantian-level aura swept out from the monster. This was a Xiantian-level demon beast. With a roar, ripples appeared in the air. This was a giant python with a head the size of a house. Its body was dozens of meters long, and hundreds of meters away, there were surging waves, like a tail surging at the bottom of the lake. The corpse that fell into the lake, the thick smell of blood, and Xu Yang's Xiantian-level aura attracted the other party. The giant python stood upright, creating an endless whirlpool. After it appeared, it cast a large shadow in the valley. After it appeared, the giant python suddenly bit at Xu Yang. The giant python brought a strong hurricane with it, and the impact forced everyone to retreat. The appearance of the giant python was too shocking. A sudden change occurred, and the giant python rushed towards Xu Yang. Xu Yang sensed it and quickly turned around, just in time to see the giant python in front of him, opening its bloody maw to bite him. Xu Yang's expression changed drastically. With a tap of his foot, he retreated, but he was still too slow. After a loud sound, one of the giant python's teeth directly pierced through Xu Yang's shoulder. The Xiantian Qi instantly broke through his defense. The giant python bit through Xu Yang's body. Immediately after, its huge head retreated, as if it wanted to bring Xu Yang back to the bottom of the lake, where its home ground was. Ah, die for me. The pressure from the python caused Xu Yang to wake up completely. With a shout, his right hand emitted a dazzling light. He clenched his fist and punched towards the python's teeth with the might of the Xiantian realm. Crack! With a loud sound, one of the giant python's fangs suddenly broke. At the same time, Xu Yang's body fell towards the surface of the lake with a splash. The giant python roared in pain and also fell into the water. The water in the lake surged as if it was boiling, churning and churning unceasingly. Huge waves soared to the sky, creating waves that were hundreds of meters high. Blood stains appeared on the surface of the surging lake. Xu Yang and the giant python were currently fighting under the water. "Are you all right?" Zichen staggered to his feet and ran to Lin Shui. At this time, Lin Shui's face was deathly pale. Seeing Zichen arrive, she directly threw herself into Zichen's arms, sobbing. "It's okay, it's okay." Zichen endured the pain and gently patted Lin Shui's back to comfort her. Su Mengyaro slowly got up and handed over a set of white clothes, indicating for Lin Shui to put it on. Her clothes were already disheveled, revealing a bit of her body. "Thank you for your help today. In the future, if you need me, Zichen, for anything, Zichen, will do my best." Lin Shui slowly calmed down. Zichen turned to Lu Peng and the others. "We're not saving you, we're saving ourselves. Xu Yang has already gone crazy and will kill everyone." Lu Peng said. "Everyone, quickly recover from your injuries. There might be a fierce battle later." The waves in the lake surged to the sky. The battle between the human and the python was extremely fierce. Xu Yang's body would occasionally rush out of the lake to take a breath. At the same time, he wanted to leave the lake, but every time, he would be entangled by the python and pulled back into the water. Zichen and the others swallowed qi recovery pills and were trying to recover from their injuries. In the distance, a group of disciples was curiously watching the battle on the lake. Some of them had already made up their minds and jumped onto rafts, wanting to take the opportunity to get the Millennium Elixirs. Unfortunately, under a huge wave, the rafts were shattered and the human cultivators fell into the lake. Several disciples died in succession, so no one dared to take advantage of the situation. "Get lost." With a loud shout, Xu Yang once again rushed out from the bottom of the lake like a cannonball. At this time, his body was covered with bloodstains. In front of the python, Xiantian True Qi was not enough to protect him. Moreover, Xu Yang had also consumed some of his True Qi in the previous battle. At this moment, he was at a disadvantage against the python. The python let out a roar and jumped out again. Its huge head, which was as big as a house, tried to bite Xu Yang. True Qi surged around Xu Yang's body, and he slapped the python's head. After a loud bang, his body once again rushed out, and this time, he flew in an arc towards the shore of the lake. The crowd exclaimed. Obviously, they did not expect Xu Yang to use this method to escape. At the same time, some people sighed. Even Xu Yang was not a match for the python. There was no hope of getting the Millennium Elixirs. Just as Xu Yang was about to cross the lake and land in the valley, 100-meter-tall wave suddenly appeared and slammed towards Xu Yang. Xu Yang raised his hand and shattered the wave, but then the python's tail whipped Xu Yang's body. Pa! With a crisp sound, Xu Yang was knocked into the lake from afar. Another fierce battle ensued. The lake surged, and huge waves rose to the sky. Xu Yang's roar and the python's roar sounded again and again. Blood bloomed on the lake, some of it was Xu Yang's, and some of it was the python's. The fierce battle lasted for a full hour. Just as Xu Yang had exhausted a lot of his energy and was about to soar into the air, the giant python once again stretched out its head and bit Xu Yang's thigh. Moreover, it suddenly pulled downwards. Xu Yang struggled and cried for help, but no one paid attention to him. When his body completely sank into the bottom of the lake, the waves gradually disappeared, and the surging lake gradually calmed down. Xu Yang did not appear again. Sigh. A sigh came from the crowd. This Xu Yang is dead. A Xiantian realm cultivator died just like that. That's right. This beast is worse than a pig or a dog. He really deserves to die. He almost killed senior sister Lin Shui. Good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be punished with evil. Even if Xu Yang broke through to the Xiantian realm, he will still die. Evil will have evil consequences. After seeing Xu Yang die and Zichen and the others recover from their injuries, the group of righteous disciples once again sighed softly, their voices much louder than before. Most of them were disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor and walked toward Zichen's group. Senior brother Zichen is tired. Now that he's injured, we have to protect him. That's right. Those with evil intentions can forget about touching a single strand of senior brother Zichen's hair. If anyone dares to touch senior sister Lin Shui and senior sister Su Mengyaro, I'll fall out with them. The group of disciples returned one after another, returning with righteousness. Bang! However, at this moment, the lake that had just calmed down suddenly surged, and the huge waves that disappeared appeared again. The python appeared once again. This time, its target was the disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor who were moving. With a roar, it charged toward the crowd like a bolt of lightning. Blood flowed down from the wound and dripped into the valley along with the lake water. When it retracted, 3 cultivators were bitten by the python and were pulled into the lake. After the battle with Shu Yang, the python was injured and consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, it needed food to replenish itself, and humans were the best delicacies for the beast. Ah! Screams came from the crowd. The python's sudden attack had caught everyone off guard. Bang! However, just as the python entered the lake, it appeared again and pounced toward the crowd. This time, there were a few screams and the cultivators were pulled into the lake. The lake surged again. After a few struggles, the cultivators who entered the lake no longer made a sound. Not good, the python is starting to attack the humans. Retreat, the python is showing its power. Senior brother Zi Chen, help us. Senior brother Mui, deal with the python quickly. A series of shouts rang out and the cultivators began retreating, preparing to leave the valley. The giant python was simply too terrifying. At that very moment, it was still within the lake, attacking the cultivators in the valley one by one. After a series of attacks, many of the human cultivators died. Everyone began to retreat and rushed out of the valley like a tide. Chimph, you want to leave now? It's too late. On the mountain peak, Ling Chen looked at the panicking crowd and laughed. At this moment, the ground began to tremble and a rumbling sound could be heard. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. Outside the valley, smoke and dust splashed everywhere. The ground rumbled and shook violently. In the smoke and dust, many fierce beasts were rushing toward the valley. At a glance, there were hundreds of them. Rumble. Rumble. The rumbling sound was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Occasionally, some stones would roll down from the mountain peak. When the crowd reached the entrance of the valley, they were completely dumbfounded when they saw the fierce beasts in the smoke and dust. This time, there was really no way to advance or retreat. There were many fierce beasts in front and furious beasts behind. Everyone understood what Zi Chen felt before. What's going on? Why are there so many fierce beasts here? So many fierce beasts. Are all the fierce beasts in the spiritual herbal garden here? Are they summoned? What's going on? The fierce beasts rushed over with a tyrannical aura. Their target was clear. Let's fight with these fierce beasts. Let's kill our way out. If we meet the python, we'll die. If we meet the fierce beasts, there's a way out. Let's go. A few decisive roars could be heard from the crowd. Then, a large group of strong cultivators rushed toward the approaching fierce beasts. But if one looked carefully, they would see that a few figures were retreating quickly. They were the ones who had spoken before. Rumble. Men and beasts collided. Under the huge impact of the fierce beasts, the human cultivators were instantly sent flying and were trampled to death by the fierce beasts. Chapter 63. Numerous vicious beasts swarmed over, instantly engaging in a fierce battle with the humans. The entire valley had become a huge battlefield. Peng. A 9th-grade powerhouse had his Zhen-Qi surging around him. He struck out with a wave of energy, killing an 8th-grade ferocious beast with a single strike. Then, more ferocious beasts rushed over, drowning him like a tidal wave. With every step, one could clearly hear the 9th-level expert's bones shattering, as well as his despairing screams. A 9th-level expert had died. Ah, save me. A cultivator was buried in the mouth of a fierce red tiger. He only had time to cry out for help before he died. No one came to his rescue, and everyone was in danger. Senior apprentice brother Zi Chen, save me. Senior apprentice sister Su Mengyaro, save me. Senior apprentice brother Mui. Senior apprentice brother Liang Guang, save us. A group of disciples drowned in vicious beasts cried out for help. Pu. A sword light flashed, and a 9th-level vicious beast died. The 10th-level expert of the battle martial sect had already killed 3 level 9 ferocious beasts, but soon after, he was targeted by even more ferocious beasts. Many ferocious beasts crazily rushed over, directly drowning this 10th-level expert. Blood splattered everywhere as vicious beasts died one after another. However, more and more wounds appeared on the expert's body, until finally, he was drowned by the tide of vicious beasts. A 10th-level expert had died. Get up! Some of the disciples who were skilled in movement techniques leaped up into the air. At the same time, they borrowed strength from the walls of the mountain and stabbed out with their weapons, borrowing strength once more. After borrowing strength multiple times, they finally reached the peak of the mountain. However, before they could laugh in excitement, they saw Ling Chen on the mountain peak. Die! Ling Chen sneered, and kicked out with lightning speed. The cultivator fell into the valley from a height of several hundred meters, and he was dead for sure. There were vicious beasts in front, a giant python behind, and Ling Chen and the others on the peak. It could be said that the disciples had reached a dead end. Hiss! The giant python roared again and again, calling out names again and again. In just a short period of time, more than 20 human cultivators had died. They were dragged into the lake, no longer making a sound. The earth trembled as the vicious beasts finally charged into the valley. Many humans turned back, causing the earth to tremble as a chaotic battle broke out. Zi Chen and the others also stood up. Under such circumstances, they could no longer continue to recover. It must be Ling Chen. It must be their scheme. That damned thing. Everything is for the sake of killing us. Mui and the others were furious, but at this moment, there was nothing they could do. What should we do? Should we charge out? Someone suggested. Why are there so many ferocious beasts? Facing so many ferocious beasts, if they were in their peak condition, they might have been able to deal with them. However, now that they were all injured, they could only sigh helplessly. We can't, Zi Chen said. We're all seriously injured right now, and we can't escape from hundreds of dire beasts. Then what should we do? Wait for death. Let's gather together and take turns guarding a certain area, slowly exhausting these beasts to death. Good idea. Let's move forward first. It's too dangerous here. It's within the python's attack range. Everyone suggested that they move forward. Heart-wrenching cries for help sounded in their ears, but Zi Chen and the others turned a deaf ear to these cries. Even Su Mengyaro was too lazy to pay attention to them. Mui took the lead, his Jin Qi surged, and those attacking ferocious beasts were sent flying. The python once again leaped out of the lake, its cold eyes glanced at the chaotic crowd, as if it was considering where to launch its attack. Suddenly, the python saw Zi Chen and the others moving. Huge waves surged, and the lake surged. The python's eyes were extremely cold. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Su Mengyaro, who was walking at the back. A strong wind whistled, and a humid breath hit their faces. The Xiantian pressure was approaching again. Su Mengyaro, who was aware of the threat, suddenly turned her head and saw that the python's bloody mouth was already in front of her. Ah! Su Mengyaro screamed in fear. Apparently, she did not expect that the giant python would attack her. At this critical moment, a strong force suddenly gushed out from the side and directly pushed Su Mengyaro back. She staggered and fell to the side, barely dodging the attack of the giant python. Her body brushed past the scales of the giant python. Su Mengyaro fell to the ground and escaped danger, but at the place where she was standing, a person suddenly appeared. It was Zi Chen who had knocked her down at the critical moment. In the next moment, the python bit towards Zi Chen. The dense rows of cold teeth in its bloody mouth seemed to want to split Zi Chen in two. Within the huge mouth, there was an incomparable stench, dripping blood, and some human limbs. It could be said to be extremely ferocious. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the python closed its bloody mouth. Shua! The python retreated again, but there was no sign of Zi Chen. Waves splashed on the surface of the lake as the python fell. Zi Chen had been bitten by the python and was dragged to the bottom of the lake. It's not Zi Chen, Lin Shui screamed, her eyes filled with despair. She disregarded her own life and death and rushed towards the surface of the lake. However, she was suddenly pulled back by someone. It was the severely wounded Miao Kong. "Hurry up and retreat." Miao Kong pulled Lin Shui back. At the same time, Zhong Haotian also supported Su Mengyaro and followed Mui and the others. The python was invincible now. No one could stop it. Zi Chen had been swallowed. Although everyone was angry, there was no other way. As for killing the python, they didn't even need to think about it. Everyone followed Zi Chen's suggestion and found a place with their backs against the mountain wall. They took turns guarding the area. Lin Shui and Su Mengyaro were the ones being protected. This was because at this moment, the two of them were in a very bad state. Lin Shui was grief-stricken. As she saw Zi Chen bitten by the python, she even had thoughts of suicide. Tears flowed down her face. Su Mengyaro wasn't much better than Lin Shui. Her beautiful face was deathly pale. Her mind was filled with the scene of Zi Chen knocking her back. At that moment, Zi Chen used his own life to exchange for hers. He saved her, but he was buried in the python's mouth. Zhong Haotian stood in front of the two of them. He was seriously injured. He attacked the berserk beasts madly, again and again. Zi Chen protected me before. Now that he's dead, I must protect his friends. Zhong Haotian's eyes were full of determination. He was like an iron tower, standing there unwaveringly. He used his body to protect the two people behind him. Everyone gathered together and guarded a small area. Several people resisted the berserk beasts while the others recovered from their injuries. After a while, they would switch positions with each other. It could be said that this was the only way to survive in the current situation. It was also the most effective way. When the others saw this scene, they followed suit one after another, imitating what they did. Lin Shui's eyes stared blankly at the lake. She was grief-stricken. She didn't know why, but after the python swallowed Zi Chen, it didn't attack for a long time. The lake water was still violently surging, as if there was a battle at the bottom of the lake. Zi Chen isn't dead yet. He's fighting with the python. The lake water surged violently, creating huge waves that were dozens of meters tall. Lin Shui's blank eyes suddenly lit up as she cried out in alarm. The few people who had recovered from their injuries all subconsciously turned their heads. They saw the surging lake water. Occasionally, they could see the python's scaly body swimming on the surface of the lake. Su Mingyao's eyes also lit up. Her deathly pale face was slightly flushed. She prayed for Zi Chen in her heart, hoping that he could survive. Zi Chen, you must hold on. Even Xu Yang had died in the mouth of the python, let alone Zi Chen, who was at stage 8 true energy. Therefore, the only thought in everyone's hearts was that Zi Chen could hold on a little longer. As for whether he lived or died, it was already decided when Zi Chen fell into the lake. Perhaps in everyone's hearts, Zi Chen's ending was already in their minds. However, no one was willing to admit it. Everyone was waiting for a miracle to happen. However, this miracle was just too unlikely. Chimph, kill them all. It would be best if you could kill them all. It's just a pity that the two beauties of the Nimbus martial ancestor, the two beauties that Chen Feng yearns for, are about to die. On top of the mountain, Ling Chen looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction, a trace of regret flashing through her eyes. Xie Qiu, who was beside her, also laughed. It is a pity. Since they're going to die anyway, it would be great if we could enjoy it a little before we die. We can also experience Chen Feng's taste. There are plenty of beautiful women. Don't let these two women delay the important matters. How's the matter of the elixirs? Ling Chen suddenly asked. These vicious beasts came here in pursuit of the soul-enchanting fragrance. Obviously, they gave up on the elixirs. Right now, I'm afraid that our people are already cramping up their hands from picking the elixirs. Xie Qiu said. That's good. Our goal is not only to win the bet, but also to make the other two factions suffer heavy losses. Ling Chen's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. Xu Yang, that trash, can't even deal with the giant python. If both sides suffer heavy losses, we'll really be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. At this moment, in the elixir garden, the disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor were crazily picking the elixirs. They followed the rich fragrance of the elixirs and picked them one by one. Some of the 500 to 600 years old elixirs were usually guarded by vicious beasts. However, since the vicious beasts had left today, they could pick them as they wished. Without the vicious beasts guarding them, they could pick the elixirs as they wished. Hurry up and be more efficient. We still have to go back and fight later. Ling Fei's voice sounded. Beside him were Chen Qi and Tai Kai, who had lost an arm. The two of them were now Ling Fei's left and right bodyguards, ensuring his safety at all times. TMPH, this plan succeeded. Our Nimbus martial ancestor is the biggest winner. I just don't know if Zichen fell for it. Chen Qi gritted his teeth. One of his arms was chopped off by Zichen, so he had always hated Zichen. Don't worry, Chen Qi. I know you hate Zichen, and so do I. Didn't they say that they had already sent the news to Zichen? The temptation of the 1,000-year-old elixirs was enough to make Zichen go. Who knows, maybe he's already dead. Ling Fei smiled and patted Chen Qi's shoulder. It's a pity that we didn't kill him with our own hands. Chen Qi said. It is a pity, but we can't kill him with our own hands. It's not bad to let others kill him. I hope that he'll be torn apart by the vicious beasts. Tai Kai said viciously. Zichen was swallowed by the giant python. His life was in danger, but he wasn't dead yet. After knocking Su Mengyaro away, Zichen saw the giant python's mouth full of cold teeth. In the next moment, he was bitten by the giant python. However, at this critical moment, Zichen tapped his foot and rushed into the giant python's mouth. When the giant python closed its mouth, Zichen dodged the 2 rows of teeth and slid towards the giant python's stomach. Chapter 64. The giant python often swallowed living things, so it didn't care at all. Moreover, this giant python was hundreds of meters long. Swallowing a small Zichen wouldn't be a problem at all. It wouldn't even be full, just enough for a snack. If there were no accidents, Zichen would definitely die after entering the giant python's stomach. But all the problems were caused by the black sword in Zichen's hand. This was a first-class weapon. It couldn't break through the defense of a Xiantian realm giant python. But now Zichen was inside the python's stomach. This was the python's weakest point. There was no defense at all. Zichen's Zhenqi surged around his body. The pitch-black sword flashed with silver light. With a flash of sword light, the black sword pierced deeply into the python's body, leaving only the hilt outside. The giant python roared in pain. It shook the endless waves and began to swallow vigorously. A strong suction force appeared in its stomach, trying to suck Zichen in. Zichen tightly grasped the hilt of the sword and remained motionless. He allowed the huge suction force to suck Zichen and his sword into the python's stomach. But wherever the suction force passed, it left a deep wound. Blood gushed out from the wound like a small river. This was Zichen's only hope. Whether he could survive or not depended on this. Blood violently spurted out from the python's stomach. Hiss. The giant python was constantly rolling in the lake like an angry dragon. It couldn't bear the pain in its stomach. It could only swim continuously, using its body to avoid the lake's surface. The snake's body wriggled and a stronger suction force appeared. It was determined to swallow Zichen into its stomach. At the same time, the giant python opened its bloody mouth and began to drink the lake water. Like an angry dragon drinking water, the endless lake water rushed into the python's stomach and splashed onto Zichen's body. A silver light appeared on his body. He held the black sword tightly and didn't let go. He allowed the black sword to pierce through the python's body and slide into its stomach bit by bit. The serpent was very large, and the long sword didn't manage to pierce through the serpent's body. At this moment, the pain of flesh being cut caused the serpent to become irritable. It stuck its head out for more than 30 meters before it suddenly fell towards the surface of the lake with a loud bang. Waves splashed everywhere as the lake water surged. As Zichen continued to slide down, the suction force from the snake's abdomen grew stronger and stronger. A pungent mucus stuck to his body, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if he was being roasted by fire. Even his strong constitution was showing signs of corrosion. Not good. If this goes on, I'm going to be swallowed and digested by the python sooner or later. Zichen's expression changed drastically. Specks of silver light appeared on his hand as he pointed directly at the python. In an instant, a bolt of lightning appeared and exploded within the snake's body, emitting a thunderous sound. The giant python's body trembled, and its body rose up before landing again. It was born to only know how to swallow and not vomit. At this moment, there was nothing it could do about what was happening in its stomach. Zichen grabbed the black sword with one hand and unleashed a barrage of attacks with the other. He was determined to kill the giant python while it was still inside the snake's body. Hiss! The giant python hissed in pain. Its head and body leaped dozens of meters high before it suddenly landed. It continuously hit the surface of the lake, causing waves to splash dozens of meters high. Zichen was confused by the impact, but he still held onto the black sword tightly. He could not enter the snake's abdomen, or else he would definitely be digested. The giant python's strange behavior naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators. Could it be that Zichen is still alive? It's already been 15 minutes, and the giant python is still making a ruckus. It seems that Zichen is still alive. Zichen is still alive. That's great. Some people were happy, while others were sad. Many cultivators had lost their lives to the raging beasts, but Zichen, who should have died long ago, was still alive. However, this was also good. As long as Zichen was still alive, the giant python would not have the energy to kill others. At this moment, the entire lake was boiling. The giant python was like a flood dragon, its body twisting and turning. It would rise and fall from time to time, splashing endless waves. This guy is really lucky. He's still alive. On the mountain peak, Ling Chen's eyes shone with surprise. What should we do? Someone is about to rush out of the valley. Xie Qiu asked. Gather everyone and block the valley. Don't let anyone leave alive. Ling Chen said coldly. His figure flashed, and he flew down the mountain peak. Zichen slid down dozens of meters. Then, he saw a sparkling blue light in the pitch-black snake's abdomen. It was like a huge gemstone, appearing on top of his head. That is. Zichen's eyes lit up. This blue gemstone was still trembling, as if it was alive, and it was constantly jumping. This is the snake's gallbladder, Zichen exclaimed. It was said that snakes were different from other beasts. All of their energy essence was not in the heart, but gathered in the snake's gallbladder. The gallbladder was the snake's energy source. The snake's gallbladder trembled like a beating heart, providing the giant python with an endless supply of energy. The snake's gallbladder was dark blue, sparkling and translucent, like a huge gemstone. It was as big as a human head, flickering with a bewitching light. Zichen's heartbeat quickened. The true value of this snake's gallbladder was far greater than a gemstone of the same size. This was the innate giant python's energy source. It was something that could not be obtained in abundance. Its value was no less than a 1,000-year-old spirit herb. This is it. If I can get it, my strength will definitely break through. Moreover, I can also kill the giant python. It can be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Zichen's breathing was rapid. This was not because of excitement, but because the air in the snake's abdomen was limited. At this moment, Zichen found it difficult to breathe. The snake's gallbladder was several meters above his head. Moreover, there was a strong suction force in the abdomen, and the lake water was pouring down from above. It was difficult for Zichen to jump a few meters into the air. Fight. This was his only chance of survival. Zichen had to fight. If he jumped up, Zichen would definitely be sucked into the snake's abdomen and become its food. Thus, he had no choice but to use the old method. His right hand flashed with a silver light and stabbed towards the snake meat beside him. In an instant, his entire arm entered the snake's body. Then, his left hand pulled out a long sword and stabbed forward. Zichen used the snake's body as a rock and climbed over it step by step. This method was the safest and most secure. But for the giant python, this was an indescribable pain. The giant python hissed and swam even more violently. The lake water was like a huge wave in the sea, surging up to the sky. After a quarter of an hour, Zichen finally arrived at the side of the snake's gallbladder. As his long sword flashed, some of the conjoined snake meat beside the gallbladder was directly cut off, revealing a complete gallbladder. This is it. Zichen's eyes shined and his breathing quickened. He did not have much time left. The snake's abdomen was already filled with lake water and the air was becoming thinner and thinner. The battle outside was becoming more and more intense. Many cultivators had suffered heavy casualties. And in the snake's abdomen, Zichen opened his mouth and bit down on the snake's gallbladder. The skin of the snake's gallbladder was very tough. Zichen bit it several times but it was bounced off. He was unable to break through its defense. I don't believe I can't bite it open. The Zhen Qi in his body was mobilized again. This time, it gathered in his mouth. Zichen's teeth became silver and his silver teeth were like steel saws. He suddenly bit down on the snake's gallbladder. Puff! The snake's gallbladder was bitten open. Then, a bitter liquid flowed out of the gallbladder and rushed towards Zichen's mouth. The juice of the gallbladder was not comparable to elixirs or solid bare gallbladder. It was a pure liquid and the essence of energy. But it was extremely bitter. As soon as it entered his stomach, Zichen wanted to vomit it out. His stomach was also churning. Good medicine was bitter, not to mention the energy source of a Xiantian realm giant python. It was even more bitter. Zichen could only endure it and began to gulp it down. It was as if he was drinking nectar, but the bitterness on his face was even more intense. In the outside world, the throbbing python suddenly trembled and stopped moving. The lake water splashed and fell to the ground. Lin Shui had been looking at the lake. Seeing the lake calm down, her heart ached. She thought that Zichen had died. Her hopeful eyes dimmed again and she couldn't help but cry. He has persisted for so long. Su Mengyao's eyes became red and tears came out. Everyone sighed. A genius had finally fallen. Ah, what a pity. If it wasn't for this, he could have gone further. A genius who dies early can only blame his bad luck. But before everyone's sigh had completely faded, the lake's surface was turbulent again. The giant python's entire body stood upright. In an instant, it was hundreds of meters high. It was like a stone pillar that went against the sky. The snake's hundreds of meters long body jumped out of the water. The dense scales all over its body were shining with a blue light. Its ferocious triangular head was full of pain. It hissed again and again, extremely harsh. Then, its entire body fell obliquely like a collapsed stone pillar. Boom! The lake trembled. The giant python's body splashed hundreds of meters high as it fell. The giant python hissed again. This time, it was in pain and despair. Zichen is not dead yet. What is he doing? Why is the giant python in so much pain? Is he a cockroach that can't be killed? Even Xu Yang died when facing the giant python, but he is still alive. The hissing is full of despair. Could it be that Zichen has found a way to kill the giant python? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Just then, the lake surged. The giant python began to swim randomly in the lake. Its thick snake tail was like a long whip, slapping back and forth. Pa! The snake tail appeared from the lake and fell towards the valley. With a soft sound, countless stones fell and dust flew. Then, the snake tail swung again and landed on the battlefield. In an instant, several ferocious beasts and humans were sent flying. Under the great force, they died instantly. Drops of water fell from the lake like it was raining. The giant python went berserk. It fled back and forth, its head slamming into the mountain wall with a loud bang. Its cold eyes were full of pain. The snake's body kept rolling like a flood dragon, creating endless waves. It quickly swept across the battlefield and went to the bottom of the lake. It swam towards the center of the lake, creating monstrous waves wherever it passed. However, as the giant python continued to swim, its strength became weaker and weaker. Zichen was firmly fixed inside the giant python's body, gulping down the python's bile. 2/3 of the python's bile had already entered Zichen's stomach. Zichen's stomach had long since swelled up. The heavenly lightning body tempering art was running crazily. A large amount of bile was converted into energy and was absorbed by his heart. Fortunately, Zichen had an extraordinary heavenly lightning body tempering art and a mysterious heart. Otherwise, just the energy of the giant python alone would have caused his body to explode. But even so, Zichen's stomach was still round, showing signs of exploding. Moreover, as Zichen swallowed, more and more energy gathered in his body, unable to enter his meridians. Zichen felt that his stomach was about to explode. Too much energy was running amok in his body. This was Xiantian energy. It was abnormally violent and far exceeded the range that Zichen could bear. His body couldn't help but tremble. His face began to distort. The pain was no less than that of the giant python.